All right, let's see. We back. Okay, cool. I fixed that. No big deal. All right, cool. I know what was causing that. Let me just. Now that I know what it is. Shit. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be a case anymore. Got any sus Twitch extensions that are sending too many requests? No. It's because I have the virtual cam open right now, which is a kind of a nerdy thing here concerning how to give my webcam to the Discord call when it happens here. Do not worry, we're good now. Okay, so now that we're back, let's go ahead and hop in. We have about an hour to kill until it's time and everything else here. So join me. We can do some yap and chill until it's time for the the podcast, right? And again, if you see the schedule here, I just want to reiterate that tomorrow is when gameplay resumes. We have the Yoshi Island Task World Premiere, and if Brothership ships to my house, then we are on Brothership as well. But yeah, today will be another day of the ticks of the politics. So my first section here I have is concerning the aftermath of the Harris campaign losing, and not just losing to Trump, getting demolished. Trump winning the popular vote. The campaign being so bad that it had 15 million fewer Democratic votes for turnout on election day. Shit like that. Unapologetically a testament to how abysmal the Democratic Party has been running here. The results are loud and fucking clear. So with that, let's look at a couple of things here of feedback that I thought were worth considering and looking into. Y'all already know my take from yesterday, but there does seem to be people who are both like agreeing with what I said, as well as completely delusional and going with the absolutely dumbest take possible that will make you rage out of your seat. So let's begin. Jason Hickle says, we have a bit of read here. All the takes are correct, and yet they also missed the point. Yes, it was. Sorry, it's a little bit louder. Let me pull this over here, even though it is a banger. It is insane for the Democrats to think that they can win by running a soulless candidate. Without a shred of progressive policy vision, pursuing endorsements from neocon war hawks everyone hates, Liz Cheney, while arming and funding a genocide, yep, and belittling and crushing those who have enough morality to protest it, yep. It is enraging that Democrats are so smug and blind to this. But these are all just symptoms. The deeper reality is that liberalism has failed, liberalism is dead, and people urgently need to wake up to this fact and respond accordingly. It is a defunct ideology that cannot offer any meaningful solutions to our social and ecological crises, and it must be abandoned. Democrats have proven over and over again that they cannot accept even basic steps like public health care, affordable housing, and a public job guarantee. Things that would dramatically improve the material, social, political conditions of the working classes, I'm gonna add here, tremendously. And they cannot accept a public finance strategy that would steer production away from fossil fuels and towards green transition that gives us a shot at a livable future. Why? Because these things run against the objectives of capital accumulation. And for liberals, capital is sacrosanct. Is that word correctly? I know what it means, just can't fucking say it well. They will do whatever it takes to ensure elite accumulation. It is their only consistent commitment. That's so painfully true. At home, they suppress and demonize progressive and socialist tendencies. Abroad. I'm reading that whole badly here. They engage in endless wars and violence to suppress input prices in the global south and prevent any possibility of sovereign economic development. The Democrats have done all this purposefully, knowingly, for my whole life, not as some kind of mistake, but in full consciousness that it was all in the interests of capital. But because liberalism cannot address our crises, and because it crushes socialist alternatives, it inevitably paves the way for right-wing populism. They know this pattern, and yet they risk it every time. This election being only the most recent example. They did it in 2016 when they actively crushed Sanders' campaign and sent Trump to the White House. They do it because ultimately they, and I mean the liberal ruling class here, don't really mind if fascists take power so long as the latter two ensure the conditions for capital accumulation. They 100% prefer this to the possibility of a socialist alternative. God, it's so true. So progressives have to face reality. The dream of converting the Democratic Party is dead. This is now a fact, and it must be accepted. The only option is to build a mass-based movement that can reclaim the working class and mobilize a political vehicle that can integrate desperate progressive struggles into a unified and formidable political force and achieve substantive transformation. This will take real work, actual organizing, but it must be done, and that process must begin now. Am I this pilled yet? Possibly. Listen, there are people who, I would say 8 years ago, like gaffed at the idea of creating a real populist alternative party entirely from the Democratic Party. I think 8 years ago, it was like, yeah, we need to like let the squad slowly grow and build momentum. You know, you need to get the AOCs, Jamal Bowman's, etc. Let me think here. Who else do I like here? Your Cory Bushes. You know, you need the squad to expand. You need Justice Democrats to broaden. We need to, you have to slowly cleanse the rot within the calcified corpse of the Democratic Party. That was 8 years ago. And what has really been done since then? Well, the answer is AIPAC bought 2 elections, shitted out Cory Bush, shitted out Jamal Bowman. The squad has shrunk generally here. If you are outspoken against Gaza, the IDF, and Israel, man, you are a floating target on the head here, and they will happily they will throw $20 million into your race and make sure you fucking lose. And they will make sure they appoint some soulless, sold out Uncle Tom black person just so they can play identity politics extra hard. That way the normie doesn't know which one to vote for. Yeah, that is 100% how things are looking here. Yeah, and with that, it kind of leads to the way here where like there's nothing to lose right now. I'm gonna be real here, chat. There is nothing to lose. We're already at the absolute worst case scenario. I'm sorry to say. I was kind of saving that for like another time, and I'm not gonna go into detail about it right now here, but we are already at the absolute worst case scenario. And perhaps the one, relieving thing about that is there is nothing to lose now. Things are bad now. They're going to get unimaginably worse over the next 4 years. And you already got to play ahead here. We got to be playing like chess, unironically 3D chess, not even checkers, 3D chess here. You got to already understand where things are going to go. And we got to think about what the average normie idiot is going to perceive these dire economic conditions that will be prevalent super hardcore by midterms 2026. And you got to already be thinking about how to mobilize for, not even capping here, the revolution in 2028. Now, I know I'm talking big right now, but this has got to be how you think. You got to you can't be playing it day by day. And no, you got to be thinking like years in advance here and really bringing everything together. And the whole thing here is, if they're not for us, fuck them, they got to go. They got to go, bro. If they're talking about doing the same shit that has not worked for 8 years, they're not serious, bro. They got to go. Call them for what it is, bro. This election loss here is an irreparable, this is like our lifetime chopped in half. You can forget it. Single payer healthcare, nationwide legal recreational marijuana. I don't even know, name whatever thing that was kind of on the table in 2016. That's all gone now. That's you got to hope that a certain state can make it happen and tiptoe around some kind of federal shit or whatever here. But that's really about it. The utopia will not be nationwide. The utopia will be more of an oasis in a sea full of piss and shit. And so, with that in mind, yeah, I'm gonna call it hardcore now. I have nothing to lose now by being, a bit more reserved and being patient, waiting for neoliberals that are rotting up the Democratic cabinet and caucus for anything here. If they're not serious, fuck them, bro. They gotta go. We got nothing to lose now. Like, what has to happen now is you actively decay the Democratic Party, or you build a different party. Like, you gotta scathingly call that out on a unified front going forward, and that will require serious organization. So I'll get into more about that though another day. I get I'm saying a lot right now, and I have to kind of like back up my claims with like more substance, which I don't mind doing, but that's like that I would save that for another day to talk about that, I'd say. Let's take it one day at a time. Let's take it one day at a time. Dylan, your question. Thoughts on Sanders recruiting currently sitting Congress members to a viable third party now that he's no longer seeking re-election? Can you give me citation on all this here? I did see Sanders' tweet from yesterday, and I was going to talk about like what that means, but I didn't know we already had like tangible proof that there's like evidence of him actually like saying all this stuff here and whatnot. All right, so I'm not American, but I hope Trump can at least end the wars around the world. I feel so sad that people kill each other for nothing. Oh. Yeah, sorry to say that's just not gonna happen at all. I am so sorry to say, bro. Another topic for another day here, but you're gonna need like the European portions of NATO to like really become militarily independent from US here. It's going to get pretty. The path towards peace is like completely out the door now. That is like, you're gonna see like some really bad shit here. I foresee the US urging Ukraine to like stop oppressing Russia because they're doing nothing, and effectively just kind of letting Russia just, I guess, like stampede further out, and then it's gonna call on the EU to like, I guess, like, I don't know here, push really hard on like what the NATO alliance will be, and then the US will probably just drop out of NATO anyway, or there'll be a condition on Ukraine to like fuck over NATO or something. It's gonna get really ugly really quick here. I mean, you have, it's really, really bad. I'll save it's not really even dooming, because I'm not trying to doom. I'm just trying to be like honest that expecting anything less than the worst case scenario is just not real. You have the absolute worst people, because it's only Trump's most loyal sycophants that are now filling up the cabinet, and it's going to be the absolute most brain dead, war hungry, revenge ridden dumbasses in charge here, with no opposition of logic or reason within any like hierarchy or apparatus. Consider how like Mike Pence didn't do what Trump wanted him to do, which was like, call Georgia for him, or, throws people under the bus for January 6th so that, he can get off from it. Pence didn't do that. Trump wrote him off as a fraud, and here we are now. There will be none of that here. You're going to have all Trump yes men, because they've been like, they're already in that cult all the way, and they're power hungry U.S. traders all the way through and through. So yeah, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. I'll be real. I'll be totally real there. So all the way through. I mean, the only like somewhat depressing therapeutic thing here is gonna be the fact that like is that I mean, see, I don't know what to even say here. It's like, there will be the dunking on the MAGA-tards, because they're going to find out what tariffs really mean, and they're going to find out like what Trump's unabridged like foreign policies will be, and it's going to be bad for everyone. I mean, I don't even know, dog. I mean, it's just like, You could see Americans being barred from certain countries. That will shock you whenever it gets down to when things get to the nitty gritty. You could see like some pretty intense instability. I don't even know if you can be able to like. I'm really being real here. It's gonna be fucking nuts. You might have like airlines that just will not be able to even do certain flight coordinates because there'll just be like so many like active lockout zones to fly over. That'll make like certain like profitable commercial routes unviable now because you'll have just so much war and shit going on, and or just so much like unaccounted for, unregulated corporate greed that if you think the Boeing 737 Max shit show where whistleblowers got assassinated in the parking lots was like happening under Biden, wait until you see unabridged, unabashed deregulation and what that will lead to just for like consumer confidence going forward. We've already seen here demonstrated these corporations are already okay with like running a like D- operation if it gets them more profit. They don't care about quality. The quality of operation does not yield to more revenue. The continued and definitive exploitation of consumers and being able to get away with it and deflect blame over what caused it is what gets them the most profit. And they will go that route as they already have before here. So yeah, it's how much time do you have is how much more I can tell you about it here. But yeah, it's not going to be good for sure. So, but anyways, again here, just gonna kind of like hop in here, say that. Let's keep going here though. So there's that there. We'll come back to the Bernie video actually. Do you think there will be some moderation and reeling in of Trump and his policies by the normal Republicans, with this being his last term and them not having to bend over backwards to please him? No. Total opposite. Total opposite. Everyone who's ever gone against Trump has generally lost in the Republican parties, I would say. There are some Trump endorsed Republicans who lost in 2022, but though like there's like exceptions and conditions to what happened there at that time, that was like pretty far away from Trump's re-election efforts actually having any tangible effect. And simultaneously, now that Trump is in power and full of his cult, one would argue here that the Liz Cheneys and the Mitt Romneys, oh, they're toast. Like they're like, because here's the thing about it, right? It's pretty much gonna be like the Trump MAGA fever will now be so intense that until it hits the guy, remember these people are like low IQ, low information voters here. They're thinking that this is what they're gonna get, like this economic revolution. What we know we were gonna get from Bernie, that's what they think they're gonna get from Trump. So, like, keep in mind here, these people are fucking dumb. They reflect back and they're like, oh, gas was $1.70 under Trump when it was freaking COVID situation, right? And they can't even extrapolate why that was. Just like, oh yeah, 2020 gas was $1.70, and that was when things were good. I don't know what the fuck going on now. So yeah, these people are like so fucking dumb they can't connect the dots, obviously here. So they're going to think that they're in for an economic revolution where they get a free $1 million and whatever the fuck else. And until it hits them in the face like a fucking bad dragon dildo, just big floppy cock right in the face, right in the cheek and whatnot. Until that happens, they're like it's not gonna go anywhere. So, yeah, the revolt from, and even then they might still somehow blame not Trump for that situation. I don't know. That might take a while to happen actually. So yeah, these people are really, really stupid, and I'm not even sure if they're like capable of understanding why what happened. So forgive me for the vivid metaphor here. So we'll see though. We'll see. But to answer your question in short, though, your question actually was, can Republicans steer Trump away from the most extreme positions? I would say this was not a certain. I know I'm speaking of a heavy certain here with that, but because the Trump versus Supreme Court ruling in October of 2023, where the Supreme Court effectively said that presidents have immunity from prosecution and it is like extended to when they're on and off duty, and can be interpreted as whatever they are doing is serving in the interest of upholding the Constitution. Effectively, a president now under this ruling is granted like king, actually giga king power, like more than a king actually. So that gives Trump a lot of leniency to do some really fucked up shit and not really care about the consequences. Combined with a already definitively proven rogue Supreme Court that includes a comically corrupt justice like Clarence Thomas. The Supreme Court, with Trump having this immunity and the court being already rogue, can circumvent around congressional approval for certain things. I don't want to go into right now about how many, but it definitely is a number much higher than 0. And then you combine that with like Republicans haven't taken the Senate, and I'm hoping that Democrats can keep the House right now. But if they get the House and the Senate, then it's like it's pretty bad. It's pretty game over, because if they even like do a conservative amount of what's in Project 2025, it's looking really fucking bad there, all the way around. So once that happens, he might not even need Congress to like do shit, because he can just kind of like gut the federal bureaucracies and kind of enact whatever he wants to do and whatever corporations are bidding to do via the lack of regulatory bodies in the government. You got to think here, like what does Chevron, BP, and Shell, the oil companies, want to do? What does Walmart and Amazon, the companies, want to do? And you kind of get the idea from there. You gut the Department of Labor and you make overtime like so fucking hard to achieve. You just say, okay, yeah, overtime is now 60 hours a week, or like overtime is when you do more than 80 hours in 2 weeks rather than 40 in 1. So you can just hire more people and slave drive them to 60 hours a week, no overtime, and then just lay them off the next week. You can just do like, that. You hire more people and then you just make them work like, 60-20 rotating. And so you're able to get you know what I'm saying? Like, or you make them work, I don't know, you make them work more, but in the end, you're paying them less. You can get more than 40 out of them and never achieve overtime. There's a way to mathematically do this, and that's what they would clearly do, obviously, et cetera, et cetera. Look how much money Uber spent to lobby to make sure that like workers are not paid a minimum wage in California back when that was a proposition in 2022. They spent like north of like $200 million to get that campaign going here. Amazon spent like a fuckload to make sure that they to get Bernie Sanders off their ass for all the continued exploitation of workers there. And even then, the Stop Bezos Act in the end was it did enough pressure that Amazon like gave up and just offered workers like $15 an hour plus some other benefits in exchange for getting them off their ass. So like the pressure did work, if that makes sense here. So yeah, there's so much to go into there for sure. What's Elon gonna do with Trump? I don't understand that. Well, so what happens now is that Elon, I suppose, had enough money in reserve here. I can't say definitively, but he now has, even though Twitter has lost, well, we'll call it X now. X has lost so much value from just being overran by bots, spam, Nazis, and all these like cringe things that advertisers want nothing to fucking do with. McDonald's, Nike, Apple, etc., all jumped ship like years ago. All the major console manufacturers have disabled Twitter/X's integration to social media posting and whatnot. So where we are now though is that like now that Trump won, Elon has the ultimate propaganda apparatus to deploy, as he's already been doing during the elections nonstop here. He can just deploy nonstop propaganda. And what I would perceive it as here is that Truth Social was like where all the MAGA go But the problem with Truth is that there's no like libs to own, so it's just MAGA in their own echo chamber. So it's just Donald Trump Jr. being triggered by like the wokes every fucking night, but there's like no wokes there to like ridicule or like rip off of or react to. So Truth's never really taken off, and it's kind of like, again, a pretty stagnant echo chamber, I would say. The growth stops. You know, there's a reason why more of the MAGA kind of like just have more fun and thrive on Twitter and Facebook, I would say, and maybe elsewhere too. And so what we're looking to do now here is obviously, now that you are in direct, explicit cahoots with the president, who's probably very open to bribes as he was at his Mar-a-Lago golfing sessions and everything else here. Mr. Elon is the welfare queen of tax subsidies with the Boring Company, with Tesla, etc. here. So yeah, whatever dumb fucking shit that Elon wants to do, can probably just pitch it to Trump, and then they'll just like, okay, I'll just pitch the Republicans to like shit out a thing here that's like totally biased towards you. You know what I mean? Like, think of like the CHIPS Act that happened under Biden, but like, rather than like it being rooted in any kind of like productivity with like bringing production and domestic assembly back to the states, it's just whatever corporations want, which is just like whatever's the cheapest way to shit out something with no competition to maximize profit. And also again here to also like obfuscate all competition, like all the way through here. So effectively what happens when it's like playing Monopoly and you're the banker, but you also can rewrite the rules as the banker in real time. Like it's pretty much that. It's whatever he wants to do at this time here. And then spew it out as like objectively like good factor. Look at how many like Elon drones like take him at face value that he's like a technocratic billionaire genius. I think he's like effectively Iron Man, when in reality he's the ultimate welfare queen. So we'll see what he wants to do here. I'm not sure what he's looking at there, but definitely a very lucrative position to be in for him at this time here. But it's also all the much harder to like rationalize being on this shithole platform any longer, for sure. Like, I don't even blame me for leaving here, but I'm here for just like to you know, I may be on Twitter a little bit longer to weather the fight, and I kind of just see it now as like, you know what I mean? Like, it's infiltrated so hard now that you kind of have to. I used to worry about being too political on Twitter, but now it's like it's so ingrained in garbage that I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna quit Twitter, I'm just gonna start not giving a fuck anymore and just like hitting my shit 1000%. If people want to unfollow me because I'm being political, well then fuck you, I don't care anyway. Because either I'm gonna be political now and just stop giving a shit, or I'm gonna leave. Like, it's A or B. And I feel like I do more net good just clapping on idiots all fucking day anyway. Not to the point of being obsessive, but like I have been holding back a lot to at least give my veteran following more of maybe what they follow Trihex for, which is probably not politics, but this is the time we're in now. It's just too much to ignore in good faith, and we kind of go from there. No. I'm not saying engage with the idiots. I'm saying spew the solutions. Like I did so far here. My timeline right now is me. It's me strictly talking about the positive and the changes I wish to see right now, and whatnot. Even when I dunk on idiots, it's gonna be it's to be informative and to kind of go from there, as opposed to just like, you know, I get it. Like, the idiots are not worth talking to anyway. I get you. So. I read your 5-page points on Twitter. That shit was fire. Oh my God. Thank you, Prince Drew. I tried. I that was a lot right there, but that was also me like unloading the clip. That was me like just, you know, emptying all my ammo out and being like, okay, here's my strongest argument rooted in the most facts and substance, and you can kind of like check the annotation and read from there if you want to. You know what I mean? So I appreciate y'all. Okay, so continuing on here with the aftermath. Tim Walz had so much potential to pull over young men, but we didn't take advantage of it at all. Walt should have been on Rogan, every Barstool podcast, hell, even explicitly right-wing podcasts. He's 100% able to shine in those environments, but we didn't do it. I totally agree here. I mean, I'm going to talk about this more in the podcast here, but it's like Tim Walz was your most popular person out of the entirety of Trump. I mean, hard take here. More than Trump, more than JD for sure, and more than Harris. Out of the presidents elected or presidents competing and the VPs nominated, Walz was by far the most popular one. Had appeal across the aisle. No one really didn't like him. The only negative blemish was the VP debate, which was clearly a Walz being overcoached by like DNC cronies to just kind of like make him not use what he has the strongest appeal for, which is like calling out Republicans for being weird. So yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy that Pete Buttigieg has been on Fox News like 6 times now, and Walz, from what I understand, was never on Fox News. Should have had him on there, bro. There were so many opportunities for better here. Oh no, I agree. Listen, when I say that Walz didn't do great at that debate, the broader thing there would be that JD Vance did terrible. Vance did terrible. Walz did less terrible, but still bad. IMO. But in the end, doesn't really matter because VP debates don't really. That didn't get watched. Nobody watched that. I forget the numbers here, but like, if I recall, not even 10% of people who saw the presidential debate saw the VP debate. So VP debates historically are not really that influential anyway. You got to be chronically online like me and you are to even really care about that. Remember here again that the remove slavery exception for prison inmates. I didn't even know here actually there was no argument against this in the Proposition 6 in California. It's kind of shocking to see here the actual thing that like voting slavery down. No, we are pro-slavery for inmate labor in California. That is definitely telling you well, to be fair here, it's 51% at this time here, but that number is not trending well with already a million in the gap here, but I guess we'll keep seeing how that goes as it goes along here. But we covered it yesterday. We're still waiting on more there, but it wouldn't shock me if that actually like continues to go to shit. So very good call here. To recap, Democrats lost the White House, the Senate, the Electoral College, lots of governor races, the popular vote, and honestly, Democrats gotta like nab. I believe it's like they gotta nab. Is it 11 to 15 of the remaining 22-ish seats that are currently being contested right now with votes being counted? And with all of that in mind, and include here 15 million less votes for Democrats now than 4 years ago. If anyone really thinks it's because 51% of the country is xenophobic and not because Dems ignored their own base, it explains why Dems lost so badly. This is totally true. 100% here. The people you're going to hear that are going to pull the identity politics card and say it's because, you know, Kamal is black and a woman, it's just, that's not the case. That would be a case we could make if it wasn't like, but we have so much evidence to the contrary. There were states, Missouri, that voted down the line for progressive populist policy and then voted Trump as their president. There clearly is a disconnect between how that campaign was ran, how Harris was perceived, and what and the message American normies got out of the campaign. So, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, we have, I will go into a lot more about this on the podcast with my notes, but just keep all this in mind here that like, you don't get this many L's and blame simply xenophobia and racism. This is way more than that. This is just giga incompetence all the way through here. Somebody asked you an interesting question. What is the reason for removing the Department of Education, Lamau? This is in reference to the fact that this is a promise that was made during Project 2025, which again is there's so much bad stuff there that it's kind of like it's gonna give you a whiplash for a definitively dumber education opportunity for everybody in the future. Like for Gen Alpha or whatever's coming after Alpha, Beta, I guess. It's gonna be fucked. Answers, and there's more than one here. Less access to education equals less access to history and the ability to form your own opinions on such topics, which will make it easier to control people and allow racist communities to sugarcoat everything, as they already do. Yes. Less access to information. They love the uneducated. They love the ignorant. And wow, look at what happens when you have a bunch of impoverished, low information, single issue voters. That's when you get West Virginia, a majority white, racially intolerant, economically impoverished demographic that actively votes against their own interests because they don't even know any better for how to discern propaganda from the objective reality of who's fucking them over all the way through here. I'm using that example just to reinforce to you that whites get fucked over, not just minorities too here. But yeah, 100%, it totally bad. Totally bad. So yeah, that's they want you, and then when you combine this with like the implementation of no-fault divorce, the attack on women's rights and getting rid of access to abortion, and also, if they can get their way here, limiting access to contraception, they want the women to get pregnant and be burdened by family duties, and then the husband having to be overburdened with like providing for the family, which is going to create more of the conditions of like an enslaved working class that has to like, provide for the family early. Therefore, there's less opportunity, statistically speaking here, to then become educated and be all the more enlightened to not support Republicans. And it all stems back. It all stems back here to Reagan. Reagan was the person who started the whole war on education, or at least higher education. And that was where, higher education, college curriculums became paywalled and then evolved to being unaffordable. And then we fast forward further along here. Now we're at the student debt crisis. So, you know what I'm saying? But again, I'm just I'm mad, y'all. I don't give a fuck today. We keeping it real right now. So they can privatize education and force religion to curriculums. Totally true here. When you privatize education, take a second here. I would love you all to just Google Nordic countries in the European Union and their stance on privatized education. Do you know what they do? I'll tell you what they do. What they do is, they already know. When you privatize education and have it be a pay-to-access system, the haves and the have-nots, it's totally fucked. The only way you can really fix this without like having a massive like class disparity disruption to who is wealthy and who is not, is you have to have the standard of care and the standard of education be equal and high across the entire income bracket. So like AKA you ban privatized education, you ban it. It's all public and public funded. Then and only then will you get the wealthy to behave and confide in being interested in education being high quality. When it's the wealthy classes, kids getting a shitty education, they will obviously go to the private for a good one. But when there's no private that exists, now the wealthy will happily inject their funding into making sure it's good. Does that make sense? So pay to learn will keep everyone ignorant, and again, prime victim to propaganda, which is exactly what they want. And also, by extent here, if you're a religious zealot and you're totally into a if you're like Betsy DeVos, who was Trump's Secretary of Education, and you're just like totally down to like, you know, proliferate charter schools nationwide because that's like your dream is to like have, I guess, like the death of public education, then yeah, that's what they're gonna do. So okay, so we're gonna kind of go from here now and continue on. What do we have here? Oh, this was a person, Taylor Lorenzo, saying here that there are others, but they have only tiny audiences because they have zero funding. The entire right-wing ecosystem is propped up by billionaire donors and right-wing interest groups. There's zero equivalent of that on the left. I wrote about it here. So this is just in general reinforcing here that there's not there currently is no equivalent of a left-wing media apparatus right now, and that's definitely concerning for sure. And I'm not sure if it ever will be there, but right now you have the Koch brothers, who are insanely powerful. I don't know if I can explicitly name others here, but the Koch brothers certainly prop up Daily Wire hardcore. I don't know like who is the mastermind behind PragerU, but PragerU is 100% like right-wing propaganda. That's literally, I mean, they're gross, dude. PragerU like throws up like glazing the Electoral College and a lot of other shit, and they are so organized, chat. PragerU has a PragerU Kids program to give garbage propaganda to children in a child-friendly format. So if you're like a MAGA drone, you're looking for like an alternative, like to, I guess like the YouTube Kids app, you're okay just like shoving PragerU Kids into this as well here. It's insane. So consider less about how evil the Koch brothers, PragerU, and the entire right-wing media apparatus is, and more that look at how effective and organized and tactical they are with distributing their message compared to what is the equivalent on the left, which I'd argue is mostly nothing. Hey, thank you, Scott J. The revolution will be televised on Twitch, y'all. I'm here. So we have about 5 minutes left. And I gotta see what's popping there. Let's see if I can I guess okay. We'll take a small second here. Let me tell y'all what's going on with the Yoshi news, just so I'm not clickbait here. Okay, so real quick. All right. So what's the Yoshi news before we get to the podcast, right? Before they call me in here. Oh, Scott, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun here. All right, so let's see here. We have, so here's the exciting news, okay? You may recall that, oh, where is that here? So this right here, right? This is a Brook controller adapter. You plug in the Super Nintendo right here. You press the button right here. And this will allow you to use any modern controller on Super Nintendo. So with this here, you can use a Switch Pro, or even a DualShock 5 with a Super Nintendo natively. And with this naturally comes the ability to button remap via this thing here. You press a certain button here, it prompts you, and you enter a certain key combination to remap the buttons. So you could use the shoulder buttons on a DualSense controller as an extra jump button or egg shoot button in Yoshi, for example, aka hardware side button remapping. Very exciting. However, I tried using a wired generic USB Super Nintendo controller and it didn't work. So I emailed them. I emailed Brooke to ask if they can help me out here. Like, is there a way to get any generic third-party USB controller to be recognized by the hardware? They replied back finally, and they said here that a USB-C controller has not been tested before. We are not sure it can be made to work. However, the Wingman controller is compatible with the 8BitDo SN30 Pro wired USB gamepad. You may try it. Thanks. Okay, thank you, Albert. So, what he's talking about here, he's talking about this bad boy right here. So, the wired SN30 Pro with the analog sticks here, this controller specifically is proven compatible with the Brook SNES thingy or whatever, right? So, is stuff like this allow for speedruns generally? Yes. I covered it before in great detail, but literally all of this is just trying to get button remapping. The only thing that I'm looking for here is the ability to remap the tongue button to L. I want the tongue button on L and Y. That's all I'm looking for here. That alone would change how Yoshi is played entirely, because you have to currently like claw to be able to like egg shuffle in the game fast. So I'm looking for hardware side button remapping, not macros, not turbo, not all the other shit that you're conflating it with here. No, just button remapping. Unfortunately, there's not a quick solution here for that, other than like, I guess you could use like a third-party controller. Technically, yes, you could probably use something like the the 8BitDo Pro 2 wired, which has like a built-in software on board to be able to do software graphic user interface button remapping, like most modern controllers already have now. But I don't like how it feels with the handles there. It doesn't feel like a SNES controller, so it's a bit different here. I'm looking for something that feels more like a SNES here. Unfortunately, the control sticks here do add a lot of weight. So to continue with what I'm talking about here, if I take an SN30 Pro, which does support button remapping via that device, and I unassemble it and then put it in the shell of a regular SNES controller, maybe, just maybe, it would fit in the original SNES shell. You know what I'm saying? And from there, you know, we take something, you know, you get one of these shells here, you shove it into this where I get the controller to feel like how I want it to feel and not have the additional weight of the analog sticks. And then we're finally there. If I can get my dream controller where I just have like simply a button remap from L to Y twice, we're there. So that's my next step now here. I need to order this one, and I need to probably also order this one as well, and do some more testing and see. But yeah, the search for button remapping for Yoshi so that we can resume Yoshi runs is coming soon. I got a reply here, and it's super exciting to see where it'll go. So I don't know, does all that make sense here? Really, really exciting right now for Yoshi. This is going to, again, change the game. This will be the ability to quickly shuffle eggs has never been a thing before in Yoshi. And if we can get this, for me, it's gonna be amazing. So yeah, that's the exciting thing there. We're getting closer and closer to button remapping, which is really all I want, which is already software side standard in all current gen consoles. And if you're playing on emulator on any speedrun supported game, you already can play whatever control you want anyway. And emulators have button remapping by default, etc., etc. You get the idea here. So muscle memory will need rewriting though. Not true, because if I was using a different controller, yes, and that would suck. But I'm hoping to use a familiar controller, and then the answer would be no. I already don't use the L trigger at all. I use exclusively the R trigger for the egg aiming cursor. I don't use L for anything currently. And I would use L because currently right now what I do, like, I don't egg shuffle like that. Egg shuffling right now requires me to have your thumb, you have to press Y while holding A, which is, you look here, it's really awkward to do that because you have to press you have to hold A and press Y without hitting B. It's kind of hard to do. All you can really do is like claw your index finger across the X button. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a bit awkward there all the way through. So therefore, using the L trigger instead for me, though again, the convenience of button remapping here, map it to whatever you want, however you want to do it, would allow a whole new way to just more comfortably execute things. All right, well, with that, chat, my time is up here. It's time for us to stop yapping and time for me to get in here and clap. So let's take a second here and do that. Give me 1 second here. Hey, what's up?
What's up, my guy?
Hey, what's good? It's great to hear from you. I'm getting my camera for you right now.
Okay, so we're doing camera here. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. Let me see if I'm gonna minimize this one.
Yeah.
Hopefully
That
it
one
doesn't
is
create any problem.
Yeah, that window is only there just to get the share chat open, which I'm gonna do that for us right now. You're already live, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, all right.
Oh man, now it might not work because my camera might trip because it was already active on OBS. So getting it to be active on Discord now, I think I need to restart.
So what you got to do there is you how to do this here. You would need to. Can you just enable virtual cam? Like in your OBS, there should be an option to like start virtual camera, and then you just tell Discord to pull the virtual camera, and then you can just kind of do that.
Let's do that. Okay, but now my camera's frozen a little bit. Let me see if I can unfreeze it. If I go properties here, deactivate, activate. Now I got to do it in video broadcast. Okay.
Remember, we've done this before, right? It's not our first time doing this.
Yeah, it's my first time doing a stream together. That's why I wasn't sure about all of the, little minutia around this thing. But we're gonna get it. Okay, so I got that.
Okay.
So now we're gonna start virtual camera, and now I will go ahead and change this to OBS virtual camera. Boom, we should be good to go. We're there.
All right, we're there. Okay, cool. I'm gonna pop you out.
Okay.
I'm on here. All right, cool. And then you should see I sent you an invite in the share chat thing. If you have that window open, you should see an option to enable share chat, and there should be a pending invite from Trihex. I don't know if you in this window.
Let me see. Performance issue resolved. Let me see. I see a thing that says start sharing chat. Are we already in?
No.
But I don't know where that.
Just
that would be. Where would the invite be?
It's gonna be somewhere in that window. I don't know. Like if you should see like start share chat. Click it and just have it enabled, and then you should be able to.
Okay, sharing chat is enabled, but I don't think we're in the same. It only has 1 out of 6 for the participation for the.
Yeah, you're right. Why? Well, you try inviting me then. How did I thought this correctly. Actually, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me see how to do that. I don't know how to invite people. Yeah, I've never done the stream together thing.
Man.
But yeah, we're not in the same lobby.
Man, why is that not the case here?
See. Manage? No. Wait. What's this? What's it popped up?
Sure. I'm seeing here. Literally, I'm seeing right here this like pending invite.
Okay. Okay. I think something just popped up for me that said that you were inviting me, but I'm not seeing it.
So if you
One more
go,
time.
if you're on that window, right, and you go to invite guests, you might see maybe it's like because I'm literally seeing it there. But I can try re-inviting you, but
Okay, let me see. Yeah, I see no pending or anything.
what? Okay, I'm gonna remove it. I'm gonna remove it and do it again.
Okay, I'm gonna try to invite you as well. Let me see. Here we
Okay.
are.
Yeah,
Boom.
you
Send
try to invite me actually. Let me
invites.
see if I.
I sent it. Did you receive it?
Hmm. No.
Interesting.
Oh
Okay.
wait. Yes.
It's telling me that I'm having a performance issue, and I don't know what that is. Um, Move
Yeah,
the
I don't
camera. I need to be
know.
more centered.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man. I guess we'll have to try again next time. I guess 'cause I don't know. Cause now I'm like.
Okay, hold on. Since my stream together is already live, I'm gonna end it.
Okay.
Thank you for hosting. Restart stream together. Let's see now. Okay. It's a brand new one. I'm gonna invite guests. I'm gonna find you. Trihex.
I mean, I'm explicitly seeing here awaiting. It's we're awaiting your response.
Okay. Can you try to end it and restart it as well?
Sure. All right. There's now. All right. There's now
Well,
no invites done. And we're
I
gonna do this
think
again.
I'm gonna share my screen with you so you can see exactly what I'm seeing. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, oh wait, but then I don't want to share any details up from my screen.
Yeah. You don't have to. Well, I'm not showing it right now anyway.
Okay. Here we are. Look, I'm gonna go to screen number 2. Go live. Boom. All right, you have that screen. This is what I'm looking at. Is this what I'm supposed to be talking about? I mean, is this what we're supposed to be seeing?
Yeah. And then you go to the. I'm pointing at right now. Go to the invite guests, and then you should
Yep.
see. Yeah, there should be like. Okay, so I'm gonna invite you right now.
Oh, here we are.
Oh my God. Okay, and then how do you accept it?
I guess I'm gonna add you to my favorite, but I don't. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. I can send this one. I'm gonna send it. Let's see if that works.
That did how do you accept the invite? That's kind of the question there. Oh no, look, you have start sharing chat not clicked on the right there.
Okay.
All right. All right, cool.
Okay.
And then from there, what's missing? What does this thing want right now?
Okay. Start a collab on their stream anytime.
Hmm.
Okay. Is it doing it? No, it's taking me to help. Okay. I think I need to go back to here. Or no. I'm gonna click this one, and then normally I think there's a way to do it here. Boom. If I click this, something went wrong. I'm gonna
Is that how you
reload.
do it? You gotta do it from the. You don't even do it from this thing here. Seriously, that is so weird.
I'm pretty sure that's how I've seen it, but I don't know. It's still saying
Well,
something went wrong.
okay, you're
But
seeing that
but
now. Okay. Hmm.
wait,
Let
knock
me.
to. Can you try to knock the way? See, you see how I'm doing this, where it says Trihex added you as a favor, knock to ask to collaborate. Can you try to click that same thing on my end?
Yeah, look, I'm gonna turn off my share chat thing. Okay, so you want me to go to your stream? Is
Like
it?
in the same way how I'm doing, you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
don't have to be in the stream, but just where you see the follow channels or whatever, you
I
do it
mean, I don't
from
even
there.
know if I can. Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me do that real quick then. Sorry, Chad. I promise this is really cool if we can like get it figured out. But there was kind of like no way to really like prep for it. That pulls me up to
Butter
Oh, it
slash
says share chat
pecan.
started. I see that.
wait, did? Okay.
It says that.
All right, cool. Um All right, yeah, it's done. We did it. All right. I don't even know I don't know how. There was something I clicked or something you clicked. I don't even know actually.
I have no idea. It's probably you probably just knocked.
All right. Well, we're there now here. So see how now everyone has an extra badge and you can see the your chat and my chat are like together now and shit.
I think so. Let me see. Yeah. I believe so.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
got it. We got it.
We got
But
it. I think you were right though. I think we were doing it from the wrong menu, which is kind of dumb. You do it from like the regular like Twitch
yeah,
front viewer thing or whatever. It's kind of stupid, but
for sure.
whatever. We're there. Okay, you can you're still sharing your screen if you want to disable that. You can if you want to. It's up to you. It's whatever you want to do.
Okay, I'm going to right now. Um, no, yes, stop streaming. Okay, I think we should be good.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna all right. Next thing I'm gonna do now is if you want to just take a second. I don't have like an I'm gonna shit out an overlay real quick here. Forgive me, and then I'll be good to go. And I mean I'm about to like shit out one. I will not be taking long.
Okay.
And we'll have like a for real thing next time.
For sure. Even if we gotta commission somebody, we'll make sure we get it done.
Oh no, yeah. Let me just.
Whatever you create, you just DM it to me on Discord, and I'll put it on mine as well.
Bro, I even, bro, you know what I'm about to do is so scuffed, bro. It ain't even like a.
Right now, I have nothing. I don't even know. So what am I supposed to just like pop out your camera, or how do I
mean,
even?
Bro, I'm my ish is so bad, bro. Hang on, I can't even like. It's cringe. I don't even want to like. Whatever you're about to do is better than whatever I'm doing right now. I promise you.
I don't have nothing. So let me see if I do.
Eh,
Well, yeah, because I can't actually. Matter of fact, if I shorten my window, whatever I do to OBS, it's going to shorten it for you as well. I don't know how we're supposed to incorporate each other's cameras. It's only going to be my camera right now.
You wait, what do you mean? So
Well,
your OBS like right now. So you're saying that if you switch your scenes right now in OBS, your
yeah.
camera will go away too?
Yeah, because my camera
Oh
is my
man.
virtual camera, right?
Oh man, you're supposed to see what you were supposed to do is have two OBSs open, which you can do by the way, and then have like one be the virtual cam and have the other one be your regular stream. That way, yeah.
See, that makes all the sense, but that's why I was texting you. I've never done a stream together, so I have
Well,
no
listen,
idea about any of it.
that's not even a stream together thing. That's just podcasting 101. How have you done this before then? When we did
I've
the
never. Yeah, I just did my camera on the whatever the camera
oh
was. Like I never did
okay,
like
all
you
right.
know.
Look, how many things? I mean, how many like tabs do you have open? Like how much shit were you ready to like share today? You had like stuff ready to roll. I have like, bro, I got like.
Yeah, I got notes. I got it all. I'm ready to go.
Well, I mean, do you want to take a second and kind of and fix that then, or like, or you
So what do
want?
you say? Open up a second tab of OBS, right?
Yeah.
Okay, OBS is already running. Launch anyway.
Yep. Okay.
Do it.
So
Yeah.
now you have two OBSs open. One is currently outputting a virtual cam, right? Which is what your Discord is currently giving me.
Okay.
But the problem right now is the second OBS open needs to be the one streaming to Twitch rather than the one you're using right now. So because you're already streaming on Twitch on the one you're currently virtual camming, you need to this is kind of complicated here. You would need to disable virtual cam and then change your scenes, like change like your preloaded scenes here.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Stop virtual camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'll go to the other stream and make that one my virtual camera.
Well, okay, so first, OBS is going to use your webcam for any scene that contains webcam right now. So you need to go to like scene collection and currently save your scenes. Does that make sense?
I think they're already saved.
Okay. Now on the OBS that is currently not
Streaming.
yeah, the one
Oh,
that
that's
is
not streaming.
the one that you're the one that you're going to make your virtual cam, right? You're going to take that one and you're going to like go to like scene collection, new, make a whole new collection of scenes here and add one object. You're adding your webcam source, period.
All right, I have one of those already.
Okay, cool. Good. Like a private YouTube recording one here. All right. If done correctly, hopefully, that one will pull the webcam.
Well, I don't. I don't think it is because
It's currently being
because
used. It's being used by the current OBS, right?
right.
Okay. So now, if your scenes are saved, the way you fix this is now you would go to your OBS that's currently live. I mean, this is going to be a lot to do in the live setting right now. But on your currently live streaming Twitch active OBS, go to scene collection and go and open up that temporary YouTube scene collection, the one where you only have the webcam, the one you just made.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to triple check to make sure that the scene collection was saved. So I just saved it in my downloads folder temporarily.
Okay.
I exported it, right? And so then that means no matter what, it won't be lost. I won't have to recreate it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what do I do on the current OBS, the one that's streaming?
On the Twitch outcasting one here now, you need to get rid of the webcam. So you need to load this new scene collection that you just made on the second OBS, the one that has only one scene with just the webcam. Load that one up on the active one.
For webcam. Okay, let me do that. Okay, hold on 1 second.
If done correctly, you should have only one scene with one object, being the webcam.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Cam, it'll be boom. Okay. So that's it. So it has that one scene. Although I won't. Okay. So now I'm gonna save that. You're saying, and export that as well.
Yeah, save it as like a new thing, as a separate collection, real quick.
Okay. Just webcam. I'm gonna name it that. And make it clear.
Cool.
Okay. Now I'm going to import this one.
So if done correctly, right now you should have two OBSs open, one, and both of them have the same thing. The one scene with one webcam, but they're both not able to pull right now, whatever, right?
Okay.
Or what do you see right now?
Well, right now I'm going to my downloads folder to find it, and I'm looking for the just webcam, and that's what I'm gonna switch to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna add it.
We're gonna add it. We're gonna load it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing that. Okay, did it do it? Oh, it's import. Okay. I don't know if it did it. Scene collection. Oh, here we are. Temp for webcam. Boom. Okay, so now I did that. So that's the scene. It just has the webcam. There we go.
To review, right now you should have two OBSs open. One is live broadcasting to Twitch. The other one has virtual cam enabled, virtual camera output enabled. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, right now, both OBSs are trying to pull your webcam simultaneously, which is probably why you don't see your webcam on either one. Well,
I see my webcam on the one that I was streaming from. It just automatically pulled it back up.
Okay. The one that's going to Twitch that it currently has your webcam, delete that source. Delete the webcam source in that one scene you have on the Twitch outbound OBS.
Oh, it says there needs to be at least one scene. I'm going to add another temporary scene.
You're not deleting the scene. You're deleting the source in the scene.
Oh, got you. Okay, we're gonna remove that source. Okay, it's removed.
Okay. Now the OBS with the virtual camera output, now go there and there you go. Okay, now we're cooking. So now your Twitch outbound OBS is pulling the virtual cam. Here's the good news. Virtual cam can be used in multiple things at one time, which is why Discord, I see you right now. Notice how I see you in Discord and your stream sees you on Twitch.
Yeah.
All right, so now you're learning how to podcast 101 here. Okay, great.
If we do it through this way, I've done it every other time with no issue. I just never did the stream. Yeah,
well,
sharing thing.
See what happens now though is now you can take that virtual cam source, you can resize it, just add it to your existing scenes you use on your regular shit, and
so I'm gonna re-import.
Yeah, now you go to your OBS, your Twitch broadcasting OBS here, and reload your scene collection that you normally use, and you're just gonna like re-add the virtual cam source to where your webcams were normally in those scenes.
Okay, let me see if this is it. There we are. Okay, so now so I'm going back and I'm going to be capturing. I mean, it doesn't matter. This is just a normal thing. So I'm going to capture you. Well, for some reason, when I have this the stream together source thing, it doesn't do. It just has a picture of your image. So I guess I should probably pop out the Discord. I guess
the stream together thing. forget that. That was purely to get the share chat. That's all we cared about there. Like
Okay.
we're not doing a call on stream together. That shit sucks ass. It was purely for the share chat experience.
Okay. So then now I'm going to add uh the how
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
So dude, you're a streamer now. We're out here. Look, all you're doing now is re-importing your existing scene collection that you had.
Got that. That's already there.
It's
Now what
already
do I
there.
do?
Okay. So then now all you're trying to do now is you're just adding webcam. That's all it's missing, right? You have your scenes. You had your Marvel scene. You had your like when you're looking at like a
Okay. And to add the webcam, it would be a virtual camera, right? So it'd be video capture device. It
yeah.
wouldn't be add existing. It would be create
Right. Yeah.
new video capture device.
You go to add source, video capture device, and then when you tab down, you're gonna see you go to
OBS
create
virtual
new,
camera.
and you should see
Got
OBS.
it.
There you go. There you go.
But I think it froze as soon as I did that.
Yeah, I don't know why it froze.
Okay, we're gonna disable streamer mode.
I mean,
Let me try to.
how much RAM you got right now? You need to download some more RAM or something? Like,
I doubt that. My computer's pretty. I think it's pretty solid.
okay. Well,
Um,
your ish.
like I produce and all that on this computer. Let me try to disable it again and re-enable.
Yeah, delete the source.
Oh, I know why. It's because it's trying to capture the source. I mean, because it's trying to stream to the OBS. Let me.
Hmm?
Let me. It's trying to stream the camera. It's trying to use the camera again.
Oh, did you add the webcam? No, you need to add specifically. The source is not called Logitech
No,
webcam,
no, no,
right?
no. I added the I added the OBS virtual camera, but there's scenes within this thing that still have the old webcam. So I think it's trying to capture that again.
Oh.
This is frustrating.
Hmm.
Okay, we're back. We have it.
That's funny because I don't have that issue right now.
I'm going to shrink this. I'm
You
adding my
well look,
camera.
you
I'm going to
could
capture you. I think I got it. I think I got
okay.
it. Here we are.
You could just make like a temporary like this attempt here, this one little thing here, and then we can have everything prepared like next week way more if you want to keep going with it.
For sure. Hold on. I think it would be a window capture. That's it. No, I misclicked. Okay, we're gonna do a window capture. I'm pretty sure I got it. I'm gonna do add existing. It'll be Discord pop out. I'll change the Discord pop out properties to this one. No, not this one. This one. Got it. Shrink this one. I won't have an overlay, but it's fine. Uh, all right. There we go. That's as good as we're gonna get for now. We'll end up creating another one. Jeez, that was crazy.
Hey, you did it though. You did it, bro.
Yeah.
It'll and right now I'm just throwing up this thing right here real quick. That overlay shit. While you're waiting.
And someone said my YouTube has no sound, and I don't understand that.
All right, 1 second, chat. This is this is the painful upstart here, but maybe it's the content y'all enjoy, you know.
Yeah. 2, 3. Is this? Oh, this is just your stream. Okay, that's why. All right, now we can go here. We can go to the YouTube. And someone said the YouTube had no sound. Wait, hold on. Do you still not have sound? Let me reload. Let's see if it's better. Okay, it should be good. Test, test, test. All right, we're good. Everything should be solid on my end. I just don't have an overlay, but that's fine. We'll get to that later.
My overlay is literally a picture of butter pecan ice cream in the corner, bro. This is the real come up from nothing here. So I'm just throwing up. I'm throwing up the minimalist of shit right now. On God.
All right. Okay. Now I gotta open up the tabs for my notes.
Get that.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can get a try hard in chat here, bro, this is like this is about to be the most like scuff shit in the world. But I'm excited to give it a shot and see what we can do. You feel me?
This is why I need 3 monitors again if I'm gonna do it this
Oh
way.
yeah, no, trust me. Yeah, the multi monitors definitely help here for sure, for
Yeah, I
sure.
have two. I've always had three, but just when I relocated here, I never remounted my third monitor
Mm,
in here, and it's like
lethal,
it's I. This is
lethal.
hell. Like this is awful. Hell, it
Yeah,
might be an overreach, but still, it's
lethal.
terrible. I can say that. Wait, did it go away? No, no, no. Okay, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
No.
No, no, we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay.
We're
All
good.
right. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm a.
Okay.
I am. Almost ready. I'm fixing like one more thing here. That's when I get at least two scenes where I can do. Where I can at least
How do I re-enable Discord streamer mode in Discord after I've disabled it?
How do you re-enable what again?
Re-enable streamer mode in Discord after you've disabled it.
You're gonna go to the cogwheel and go to settings, and then you're gonna go down. It's its own separate option in settings. It'll
Streamer
say
mode,
streamer.
got you.
It'll say streamer mode.
Boom. I needed to be silent so it doesn't like disrupt our
Oh,
audio.
oh, for sure. No, it's kind of dumb because you
Got
think
it.
it'd be like a subcategory, but it's actually its own category, which is a bit off.
Yeah.
All right.
30. Okay. We got to get cooking.
Hey, I'm almost there. I'm one thing away from giving you what you need. Um,
Turn off my phone too.
you will have my hyper undivided attention in like 40 seconds. I'm actually doing the last thing right now. But again, it was gonna be a little bit of some pain here with the upstart because we had to kind of get the. All right, cool. All right, yeah. With that, I am ready, bro.
Okay.
Hit me with hit me with whatever you got now, bro. I'm in here. Oh, I guess
It
you
was on me. All right. I
just
didn't, you know what I
did you make it private?
mean? We got it.
All
We
right,
got
so
it. Don't tell me I closed this. Don't save that one. Ah, here we go. Wait, no. I'm upset, but it's all right. We got it. We got it. We got it. I think preparation is kind of key, but we're coordinating, so we're going to get better at this. I promise you. So,
all right, for sure.
this is the launch of Butter Pecan, which is an amazing podcast between myself and Trihex. We will be covering various issues. Obviously, everyone knows what's on our brain today, but I think that we have a lot of conversations between the two of us. I love the way this man thinks. We tend to have really, really great conversations offline very frequently. And I've constantly said to him on various occasions, I wish some of these were recorded because we really do have very wholesome, very enlightening, very inspiring conversations, sometimes very vulnerable conversations, which some of those I'm glad aren't recorded. But in any case, this is the launch of our podcast where we will be discussing, as I said, political issues, social issues, viral moments. Sometimes we'll just have fun. Eventually, we would like to probably include some interviews. We'll be looking towards you, the audience, to inform us on some things that you would like us to talk about. We will be taking feedback, and we will improve every week. You can mark my words on that. Um, so, with that being said, I think what we're going to be talking about is the election results. But I think first, it would probably make sense for us to kind of give you a piece of who we are. So, I'm going to start with an introduction to myself. My name is Fanatic. Also, go by Mr. Fanatic on most of my platforms. I'm a conservative progressive. That means that I am socially conservative, and some would say, but I'm very progressive economically. I'm a biblical fundamentalist, meaning I was raised in the Bible, study the Bible, live the Bible, know the Bible, read the Bible regularly. That is one of my guiding forces that sort of determines my outlook, my social outlook, my political outlook in various ways. I'm very liberal in the sense that I very much believe in everyone's ability to be free and to live to their own, to what they believe, to exercise their faith or lack thereof as they choose to. I don't believe that there's any compulsion in trying to force people to live as I live. With that being said, I've never really voted for a Democrat or a Republican. I'm not either of those. I kind of stay out. I just stand in the middle on various issues. But as I said, I'm very progressive. Um, I mean, a little bit of history. I'm a gamer. I played fighting games professionally for quite some time. I used to play music games at an extremely high level, particularly Beatmania, Dance Dance Revolution at some points, and then Stepmania and DWI, aka Dance with Intensity, which is like an online keyboard version of Dance Dance Revolution at extremely high levels. And I switched to fighting games. I have world records in fighting games. I have one of the highest records for money matches in the history of fighting games and have the record for the biggest money match of all time for a fighting game. I was a professional fighting game for several years, ran one of the cleanest um, brand advocacies for fighting games under the PDP team, AGE, Afterglow Elite. I'm pretty sure some of you guys are familiar. Um,
Code AGE for 20% off.
that's absolutely right. Um, I mean, I guess that's really and really, I'm a musician, right? Now, that's probably one of the most important things that I've always really considered one of the strongest parts of my identity, even though it's not something that's as apparent because you need context. I release music, I produce music, I write music, and it has been one of the defining features of my life, since before I can even remember. I have several albums out. You can check those things out. So, music, politics, gaming, all of it. I just do it all. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to incorporate all of that into our discussions. And that's me.
Wow. Yeah, you went crazy. I haven't even spoke yet actually here. So, what's up, everyone? I'm the other component here to Pecan Podcast, a name that we'll have to at some point here choose to explain what that means, but I'll save that for a less action-packed episode, I suppose. Yeah, I thought it was a good idea to do some introductions here to kind of give a bit of context to both of our audience, respectively, to understand like who we are and where we're coming from, and I'll be eager to elaborate on that in later time when we get a chance. But just to kind of like get things underway here, I'll introduce. Y'all might know me. I'm Trihex. I'm the face of your favorite global emote, probably also the most banned emote on Twitch. Try hard. An emote that depicts a black person and has been used for the insistent and rampant dog whistling continuously, to where whenever I became the emote, I wasn't aware I was going to be also the avatar of anti-racism throughout Twitch. But that's kind of what I didn't know I signed up for then, and here I am now. I would describe myself as I mean, if we can go, given where we are now with the election, I feel like I can go a little bit more mask off now and kind of say here that I would describe myself as a black revolutionary or a black revolutionist. But I'm grounded in the practicality for implementation for a better tomorrow. So while when I say that, it sounds like a really heavy term. I promise you, it means that by necessity, I'm looking out for the betterment of everyone involved, and especially blacks as well, being uplifted as well here. I'm an advocate for social democracy, um, which I want to elevate everyone through explicit populist policy that is concise and comprehensible for the modern mass audience in America. And then finally here, my relationship to politics, which is probably going to be a pretty prevalent thing we're going to have to get into because everything is inherently political in our world, especially even just being black altogether is inherently political. So I live in Louisiana, which is like the actual worst rated state in USA by a pretty prevalent survey that includes several metrics here. I live in Louisiana, which is like the bottom 50th for education. It is like the bottom three for health. So like low on information, high on obesity, um, bad on poverty, bad in the environment because of the offshore drilling, because of the continuous destruction of our environment. Living in Louisiana and having been here since I was like 11 years old means I'm pretty exposed and I'm uniquely qualified to brief everyone on exactly what it means to be the most vulnerable, most poor, most ignorant, and most um, just outnumbered by a competing demographic politically. I'm no stranger to the black experience and understand the combination of like Jim Crow, gerrymandering, redlining, and critical race theory are all at full operation for continuous, intertwined societal oppression for everyone, and especially black people. So I'm going to be bringing all of that to the table here with the podcast and do my best there. And I'll be happy to elaborate on my gamer flexing for another episode, actually. I don't want to make it too long here, so.
And that was pretty short. I needed to hear the game and flex. I mean, I thought maybe we might hear about, I don't know, a person coming out of retirement, playing
Man,
a game,
hit
setting
that.
world records after 2 weeks. I don't know. Maybe somebody needed to hear that.
I'm gonna hit that when we have more time. We have a lot to get to today. If you want these topics you threw in here, bro, I got some yapping to do, man. We got a lot to get to here.
That's 100% fair. Okay, so with that being said, topic 1 would be about the election results. I wish that this podcast was on a Wednesday. Wait, is today Wednesday? No, today is Thursday. Because then we would be able to do it, or the, if it was on the if the election night was a Tuesday, so that we could, do the about last night thing. But anyway, so the election obviously it happened. There was a lot of disappointment. I think exit polls clearly demonstrate that both sides are very afraid of the opposing candidate. So I understand that means that there's a significant amount of tension. It can't not be intense when you have Donald Trump as the president. That's a double negative there with Donald Trump as the president. So obviously Kamala lost, got obliterated, I would say, because it wasn't just that it was like an electoral college win. She gave Trump his first popular vote win. There was an obvious lack of support and showing up by Democrat voters. It's just by number of raw votes. So I think I would like to start by just saying I personally clearly see Donald Trump as the absolute threat that he was. But I think what this turnout demonstrates is that most people weren't actually big fans of Kamala Harris. I think most people were just anti-fans of Donald Trump. And I think having a candidate that's just better than your opponent sometimes isn't good enough, and I think the results showed that. And then we can get into it from there.
I can agree with that. I got plenty of notes here. So I wanted to first start with the quantities by demographic, because this is really, really telling here. So 50% of the youth, the 18 to 30-year-old vote, supported Trump, which is a tremendous swing towards Trump compared to where we were in 2020. When you break down the electoral map here, you'll see here that there were a lot of states that were for Biden that got flipped. Well, I say a lot, but it's some explicitly swing states here, right? Given the electoral college here, you have your ones that are definitively purple versus the ones that have been like recently having a twinge of blue and otherwise usually red. But yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona, I believe are the like 5 of the notorious swing states, and all of the I'm gonna assume all of them are gonna go to Trump, or it doesn't even matter anyway because he already got the 270 he needed to win regardless. But yeah, the youth vote swaying towards Trump. A lot of the population swayed more Republican, and this is the big one here. And the Latino voters, pretty much 50% of the voting populace there went towards Trump. When it was, and so it was about like I want to say like approximately 22 percentage points of Latinos swapped, not just for Trump. They abandoned previously Democratic Biden voting in 2020 for Trump. So
sure.
In terms of, sorry, go ahead. What do you got?
We can delve into the Latino vote because I think even when you look at that, I think if you delve a little bit deeper and you see that there's a difference between gender within the Latino vote, and you find that it was males that ended up kind of showing, Black Latino males that showed up for Trump. But Latino women, I believe it was 60% of them actually voted for Kamala. So it really just turned out that Latino men, the majority, 55%, ended up voting for President Trump. And I think that gender divide, I think, speaks to a lot. Obviously, abortion rights were like a humongous issue for a lot of people. But I, it just seems like that shows just a lack of cohesiveness. When we get to a point where something can be divided so starkly by gender, then it seems like almost like a selfish interest on both sides, right? Where obviously something that Trump is saying and something that Kamala is saying and that the Democrats are saying isn't resonating specifically with men, right? Because we do see a pretty, strong divide when it comes to just gender across the board. Um, but abortion rights were obviously such a pivotal issue for women. And that seems to be exactly what Kamala ran on. So she ran on something that would resonate with women, but it feels to me, I would say that she kind of left everyone else out because her primary platform, the one thing that stood out the absolute most, was abortion.
While this is true, I don't know if I agree with what you're saying there, because then explain, if we're going to talk demographics here, white women overwhelmingly voted for Trump. So I'm not even sure if abortion was. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna pull up the stats here on that one, but like from what I recall, there was like I might have it in my tabs here actually, but like because I wasn't prepared to give you this talking point there, but like if what you're saying is true, that abortion was hammered home here and women came out overwhelmingly for Harris, then explain the white women that were voting for Trump.
When you say overwhelmingly, it was only 53%. 53% of the white women vote went to Trump.
I mean, does that still come
The
off as
majority. I'll
I mean,
give you. It's a majority. It can't be overwhelming because it's slightly above 50. But I mean, for sure, the majority of them did. And I think you know that. Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, wait. Yeah, yes. There we go. Women in general, white women specifically, is 53%. And I think that speaks to the fact that. And I'm I'm sorry. We're gonna cook from the very beginning. Privilege outweighs all of the other things that we were talking about. And there is a privilege associated with whiteness to where I don't think that the Democrat Party needs to appeal to them in the same way. Because even when we look at things like, I don't know, we've talked about it before, the freaking affirmative action, and the largest beneficiaries of affirmative action were white women, right? It was originally created, for us, and white women decided, oh, wait a minute, hold on, we're gonna jump the line and step in front of, as Bill Burr said. So, I mean, the thing is, abortion rights mattered to them, but white women are, have their white husbands, and they've stood alongside their white husbands as they have executed all of the privileges, and they've benefited from all of the privileges associated with white men. So I think the idea that white women would just completely deviate, I just don't actually find that to be like likely, because they've also been some of the perpetrators of some of the when you if you want to go as far back to slavery, if you want to talk about some of the discrimination practices and hiring practices, white women participate in that as well. And I think Trump is the emblem of white privilege. I mean, he's a felon president.
and they like that actually. They like it. They like it. The optics are 100% all the way there. You're not wrong.
Yep.
Um, Literally just right down to racial divide. A black man as a felon, oh, that's a thug and not to be trusted. A white man with a felon, oh, he overcame the system and it was rigged anyway, and yada yada yada. No, I totally get it. I think it's a
Yeah.
pretty cool take there. It's definitely rooted in racial perception and privilege.
Yeah. And I mean, we obviously know felons. It's not that people hate felons. It's not that the country hates felons or wants to denigrate felons. It's that they want to denigrate black people. They label them as felons as a code so that they can denigrate them. Because, I mean, there are studies that have demonstrated that a felony has a lower impact on a Caucasian person than being black does. Black non-felons have less callbacks on jobs than white felons. So black is a greater penalty than a felony. I, I don't think it's the felon issue. We got a felon president. Felonies were never the issue. It was the racism of the country.
Yeah, I can totally go with that. Yeah, I think you're spitting there. I don't disagree with that.
I know we ain't supposed to come with the super hot takes from the beginning, bro.
No, no,
But
I
I
have
want to go mask off, my dude.
no, I have a lot to go mask off on. I was letting you lead there with that one. Let's keep going then.
Sure.
So more on the demographics here, okay? So I'm still just going through like the stats.
Sure.
We have here 68 million votes for Harris versus 73 million for Trump so far, and that's with 95% of the vote accounted for. There's still a few things that are currently processing right now. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up that one for us real quick. Give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let me zoom out a little bit here on that one. Sorry. Yeah. So here we are with that right there. So our totals are looking right now like this. So you have 68 million for Harris, 73 million for Trump. And that's me rounding up there a little bit just to kind of just to include the fact that we're still waiting on Nevada and Arizona to finalize on their counts there. But obviously, Trump already has passed 270 electoral votes to go ahead and secure the win, irrelevant of the results from Arizona and Nevada at this point. And I wanted to include here some pretty big context. That would be compare this to 2020, where showing this map here now, where where Biden comparatively decimated with a comfortable lead here, 306 electoral votes to 232, 81.2 million versus 74 million for Trump. And the question clearly would be here, what happened? But that's going to be like the next like subtopic we get into from this one here. And in the end here, though, what we can take away obviously is the fact that like Trump siphoned votes from Democrats, which is Trump overperforming, and Harris netted less support because there was just lower overall Democratic turnout, so she also underperformed. And that's despite the fact that I would say that Trump ran a comically awful campaign, which to me I would conclude here that Harris ran a comically, while his was awful, hers was incompetent. And there's a lot of reasons I have here to get into for why I think it didn't work. But any thoughts on that there? The 2020 election versus 2024 election, 15 million votes less for Kamala versus Biden. Biden had 81.2 million. Kamala had whatever the number I said before here, 68.9 million. Yeah, it's approaching 12 million there, less votes. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I would say that the Democrats, for 3 terms now, right, for 3 election cycles, have ran on better than Trump. Because Hillary Clinton was very unlikable, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Biden was very unlikable. The difference was, and his favorability clearly demonstrates that, Donald Trump represents such a threat that almost anyone comes off as better than him. And Democrats continue to believe that giving us anybody but Trump would be good enough. Kamala Harris was demonstrably, quantifiably unlikable. Her campaign, again, I had made a video very, very briefly, like very short time ago, that the main point of that video was that Kamala Harris never earned my vote. Donald Trump earned my vote against him. So what I'm finding, and this happened with Joe Biden, where do you remember the bumper stickers that said "Fine Biden, but this is BS"? Remember all of those bumper stickers where people were saying like, I guess fine Joe Biden, not
Right.
I like Joe Biden. It was just we have no choice but this guy, but this sucks because you didn't want either of them. Like, right? It was worse than the douche and the turd sandwich. And so Kamala Harris was worse than Joe Biden, had lower favorability than Joe Biden. So then, and she ran against Joe Biden and got obliterated. So they gave us one of the single most unlikable politicians with one of the most incompetent campaigns. And then we're just hoping it's not Trump, so it'll be good enough. I mean, in a nutshell, it seems like that's what they want. That's what they ran on. And better than Trump sometimes isn't enough to get people out of their seats. It's just not enough.
I completely agree. Let me go in further here and reiterate that if we go back to 2019, go back to the 2019 Democratic primary, if you remember whenever they all consolidated into Joe Biden, you may remember that Kamala ran that race. She ran that race and she floundered. She was getting eaten alive. Her debate performance was terrible.
Yep.
And she was losing to Pete Buttigieg. She was losing to Amy Klobuchar. She was losing to Bernie. And she was losing. I think she was barely keeping up with Joe Biden, who was like at the time, if I recall, 5th place.
Right.
Biden was also doing terrible until primary started after the initial debate, and he was and he won South Carolina after losing Nevada and the Iowa caucus, and I forget what the other one was. Like the first 3 happened, Bernie destroyed all of them, and then he took one. He got one in South Carolina, and they all consolidated and confined. Obama made that dark backroom call and just kind of out there. But notice how by that point, before Super Tuesday 2020, Kamala was not even relevant there. She was already done. Like not a competitive person there at all. And then
if I can just say,
sorry, go ahead.
She got, just really briefly, she got obliterated in the very first debate. As soon as Tulsi Gabbard went with those talking points about her record as a prosecutor, she was done.
Yeah,
that was it for her. But you continue.
Sorry, yeah. So then when Biden appointed her VP, let's not forget here that if we go back to like 2022, like just Kamala had been continuously an unpopular VP. Interview blunders and just like aside from the one PR moment where she made the tie-breaking vote in the Senate for whichever thing it was, I don't remember exactly what it was here. It might have been like a COVID era relief thing. I don't remember, but she made the tie-breaking vote in the Senate as VP. But other than that, I don't recall. Yeah,
sure.
I don't remember exactly here, but aside from that one moment as a publicity thing, I don't recall, even from like the left, honestly, I've never really seen any like positive coverage of like, it's always been like a very unpopular VP, I would say.
For sure.
So just like, negative riz and negative like just political instincts, I would say all together here. And when you combine all of that into where we are now, it's just the campaign. You didn't put your strongest candidate first. You didn't have the strongest message. And I have a lot of examples here to reinforce here for why it didn't work. But just to clarify, before we get to that point there, I did have here, like after the quantities of demographics that voted, what worked and what didn't work. So in the end, to answer that question, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia all flipped from Democrat to Republican. And that's really important to bring up here. 1, 2, 3, 4 swing states flipped to Trump.
I'm fairly certain Arizona is too.
Yeah, those are still pending right now. But yeah, even then, just having 4 of the 7 swing states, which again, because of our terrible electoral college system here, having it come down to mostly those generally, right? Having majority of the swing states that convert to Republican, that's so much worse. That's like emphasize here. Of the swing states, majority of the swing states swing from Democrat to Republican.
Sure.
That is evidence that the campaign totally fucked up there all the way through, unapologetically. Yeah. So
absolutely,
that's a big case of what worked and what didn't there.
Right. I mean, it clearly didn't work, and I think, man, there was, it hurts, but she lost vote. I tend to look at race quite a bit just because of how much the Republicans actually centered the conversation around her blackness, which was absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe some people, idiots online, ate that up. But she lost popularity amongst Indian males. And what I discovered was that for Indian voters, that one of the larger talking points is that they didn't like that she was identifying as a black woman. They felt that she identified with her blackness and abandoned her Indianness, and so that's why they wouldn't vote for her. That was an actual statement in some of the exit polls or in some interviews regarding them. It's absolutely absurd. Trump made double-digit gains with Indian males, and Kamala even lost some of the Indian women.
Well, to be fair here, so it is true. Your racial identity is a liability in this country because we're so inherently racist. That's nothing new right there. But let's consider for a second here. How many people even view Obama as half white? He is half black, half white. But you ask a Republican, he's black. He's clearly a black passing. So the condition here is that we're learning about racial liability when it comes to like being like biracial or like multiracial, because you won't see whites throw a hiss fit over, is Obama neglecting his half whiteness, because again, they're so inherently racist. They're just like, oh yeah, they just see him as all black.
Give him up.
Yeah, he's just black passing. I don't want this. I don't even want to say what the shit I've heard on AM radio in Louisiana, but crazy. It's nuts. So Yeah, that'll be a thing, I guess. Here, it's going to be, if your race will be a liability, and you have to figure out what you want to roll with or not. But again, the thing here though, I don't even think we have to worry about that right now here, because to even get caught up in identity politics is like doing a disservice to how bad that campaign ran. I don't
Right.
think
That.
I don't think it's
Yes.
because of racism or misogyny that resulted in Kamala losing. These
Right.
results here, and I have other results to reinforce here my theories. It's not those things here. No. That may be a
Sure.
factor for maybe like, I guess, like a hesitation to vote for her. But as you already alluded to, you said here there's an anti-incumbent vote active more so than a pro-Harris vote. And that's going to be, and that goes back to the campaign, the messaging, and this really unique problem that the DNC's been fucking shitting up now for the last 3 elections. And it finally broke the well, and now we have to eat it all the way through.
Right. And just to be clear, yeah, that misogyny talking point was incredibly bothersome to me. And I think seeing the amount of black men that turned up for Kamala Harris, I think the whole narrative around, oh, black men must be misogynistic was absolutely absurd. Even at the time when they were making the statements, there were polls that clearly demonstrated 72% of black men had already indicated that they had support. So instead of us being heralded as the most progressive, the most like women friendly voting bloc in the country, instead we were being tongue lashed by Obama that we must be misogynistic for not supporting Kamala Harris, whom the vast majority, this is a case where we can use vast majority, 72% did. And then, of course, even more so when now in exit polls, we see even more. There was literally only a 1 percentage point for black people between Joe Biden, I mean, for black men specifically, between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Correct.
1 percentage point. So this idea that there was some rampant misogyny is absolutely nonsense. And what it speaks to me is the continual effort by the Democrat Party to ignore the issues that we're actually focusing on. So you had Republicans centering the conversation about race, which I don't think most educated and intelligent black men cared about when it came to Kamala Harris. Her race was not important. And then you had the Democrat Party instead saying that it must be her gender, as opposed to ever focusing on the issues that actually concern people. I think race and gender were literally among the lowest issues that caused her to flounder when it came to the polls. But that tended to be the talking point, which is just their way of skirting around it and refusing to actually address the issues. I've never felt more unheard. I think our community has never been more unheard than in this instance.
No, it was terrible. The lack of a primary, the lack of vetting for a viable candidate, the comically undemocratic approach here, the lack of like eagerness to have a press round with podcasting or really any kind of like digital presence. It's all here.
Can you expound on the primary thing? Can you expound on that?
So
I want to hear your thoughts on that one.
Okay, well, how it would normally work. I mean, this is kind of going to go into the next section I have here is like, so far I've only brought up like broad arguments for, what happened and what didn't work. But now I would bring in like all the specifics that were misplaced, I would say here. But to answer your question about the primary, so if Joe Biden had agreed to actually run one term and didn't change his mind, towards the end of his first term here, then there would have been a primary season to vet for a candidate. Also, the DNC wouldn't have been rigged towards his favor. They also had it to where the conventional Democratic primary would start with the Iowa caucus and then expand to, again, Nevada, Arizona, South Carolina, and then go into Super Tuesday where like 25 states all like have the Democratic Party do their closed primary and vote. You may recall that's how it worked in 2019. And Bernie was shitting on everyone until last minute they did the whole like bloody Monday where Obama called everyone in and inconveniently Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, and all the others completely exited the race to make it a Biden sweep versus Bernie, et cetera, et cetera. So that didn't happen. There was no primary. There was no Super Tuesday. It was just, oh, okay, we're making South Carolina the first state to have their delegates vote, which conveniently is where he won in 2019, completely rigging it in his favor, just to get him over the finish line. And then like, yeah, actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to call it here. Yeah, Biden's our boy. He's already going to be it for sure. He's the only one who can beat Trump. That was the narrative they had here. Biden is the only one who can beat Trump. And Biden and his cockiness here decided to not do a second election. So we were robbed of even proving that. If you're so confident that Biden can win, then let the motherfucker run and let him shit on everyone else, right? You know, there would be, that's it. There could have been, Governor of California, Gavin Newsom. There could have been, there's like a million what ifs now over like who could have been contesting and called out Biden for the bullshit. But again, just the DNC unironically pulling a Republican playbook here and just like rigging the shit all the fucking way through. And we got robbed. That's why the enthusiasm was not there. And this is also insane because Biden has been unpopular the whole term, floating at 35% popularity rate here. Whether it's for accurate or inaccurate reasons doesn't matter because the perception is what is going to drive the turnout and the base with enthusiasm. So Biden is not popular. That's going to come bite you in the ass. I don't care what his policies are here. If the perception is the economy's bad, then that's a messaging problem that the Democrats need to figure out entirely here. And but it's just the whole thing's a boiling pot under pressure, and it exploded at this point with the election.
Sure. I'm going to point out something, by the way. Not only was there not a primary for Kamala Harris, which there should have been, like Biden didn't do it either, even in this election. Remember, there's supposed to be that part where the incumbent has debates with other people in order to determine whether or not that person can run again. That happened with Hillary Clinton. It happened with when Obama had to debate against Hillary Clinton, when he had to run against Kerry. Right. So the Republicans typically run unopposed. Democrats do not. Democrats have always had opposition when they're doing a bid for re-election. Biden decided, I'm not doing debates. Nah, it's just me. He already just concluded it was just going to be him, which was incredibly undemocratic, especially when you have those type of numbers. And then this guy, who already everyone clearly disliked, then drops out for his even more disliked vice president. It screams arrogance. It screams a lack of consideration for the people. To me, Democrats were more undemocratic in this scenario than the Republicans were, which is crazy to say.
Correct. All the way through here.
I'm gonna let you get the last words here because then we got to go to topic 2, unless you don't have anything.
I have.
But you can close this topic out.
All right, I'm gonna start talking fast because you've been yapping. All right, specific arguments for the results here. Not because of racism or sexism, mostly explicitly, yet bigger problems, years in the making here. The vote wasn't an anti-incumbent vote. Everyone attributed the current economy to Biden and took that out on Harris by indifference and a lack of enthusiasm to vote. Again, this is reinforced by the 15 million less votes that Democrats got this election versus the last election. Working class Latinos took it as Trump is the economy guy and flipped to him in support out of desperation. Young men have been influenced by podcasting and the adjacent right-wing apparatus media and voted Trump accordingly. This is, again, 50% of 18 to 30-year-old males voting for Trump, which is a massive spike compared to 2020 here. People who were voting for Harris were voting for harm reduction, but the problem with voting with harm reduction rather than policy or like vibes enthusiasm is that it does not drive voter turnout. Harm reduction is not a compelling reason to get people to the poll, and it shows here because it's effective and prevalent on the youth. The youth turnout this election was terrible compared to 2020. And it's because, again, you voting harm reduction is not a very effective recruiter for action and enthusiasm. The DNC attempted to sway Republican approval by appeasing them, campaigning with them, and hoping to net moderates and undecided here. And this was done at the explicit expense of the potential enthusiastic base that they actively ran away from. Emphasize here again, when you saw Kamala prodding around with Liz Cheney, who is a notoriously unpopular Republican in the first place here, that doesn't mean shit for the undecided and the moderates here. When you like decline Joe Rogan podcast appearance, you're not going to where the youth are to engage with them. You come off as inaccessible and elitist whenever that happens here. Joe Rogan had on Trump, Elon, and JD Vance within 2 weeks of election day. Kamala was nowhere to be seen here when she was offered out. What is your media strategy here? It's non-existent here. The DNC attempted to sway Republican approval by appeasing them. Democrats abandoned their base to appease Republican approval. I said twice. I'm sorry here. Undermined Bernie in 2016, actively sabotaged Bernie's campaign in 2019, and then abandoned Bernie entirely in 2024 by not even having a primary where Bernie can even endorse anyone or sway his audience and consider here how Bernie endorsed Biden only when Biden promised some deliverables upon Bernie's behalf in 2020. Bernie endorsed Biden only when Biden agreed to deliver something. I forgot what it was here, whatever it was, right? That wasn't even a leverage tactic to be exercised here because it was so ridiculously authoritarian and anti-democratic here in 2024's primary. Bernie, the most popular politician outside of Trump, most donations across broad demographics 2019 here. So I have an election map. You want to go faster? I had so many fucking things here for this year. There is a
Listen, I hear you, but we gotta wrap it because we only have we have two more topics, so we gotta go.
All right, so here's a
you gotta give your closers.
I'm doing it. Here's my 2019 map of Sanders support here economically, right? Look at this map. This is a map of donations to Bernie Sanders in 2019 by geographic region right now. Imagine knowing this data in 2019 and then just not only sabotaging his campaign, but then like not even referencing him in any capacity for your election in 2024. Look at how pathetic Biden's donations were until corporate media consolidated into the neoliberal elite. It's garbage. Biden was distant 5th place in this primary. Bernie was shitting on everyone because his message was a populist one that was reaching everyone, including the Latinos who totally abandoned Biden in 2024. I have more here, but yeah, okay, all right, fair enough. If you want to move on, we move on then. But I had more. I'm gonna throw the smoke in the chat and I'll move on from there. Move on.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's just it's as I knew would happen, and when we had our previous conversation, I was explaining to you that it's going to be frustrating when the clock is there because what that means
I'm gonna start talking over you then at that point. All right, I got you. It's cool. Keep going.
No, I mean I listen. We're gonna run the time. We're gonna run the time. I feel like I wasn't doing the majority of talking on that topic, but we'll see. We're gonna run a calculator on that one.
Right, go ahead.
But okay, for the next topic, you can open with it too. By the way, we were going to be talking about some of the conversations regarding, or rather, some of the results of individual state ballot initiatives, because some of those are particularly surprising. And I think the 3 that we wanted to talk about were Florida, California, and Missouri. And I think there were surprises in all 3 of those. So do you want to open up with either one? I'm a California resident. I didn't include that in my open, but I've lived in California my entire life, except for 1 year where I lived in Texas and 1 year where I lived in Vegas. And so obviously California I'm going to be a little bit more intimately familiar with, but I figured you can have the other 2 if you would like.
Okay. All right. Let me prepare my stuff here real quick. Okay. So yeah, if you want to start first here, I'll start with the one I find the most interesting actually here. So let's go into or the one that maybe the least covered here. Obviously, Florida and California are going to be the big ones, but I'll let you hop on those if you want to. I want to talk about Alaska and Missouri. Let's start with Alaska first here. Alaska is conventionally right-leaning, very Republican heavy here. What's important to note here, though, is that if the audience here is familiar with what we know as ranked choice voting, do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay, so the thing about ranked choice voting here is that there was such a massive there was such a massive skepticism over Stop the Steal back in 2020, right? You may recall that Alaska actually had a direct ballot initiative to add in ranked choice voting to make the votes more secure. But it was a very Republican state doing this in advocacy of legitimizing their elections, right? And so they were duped into adopting a very progressive thing. So just to elaborate for chat here, ranked choice voting right now, when you go to the ballots and polls and you vote for Trump, you are voting only for Trump. So if for any reason Trump drops out of the race, like RFK did, by the way, all the RFK votes went to nothing. In this case here, ranked choice voting, you would rank your preferred candidates in order, and then it would be processed from there here. So you would say RFK 1, Trump 2, Biden 3. And that way the whole spoiler tactic won't mean anything because people can just drop out and not really give a shit. But due to ranked choice voting, what happened was a shoo-in here. Mary Peltola won and became a U.S. House Representative. This is the first Native Alaskan to actually be able to take a House Congress election there. She's been based. She's been running completely on like environment preservation. She's super awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and drop. Sorry, I'm trying to go fast because I want to make sure we're not running over time now. So I'm just gonna start talking really fast here. She's really based. Looking to her, she's awesome here. But she won as a direct initiative. She's the first Democrat to get a House representative seat in Alaska. I think in like decades. She's also the first Native Alaskan to also be a House rep as well. I didn't know that wasn't a thing until that happened here. And she's been really based. And it's all because of ranked choice voting. Because again, they just vote down the line so hardcore now in Alaska, despite them being a pretty socialist economy there, with the natives being paid dividends for the oil drilled off the land. But again, more on that in another episode. We get a chance here. Actually, it's kind of crazy. So yeah, ranked choice voting is in Alaska, and we're already seeing here how like when you separate the labels of partisan parties from the policy substance, people vote for it overwhelmingly here. So she won because of ranked choice voting, and her being a Democrat, winning in a very red state here was very eye opening to the positivity of ranked choice voting. Now, all that to say here, sadly, what happened is that there is a ballot measure to actually remove ranked choice voting in Alaska, and sadly, it won. So it won 50.8%, down from 49 point. So it's very divided here. Only a 5,000 vote difference. But that direct state ballot initiative here led to the removal of ranked choice voting when it was just added 4 years ago. So there's that going on, and there's the race going on, which is currently I'm sorry, I have to go really fast here, but I have it here somewhere. She is currently in second place right now on the general election for the House rep. She's currently down about 5,000 votes, so I'm hoping it works out for her there. So that's a bit of some interesting stuff going on in Alaska. The other one here with Missouri that's really interesting here is that Missouri has been on their direct ballot initiatives here. They've been very progressive, I would say. They're making a statewide right to abortion. They voted on that. You can see their Amendment 3 on the screen right here. They increased their minimum wage. That again, also another one that happened all the way through. Unfortunately, they also voted for a ranked choice voting, but it was kind of worded in a way that people didn't really know what they were voting for, because it was like tethered to like something involving like
non-citizen.
It was worded in a way with non-citizens. I feel like if you're a normie and you saw that, you're probably were like, oh, I don't want that to happen or whatever here. So unfortunately, ranked choice voting did not happen there. But regardless, though, Missouri definitely hit them with some pretty progressive policy choices, I'd say here. But then they also voted Trump. So it's very clear to me here. This is the part I would say here. Missouri is a very good example of the fact that sexism and misogyny is not why Kamala lost. It goes back here that the messaging, Trump's message was, I'm going to fix, even though it was based in bullshit, I'm going to fix the economy, et cetera, et cetera. They voted Trump because they are desperate for economic relief. It's the primary concerns, the number one topic. And one of these people here has a very clear, concise message. The one is lying their ass off, obviously here, but that didn't matter. It's vibes. It's not about, they're not the American audience now. We're learning from this election, in my opinion here, they're very vibes based and they're very surface level. You really got to meet them where they are here. You got to be on the Hawk Tua podcast. You got to be on Joe Rogan. You got to be where they're at. You can't be sitting here doing this like decorum Democrat fancy shit where you're just on corporate media and you're not in the podcast new information landscape. Trump is all on that shit. Democrats are nowhere fucking near it. So sure. Those are my two. I want to hop on there. I'm going to let you spit here. What you got?
Okay, now listen, Alaska wasn't on that list that you sent me, so I wasn't prepared for that. I'm glad you cooked that because I had no information. But I did look up Missouri and Florida. Obviously, I'm going to open up with California, my home state. And California, listen, this is part of the reason why I always say that, like, all of the nonsense about, these states are progressive and, Democrats are really the hope and so on and so forth. I've never been able to buy into that. I'm in California, and California is supposedly like this, the most progressive state in our country. It's one of, actually, because there actually is a state that's more progressive. Now, point being, on California's state initiatives, one of them was about rent control. And so people voted against that. California has had rent control since the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. So basically what that did was they created a maximum that the rent can go up per year, I want to say, and it could go up a total of 10%, a maximum of 10%. But the rate it was a rent cap of 5% plus the local inflation rate.
Okay.
It also and that was over a 12-month period, so that you couldn't do like, I'll just do 7% now at the beginning of the year, 7% in the middle of the year, 7%. So now we've gotten past it. It was like, no, cumulative over a 12-month period, you could only go up that total of 10%. And then of course that came also with eviction protection and relocation protection. Relocation fees if you evicted a tenant, even if it was like without, even if for like a no fault eviction or no fault eviction. So with that being said, they voted against it. What the measure did was it was supposed to allow specifically like local places to enact their own rent control, which I guess would somewhat be an expansion beyond what the state level rent control policies already exist. Um, and yeah, people voted against that. And I guess rent control has its problems, I'm pretty sure, but ultimately it is a very progressive policy that California voted against. Now, I understand some progressive people are against it because there are some problems that do come with rent control, but overall, I do think it's a very progressive idea, and I think it's overall more beneficial. Now, the one that blows my mind was, I believe it was called Prop 6. And Prop 6, I'm terrible with numbers. I mean, I'm terrible with like the name, so I'm not sure if it was Prop. I'm not sure
You're
exactly,
right.
but I believe it was
Remove
Prop 6 was one.
involuntary servitude as punishment for a crime.
Yeah, that one
Yeah, the
blows my freaking mind. With
AKA prison slave labor, right? Is that
right,
right? Okay. Continue.
California is one of very few states that actually still allows for forced labor in prison. This is the progressive state, mind you. They allow for forced labor in prison, aka servitude, where people are making sometimes 16 cents an hour, as low as 16 cents an hour. Now, the thing is, um, there are rehabilitation programs within prison in order to reduce recidivism. And when you have those rehabilitation programs, that you'll find that very frequently that the forced labor coincides with the rehabilitation programs, the optional rehabilitation programs. So then, because you have assigned labor, you cannot actually enroll in the rehabilitation program. So you're doing this work for them as opposed to actually gaining skills, learning coping skills, learning different talents and things like that in order to reduce recidivism. California voted against that. There was another bill that had been introduced in 2022 that was pretty similar, but then they started saying, well, if we just paid minimum wage to all the prisoners, it would cost California taxpayers a total of about $1.5 billion annually. Nope, this is the most populous state in the union. So $1.5 billion isn't as crazy as you think it is when you think you're dividing it amongst 35 million people. It stops being nearly as much. And of course, we pay even more for recidivism because all of these people end up coming back into prison. It has like a gross somewhere near 60% recidivism rate. California, the most progressive state, the bluest state in the union, went ahead and voted against that. So I think that indicates to me like that clearly when it comes to prison reform, we still haven't done enough. California outlawed for-profit prisons, and they did some other prison
Okay.
initiatives, such as making this not in this election, in the last election cycle, they ended up passing some initiatives that made it to where you can't charge inmates for in-state calls to their family. I think that was kind of good. It was obviously a good thing. But then at the same time when they did that, then they then expanded all of the prisons and started including iPads for prisoners. So that way prisoners can then start making phone calls using their web. But of course, that costs money. So now the second they say, hey, all phone calls are free, we're now going to charge you for text messages and we're going to charge you for tablet usage, for web usage. So that way we can still get the money. And of course, now phone calls are kind of archaic. It's like I'd rather be texting and doing video calls, and now we charge you for that. So they've just moved and
Yeah.
obviously expanded progression the second they did this thing. Now they just changed the medium of communication, of course. So it's not particularly progressive. I see them. It's like a game of like literally just what do they call it? It's a carrot on a stick,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think that was gross. And then you can go ahead and go on Florida.
All right. So then with Florida, yeah, there were a couple of things here that kind of happened. So Florida has a unique situation where their direct ballot initiatives, as a like state constitutional thing, that has to hit a 60% threshold to actually pass.
Super majority. Yep.
Yeah, not 50 or 51, it's 60. That's really important here because yet again, recreational statewide legal weed was offered, and once again, it did not happen. In this case here, the if we go over to it's Amendment 3. In this case here, the end result was 55.9%. It
Right.
did not reach 60. It needed here to have it happen. And what's crazy here is that this time around, it was clean. Legalizing marijuana for adults 21 or older and allowing individuals to possess up to 3 ounces of marijuana. The previous time this was offered, if I recall correctly, it was
packaged.
It was packaged with some bullshit. Yeah, it was like what was it? It was like, do you want to ban offshore drilling and legalize weed or something like that? It was like it was literally it was like you had to vote for pro environment or pro weed or whatever. It was super garbage, and they knew what they were doing. So that didn't meet the threshold here, unfortunately. There was what was the other one?
Amendment. What about Amendment 1?
Change school board elections from nonpartisan to partisan beginning 2026. What does that mean?
Bro, so they wanted it to be that when you wanted to go for a school board election, that you have to like put your party, like assign your party like in that run. So in other words, you'd be saying, I'm a Republican. I'm running as a Republican for the school board, as opposed to just like, I'm just running for the school board.
Right.
You know, shouldn't necessarily be politicized. The arguments against it were, if you do this, then now you're going to be like politicizing our education. You're going to make our education partisan, which it should not be. Education should be education. Of course, we know it's partisan as it is now, but it should not be. So, obviously, that also failed, but 55% of people supported it. And I understand why, because Republicans feel like, well, if you're a Democrat running for this school board, I want to know you're a Democrat, so that way I can vote against it, so that they can maintain the ignorance within their state.
Right.
So it sounds crazy, even the fact that it would even be an idea. It sounds even crazier that 55% of people supported it. It also sounds particularly crazy that you guys need a super majority in order to pass it. So you still didn't even get what you want, even though 55% of you guys voted for this thing that shouldn't have been voted on in the first place.
Insane.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I totally agree here. That is a fucking nut job ass thing there.
Florida, man.
Florida is nuts. And if we can here, the other thing you want to talk about here is like it's worth getting to is the demographics, right? We got to talk about how the Latino vote is just like because if I recall, like it's Miami was red, right? Like I don't know if it's like the Cubans or the Puerto Ricans or like whatever's going on there, but man,
Cubans. They're overwhelmingly Republican. There's a historical reason for that, though.
Right? It's like anti-communism. Is that correct?
Well, it's not just that. When it came to towards Cuba, and like they were fleeing because of like some of the tyranny of Fidel Castro, right? So in that case, Florida was the place that they all like kind of relocated to, and at that time, Republicans were the ones that were actually pushing to allow them because of their like anti-communism, anti-Marxism, et cetera, et cetera. Republicans were actually in favor of letting so many Cubans actually come to the state, and so as a result of that, all those people who came and actually escaped Cuba, they're like pretty much irrevocably Republican, and so then they've passed that down to their progeny, which is why Cubans in particular are particularly Republican because of that history.
Okay. I was under the idea that I'm ignorant here. I'm just kind of outside looking in here. That it was that they thought because they're an immigrant that made it, that they're in on the white privilege and the white passing this year. Like they're acting in alignment with the whites because they made it. You know, they're able to ethnically shed their identity and be like in on the whites, even though it's clearly not what Trump's are going to do regardless here.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, that's also the other element. You're 100, but you spitting facts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, within most Latino communities, there's still a obvious insane colorism, right? And so you'll find that like within Dominicans, within Cubans, within Puerto Ricans, within Mexicans, all of them have, like a caste system that's based on color, and like the lighter skinned Cubans look down on the darker skinned Cubans, the lighter skinned Dominicans, the same way, and with the Puerto Ricans and even Mexicans. So within that, they also have that caste system. They also very much identify as white, the lighter skinned ones. Even some of the darker skinned ones still identify, like literally darker skinned than me will still put white on some of their on some of their
Oh
census
yeah,
reports.
it's
It's
crazy.
crazy. So you're right in the sense that they do want to assimilate to whiteness because that is a way of like achieving progress in this country, and I think a lot of them are aware of it. It's a way of achieving progress in their own country, and the fact that they have the option, they're willing to do that. So I think it is a combination of both of those things, to be honest. So I think you bring up a perfectly valid point.
Okay. And then the last thing about that too is that now I'm a bit puzzled here because I'm not. I want to talk about like for a second here, right? The Puerto Ricans, particularly in Pennsylvania, right? With the Madison Square Garden rally that happened, right? With the
Yeah.
floating pile of garbage, Puerto Rico, right? With the comedian. Okay, so obviously, is that something only a chronically online person is consuming here? Do normies even know about the Madison Square Garden thing here? Apparently, went pretty viral and a lot. It broke out of like the online sphere and went to Normieville with like it penetrating the Facebook circles. So people
Mm.
did hear about the Puerto Rican garbage comment. MAGA doesn't care because they don't fucking care. It's whatever. But at the same time here, I'm like, did Puerto Ricans, given that Pennsylvania went to Trump, I don't know the exact demos there, but like I'm wondering, do Puerto Ricans not have the same like Cuban identity thing going on where they do like an ethnic cleansing and they don't see themselves as Puerto Rican in this like it thought it'd been more
Man.
consequential, but maybe I'm just I'm overreading in online space where I know that I saw the Madison Square Garden thing and they just didn't care. I don't know.
You know what, man?
I
I
don't.
wish I had the data specifically on
Yeah,
Puerto Ricans because I mean that would be crazy. That was absolutely atrocious. And that
it was
comedian
so
is also
close to the
particularly
election too.
racist.
It
Yeah,
wasn't
it
like a thing that happened
was.
like in September and now we're in November. Like that was like the like 10 days before. You
Right.
know, that was they let the freak flag fly all the way through. I mean, it was abhorrent.
100%.
4
Yeah.
hours of straight racist, not even capping Nazi rhetoric all the way through
Yeah.
here.
It was very much a Nazi style rally. I
It
would
was
100% agree with
horrible.
that.
So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Um,
I don't know.
I don't know. I know. I don't think. I think Republican. I mean, I think Puerto Ricans in general lean more Democrat than Republican. I could be wrong. Someone please fact check me on that. I think that's the case, but I don't know how much that statement impacted them. It should. They should have been as true blue as you know black folks were. I don't know if there's any where to find the data where they would break down specific Hispanic or
Well,
Latino
there is one thing I want to
demographics.
say about that though. I have heard there's a prevalent problem when it comes to consuming the online media, and that Spanish-speaking communities, like I heard the leftism is like non-existent. There's just like not even there is not much like Spanish-speaking progressive or leftism messages out there at all.
Oh,
Like there's not even
sure.
competition. No,
Oh
like
yeah, that's be
well, like in English speaking comparatively here, right? We're just like there exists leftism, but it's just neutered compared to all of, like the billionaire Koch brother, you know, it's Bragger U competition out there, right? They've engulfed it with like the podcast and everything else here. But in Spanish speaking, the left thing doesn't even exist. Like it's like
right.
it's just misinformation, especially on Facebook. I hear it's like it's just misinformation and or Republican shit, and that's it.
Well, just to be clear, Hispanic people in general are actually even more conservative than black people are. Because black people actually are particularly socially conservative, without a doubt. The thing is that black progressivism is pretty much rooted in the civil rights movement that we actually spearheaded, you know, in the 60s, right? And then there was actually another one in the 80s, in the 1880s, right? So there's been a continuous progressive civil rights movement for black people because of the mixture of demographics, right, racially within this country, which has helped us or caused us to align with some sort of progressivism. But when you're, you know, just a homogenous group of people and you don't have really a movement rooted within like some sort of racial caste system, then as a result of that, you don't develop those progressive trends. And so, yeah, Hispanic people are particularly, mind you, while I am saying they are particularly conservative, they do have in Mexico a woman president. So they
Yeah,
did that the first one I believe was like 4 years ago. That's when they elected their Mexican president.
I thought didn't you just happen? I thought that was like super recent actually, but
It could have been 2 years ago. I'm so terrible with time. I have ADHD, so I don't know. It could have been 10 years ago. I don't, you know, I'm terrible with time. But I want to say it was fairly recent. Yeah, you're right. So maybe it was only 2 years ago.
no, it was like within a year. I want to say like it's been pretty recent.
Oh, okay.
But we'll cover her another time. I mean, obviously,
Of
I would
course,
love
of
to
course.
dive deeper into her as well.
Yeah. So we had a third topic, and we kind of got to get to it because
Yeah,
it's time.
let's do it then. Sure.
I'd
Third
like you to open up
topic.
with that one too.
So what is that topic, please? Give me a
Wh-
title here.
The third topic is a discussion about where we go from here, what needs to happen. For example, at this point, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are incredibly devastated. I've seen like leftist meltdowns online,
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
people talking about doing unthinkables to themselves, and I get the sort of fear and all of that that is happening there, and I have some takes on that. I've got some hot takes. It's gonna be kind of gross, but so yeah, that's the topic. What do we do here? How do we move now that we recognize we have a Trump presidency, we have a Republican Senate, and I believe that Republicans took the House as well.
That's not confirmed yet here. So they have the Senate, the House. The Democrats currently need somewhere around 15 of the 25 seats up for grabs. I can, if you give me 1 second, I actually can pull up that exact thing for you. You can see for yourself. If we go over to, oh, wrong thing. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go over here. I'm going to the tab for House. Okay. So if we go down here, you'll see, yeah. So right now, Democrats 199 seats, Republicans 211, and there's currently, oh, you showed me the quantity before here. Um, there's something like 25 seats up for contention right now. It doesn't have the little thing here for me, but but yeah. If someone can pull up the other map for me here, yeah, this is like where we are right now. But notice that the gray is still like it's big enough that, in short, Democrats have to like hold and get majority of what's up for contention to hold the House.
As
Uh,
someone pointed out in your chat, they
yeah,
said that Democrats need 20 out of 27 seats, and the GOP needs only 8 out of 27 seats. So
yeah.
they're projected to win it as it is now.
Well, it just
And so
depends. I mean, I don't know how.
it can, sure. I mean, it just that's what the projection is. And so then to me, okay, but so we don't have to conclude the House, right? We can just conclude the Senate and
Sure,
the White
we can go
House.
with that. I mean, you're right. What I'm bringing up is a very rosy scenario compared to like the practicality that the Republicans should just take the whole House too as well. Sure.
Right. So, and the thing that I feel like Republican, I don't want to get into that because right now we're on a different topic. I'm sorry. So, okay. So, what do you think, Trihex? Where does your brain go? What's your kind of a response to all the people who are kind of doomers at this point now, and they're just like, oh, I got to leave the country. Some people are saying I want to not exist anymore. All sorts of reactive things. What would be your response to those kind of people?
Um, this is kind of like obviously so because we're getting Trump term 2 now, which is Trump not running for re-election, and it's Trump now with the backing of the Heritage Foundation. So you have all the heritage freaks who are going to be able to do their religious fundamentalism, their just everything, right? They're clearly going to do a giant hatchet to freedoms and rights, completely unironically in a very unpatriotic manner, and they're going to be able to do that with a rogue Supreme Court that's going to be able to just like, circumvent everything they can around Congress approval. And also, they already gave Trump, effectively the blessing of the power that rivals that of a king with not being with being immune to prosecution both on and off duty as president, which is insane. So yeah, it's already where we are now. The blunder that with Harris's campaign fucking up and losing definitively here, we're now at the worst case scenario. This is going to be fundamentally, decades of damage done here. Supreme Court conservative majority will be cemented unless you expand the courts. Trump's going to be able to just take a hatchet to all the checks and balances in the federal districts of functioning government. Yada yada yada. All with very likely having a Republican controlled Senate, House, and executive branch. It's bad.
Hmm.
It's really, really bad. And I say I'm almost saying that not to doom here, but because I want to kind of paint the picture here that we are at the worst case scenario. And what that means to me is that we have nothing to lose. This is the time now. If you subscribe to accelerationist theory that things have to get terrible before they actually inspire real change, then we're at that point now. There is nothing left to. There's like no resource to hoard for a last minute thing. We are in Hail Mary mode. You are against the cliff. So now is time for the revolution and the radicalization. There's no more decorum. There's no more like, let's take what we have existing now with the Democrats. No, like all that ship sailed because it's been 3 elections of garbage that led to where we are right now. The failure we're in did not happen overnight. And with that here, unapologetic, abhorrent failure entirely. Trump won the popular vote, a second term, a corrupt SCOTUS, a SCOTUS that will become conservative majority until 2050 unless courts are expanded. Federal institutions entirely gutted to implement a singular point of rule that will cripple the economy. It will take decades to fix, and we can't even entertain the suffering to come for everyone, but especially blacks, gays, trans, and minorities. All of that here to say, what do? You have to we need to vet in a way that you've never had before. Anyone who is not admitting the reality where we are, fuck them, get them out of here, discount them here. They're not serious. All the way through here. If you're not talking revolution, you are not serious. Because the battle went from like being a 50-50 to now being like a 99-1. There's like you have a Supreme Court stacked against you. You have corporations with infinite money ready to cripple you. You have your rights being infringed upon and a retraction from your constitutional liberty here. Like, this is really fucking bad, and you have to acknowledge here it's going to be bad. We need to plan deliberately. You got to think about how the idiots who voted Trump in, how they're going to perceive how things currently are by 2026, and be ready to spoon feed them the answer that gives us what we need. We got to be playing 3D chess, not just chess, and certainly not checkers here. You got to know how the idiots are going to perceive things in 2026 and 2028 and get them on our side all the way through here. We got to out-manipulate the drones. So So you asked like what to do. There are two options here. There's the conventional and the unconventional. I can comment on both, but I want to let you go first before I dominate the airwaves more.
Okay. No, I don't think you're dominating. I think you're doing a great job. I want to say really quickly. So regarding those reactions, I think a lot of those reactions are rooted in privilege and fragility. I'm sorry, I have to say it. I think it's the truth. I believe that black people in this country have endured some of the most heinous and disgusting treatment, more so than any other demographic in existence in this country. So when we've had to endure some of the most harsh treatment when it comes to slavery, the Reconstruction era, and all the Jim Crow laws and all of the black codes, the continued forced servitude, mass imprisonment, the crack epidemic, which had a lot to do with our government, right? Everything that we've completely continued to endure all of this freaking time, to me, we've always had this recognition that we had a fight on our hands. I feel like now these other groups, we always kind of collectivize when it comes to oppressed groups, but the targeted specific oppression, specifically against black people, has been so normalized that when I'm seeing other people that are like completely losing their minds because Donald Trump becomes president, I wish I could kind of get them to understand the framework that when they're talking to someone like me, where it's like, wait a minute, it didn't matter who became president, because you got to remember who Biden is and what Biden did to us. That was the blue president, right? So when we see what's actually happening with Donald Trump, yes, do I think he's alarming? Yes. Do I think he's dangerous? Sure. But do I have the same resolve that I've always had? For sure. Because I've known for sure that we were in an uphill battle as black people within this country. So MAGA doesn't constitute some grand threat that to me like completely shakes the foundation of who I am, because that foundation has always been there. I've always had that sort of cynicism, recognizing the racist foundation that created this country. We are a settler colony founded on racism and slavery. So for me, with that knowledge, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing. And it's like, yeah, it's bad for sure. And I think they're going to do some damage. But I think black people are already fighting an uphill battle. We've always been resilient. So with me, what I do is, because of the fact that I've always had this doomer cynicism, for me, my faith, my community, my support groups, my family, my friends, that's where my focus is. I've always had that to rely on, and I'm relying on it even more heavily now. I pray regularly. I read my Bible regularly. I collectivize within my family. And I think that's what's actually helped my family to achieve. And when we came from, some of the most abject poverty, my childhood was rooted in some of the most insane, abject poverty, right? And we still were able to rise above that using our faith and our grit to become higher earning people, educated people, to ascend above the projections that we were pretty much destined for, given, our state at that time. So I think it's more of that. I don't like the idea of, the pull yourself up by your bootstraps conversation, because I think that's obviously disgusting, but that's what we had to do as individuals. And so I feel like that's where my brain still is now. I, as an individual, my individual decisions, my individual choices are how I continue to succeed or how I continue to push forward as much as I possibly can. Now, that doesn't deny the oppressive forces that are collective, that are trying to suppress the collective, which means that I'm now going to try my best to support and help my fellow man, any other person that I know that's struggling, and collectivize when it comes towards where I spend my money, who I educate, what I use my platform for. That's what I want to do. The same thing that you were saying about overcoming or out thinking or outspeaking the drones. I think that's what we have to do. I use my platform to educate. I've used my platform to elevate. I use my platform to inform. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep absolute insane track of what Donald Trump is doing, everything. And we just have to make sure that it's abundantly clear in a very concise and clear way so as to educate people for the future so that no matter what, at least they'll be informed enough to know when they're being duped by the Republican Party because they are abjectly racist and abjectly regressive. And I think it's problematic. Organization is key.
I got more.
Go ahead.
Honestly, I don't think that's enough. So let me spit then. Though what you said was beautiful, right? So first, the things that need to happen, and then my conventional way, and then the unconventional way. Things need to happen. You need to mobilize a message that attracts the youth. Right now, the progressive apparatus. First off, the progressive apparatus is the only way you're going to be able to even like get a publicly palatable message. In the end, here, the elegant truth is that like um, black advocacy is going to fall on deaf ears. Let's be real. Reparations for African Americans and African descendants of or American descendants of slavery, it is a unpopular topic. It's unpopular, and white people think that it's a hand me out rooted in the negative stigmas of Reagan's welfare queen stigma bullshit from the 80s. So to even get like non-blacks to see blacks for the continually oppressed, racially subjugated individuals that we are is already an uphill battle. You're already losing the narrative because it's already like built in like decades of propaganda we have to like fight against here. Are we welfare queens? Are we crying? Obama got elected. Are we already post racism? Right? Like that's the kind of shit you got to deal with normies. Look at who they elected. They elected Trump, thinking that a Trump economy is going to like fix the problems right now when he's like approving everything. Right? So you got to mobilize a message that attracts the youth. You got to have a media apparatus for left leaning politics entirely. Right now, that is non-existent. You look at the top performing podcasts altogether right now. It's Tucker Carlson. It's Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was a Bernie guy 5 years ago. Joe Rogan let Trump go on for 3 hours with no fact checking. It was just a 3 hour glaze fest. Deep throating harder than Trump did that microphone at the rally before the election. The DNC needs to be restructured entirely from proven engagement that engages the fan base and gets them going up here. They got to have a message here where they're explaining here explicitly that billionaires are why your working class life sucks ass, and not whatever the right pivots the blame to with immigrants or blacks or whatever the fuck they've been saying lately here. You need tangible policies that are immediately understandable to normies right away. You can't do this fucking means tested bullshit where like, if you make over 100 grand a year, you're not qualified for student debt relief. It needs to be like an undeniably clickbait, non-means tested, unapologetic, way more pro-worker, pro-average American shit than Republicans can't spin it. You say free college, I'm there. You say higher minimum wage, I'm there. You say student debt relief, no conditions, no means testing, Nancy Pelosi, I'm there. You got to do that shit. So you need those things to happen unapologetic the whole way through here. It's not just education because they have to be willing to listen. You have to infiltrate the media spaces where people are. They are these 18 to 30-year-olds. That's the secret sauce there. You get the youth that turn out here. That makes a massive game changer. So with that, the conventional route to make this happen here, the conventional route is obviously God help me here, we take back the House and the Senate in 2026. With I guess Democrats here, I don't know, whatever the fuck here, right? Whatever happens here, and you got to get the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act to happen here. Those two, and this is a lot to say right there. I know this is clearly like like right now it looks really dire here, but if those two things were to happen, it would change everything. Those two alone would give automatic voter registration and a consistent early voting window for every state nationwide. Right now, Mississippi and Alabama don't even have early voting. You can only go vote on election day, which guarantees, I promise you, in poor and black districts, one location to guarantee a 5-hour wait time. That way, you don't go vote. That is the whole fucking point. So you get automatic voter registration. You get guaranteed early voting across all state lines, period. You get, there's another, I'm forgetting over here. I'm sorry, it's a lot of information right now. There's like another like really important thing that the Freedom of Vote Right Act does that's going to really help boost up voter turnout and then some, which is what you need here. You need to make voting it makes voting day a federal holiday. It makes it a national holiday. Like voting day being on a fucking the first Tuesday in November is the most cringe dumb shit in the world. The fact that we are a nation that thrives under democracy being patriotic, but then like voting itself is a chronic elective as an afterthought because you're too busy grinding away at Walmart to even have the chance to even go vote. Holy fucking shit. So gaining support for the black cause won't be able to happen in isolation. Malcolm X tried, and when others did, whites destroyed it regardless and got away with it here. We must elevate others out of their oppression in order for our onslaught to be ceased. We have to accept that others are going to go through the black experience and welcome them in, but only when vetted. Shit is not like Occupy Wall Street in the previous decade, or like 2016, or like 2020, or even 2022 anymore. Women alone aren't going to save us, and shit is fucked now, and we need to eviscerate all misinformation and all doubters all the way through here. Anyone who's in denial of how bad things are right now and don't know we have to go like 15 out of 10, not just 10 out of 10, they're delusional. They don't understand what we're about to go through here. So that's the conventional route, okay? The unconventional route here, radicalization to dismantle the DNC from the top down, for real. You have to have collateral like climate change. We're already fucked there. That's already like fucking done. No one's even talking about the 2030 greenhouse gas effects where we're gonna have like irreparable 8-degree Fahrenheit temperature change going forward. Now it's gonna cause irritable crops and like an uninhabitable Middle East here and mass migration because of literally environment instability and what's gonna do for like there's so many fucked things that are already fucked now because you're gonna have drill baby drill the dictator and Cheeto in chief here. Fuck everything beyond repair. We can't even talk about that anymore, right? Simply put here, the reality is here, y'all, I'm sorry to say here, whites are simply too racist. They're uninformed, and it's ingrained within the system to vote for in an uninformed manner against their own well-being here. Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock for the Senate runoff here proved that to me here. They had a literal pastor who was appeasing their Christian nationality basis, and they still voted for a sexual abusing, whatever the fuck Herschel Walker concussion dumbass that he is here, and they still barely lost. The guy was comically unqualified. Sound like he would, zero IQ idiocracy here, and white people in Georgia still overwhelmingly were going team partisan, team MAGA all the way through here. Even though the optics clearly you would go for Raphael Warnock. God bless Stacey Abrams for the work she did there, but that revealed to me that. Honestly, fanatic, I'm gonna be real here. We can't trust them, bro. The white folks, they're just too racist. You can't trust them. That's why when it comes to the end here, black people, allyship, I don't know. When it gets down to when it gets heavy here, are they gonna be there for us? I don't know. We have to vet really, really hard here when we're talking about the revolution and the radicalization. Getting the youth involved, the black youth particularly here, Black Panther style, and recognizing that those with nothing to lose, like we already are right now here, are the most capable of being radicalized for influencing change. The people who are ready to go to the front lines here, think back to like the 92 police LA riots, think back to like, why the Black Panthers got de-radicalized or why they got like, I'd argue like defanged metaphorically here. And you know why that was and what happened there. And with that, my last point here about this is there is hope. If you want to know, like what you asked, what we should do, I have the message of hope here. Everyone's on that doomer shit right now. I will give you hope right now. Here is hope rooted in substance. You ready?
Okay.
The United Auto Workers Union, when they renegotiated their strikes, right? Remember when these are the people who are like in the manufacturing plants in Detroit and everything else here. When they renegotiated their contracts, they deliberately did a short contract for it to expire in 2028 on purpose. It expires in May of 2028. They did that on purpose for their contracts to coincide with other labored unions. They're hoping to do a May Day giga union strike across various industries in 2028. They are hoping to have the truck drivers join the union auto workers, join teachers to do a united front for better conditions. And they are hoping when that happens, we can potentially entertain a general strike. Everyone, non-union, all together in solidarity. Shut this motherfucker down, and we demand everything change. This sounds insane, but this is how revolutions are done. You gotta hit them. The only thing we have right now is the mass of the people. Before automation obliterates everything anyway, it's gotta happen this time. And unlike when the United Auto Workers Union guy planned it back in 2022, bless his heart. I don't have his name right now, forgive me here, but he's very, very based. Unlike then, now we're at the point where there's nothing left to lose. There is the only thing we have is leverage against oligarchs like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the other ones here who have infinite money and are able to use Citizens United to just dump all that money. AIPAC, the Israeli fund, was able to literally destroy Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush. They literally bought those elections and put in Israel-approved drones to do their bidding. We're already there. We're already at the worst case scenario. We have nothing to lose right now. People will call us a joke, but this is what we got. You get truck drivers and teachers to like hit this strike, the country comes to a halt. On God.
All right, I'm just going to address a few of the things you said. I think this is where most of our disagreement actually is, which is okay. We're not going to go ahead and iron out all of our disagreement. This is just not the time to be able to do that.
All right, fair.
What is happening here? Oh no, okay, good. I'm looking at the other one. All right, good. We're not going to have time to do that. I'm just going to address one or two of them.
All right,
okay?
Go ahead. Sure.
Specifically, when you mentioned that we need like billionaires and the Democrats to kind of like explain that I'm sorry, you said when the DNC have to explain that the billionaires are why the right sucks. I want you to understand that the vast majority of the really wealthy people, according to income, the wealthier people actually still voted more Democrat. And I loved it. There was I forget who it was at the DNC who said, oh gosh, Cuomo. It was Cuomo at the DNC who said, look around you up there at all those private rooms with all those billionaires, or those people, those rooms that you can't get into with the wealthiest people. They are the cancer of this party. They are the ones who are actually running things, because I think there are billionaires on both sides. And I think that the corporate interests and the crony capitalism that is actually running our country, it's not all Republican, it's not all Democrat. I think there is a class war there, and those wealthy people at the top are kind of gross. I think I would say lastly, I can't advocate for what I would say would be end up being abandoning the truth. I feel like I've successfully had conversations when I went into a Groyper space with with all of Nick Fuentes' followers. And I had a conversation with those people about reparations. And I got in there and they were talking all of this anti-Semitism. They were talking about all this racism, and they were calling me a black nationalist and all this nonsense. And we had a conversation about reparations, and every single one of those people said, hey, this makes all the sense. I can see that. I never heard the argument like that, but it makes sense.
You went to a call that contained Nick Fuentes and got
No, not Nick Fuentes himself, but just all these Groypers on Kick.
Oh.
It was Brittany, just whatever, all these Groypers, just like about 8 people, and I mean they were like absolute nonsense. And I convinced them all that reparations was not only sensible, and they were like, with that argument, I don't really have an argument against it. I went on Jesse Lee Peterson and gave him a reparations argument, and he said, okay, yeah, for sure, okay, yeah, we got to do something about that. Okay, I can agree. On reparations, okay, when you can take the most abject racists and you can convince those type of people about reparations, I don't think that it's unpalatable. I don't think it's that it's not palatable. I think you just need to be able to have the appropriate argument and appropriate conversations. So again, what I'm for the revolution.
I wish I could reply. Oh my God, I have okay. We need to open with what we disagree on hardcore next time, because
that could be our next topic for sure.
God damn, bro.
Ouch.
I'm biting my tongue right now. Just go ahead and keep spitting. But dude,
Okay.
I disagree with a lot of what you're saying right now. But
I mean, I did too, right? But but I bit my tongue, and I'm not going to go through the rest, you know. But yeah, ultimately, what I would say is yes. The ultimate thing is we do have to find inroads. I don't know that those inroads would be best by drawing like completely stark lines in the sand. I think outreach, education, information, and we just need it in larger numbers. If you had, I do agree with you that allies are pretty gross. I think that black people have never had any allies. I think that progressives, for the most part, don't have allies, and I think that most of that is rooted in misinformation and misinformation and just lack of education. So I would say that education and information, from my standpoint, is the only way to go forward. I think the truth will always set you free, and I think being able to have a strong enough platform that can actually reach people is, I think, how we move forward. I know it's unpleasant to hear to you because you disagree, and that is kind of what it is. We got about 3 minutes, so you want to give like a quick 1.5 minute outro, and then I'll do the same.
I want to do an outro. I want to hit you with this one right here, bro. Like, these people who voted for Trump, bro, it's all perception, recency bias, and vibes and misattribution to why they think the world is functioning here. Truth won't matter because they're not even in objective reality. They are in a reality distortion field, and it's only going to get worse with another 4 years of Trump. The truth, bro, you can't. They arrive at their conclusions without logic. We cannot, like, you gotta be the better sheep herderer than trying to like convince the sheep to obey the boundaries of the gate.
I hear you. For the sake of the show, please give an outro though. Still,
I'm Trihex. I love you all. Check episode 2 when you get a chance here, because maybe we'll fall up on this whole thing here. I don't know how to even like give you. I don't know how to, bro. I'm sorry. I'm help me. You do the outro first, then I guess I don't even know what to say.
all right, listen, we will definitely follow up with this conversation on
Bruh.
2. That'll probably be the third topic when it comes to the second episode. I think that's great. And then we'll find other points of agreement. For the most part, we have similar brains. And as we expound, it'll make more sense. Listen, my name is Fanatic. I am more than honored to have this conversation with Trihex. I've been a longtime fan of his, who eventually became a friend of his. And I do very much like the way his mind works. I like the energy. He's always been a very positive person in my mind. He's been there for me in a few times when I've like needed to be able to sort of vent some of the things that I've experienced. He's been an emblem of sorts, and so I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to have this space with him. You can find me at twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic, where I'll be playing video games, doing music streams, doing political streams. My content, I uploaded to YouTube under the channel Ask Fanatic, AskFanatiq. You can find all of my music on pretty much every platform under the name Fanatic, Fanatiq. And then I have I have a mixtape that's at Bandcamp, Mr. Fanatic, and then SoundCloud, Mr. Fanatic. It's not available on the other platform because it's a mixtape. I hope you guys enjoy this episode. And if you ever disagree with me about anything, I'm always willing to have a conversation at a later date about something else. I'm more than willing to debate or even have just simple conversations that aren't necessarily debate fueled, as this was. On Discord, on another space, just let me know whenever you want that kind of conversation. You can always reach out to me on my Discord, on my YouTube, in the comments, and I respond to the vast majority of them. All right, and that's that.
All right. I love you too, bro. Obviously, I should kind of like calm down a little bit. I was in the moment. I had to go from like 10th gear down to like 2nd gear. Obviously,
it's hard.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative to be joined here with Fanatic today. I think he's a intelligent, very brilliant, solution-oriented individual, which I respect greatly in that context. Complaining in perpetuity won't get us very far here if we're not like trying to figure out how to like apply ourselves in the next step for moving forward together, both as for the black people, black populace, but also for the entirety of like all humans as a humanitarian. So I love being challenged on finding those solutions and how we get there. And I think this podcast will be a really, really fun exercise in that. So, and I look forward to when it's like a less news heavy time when we can actually like show more of our broship and our friendship. So I look forward to that, bro. I look forward to actually talking more about like what we enjoy rather than being so preoccupied on what we need to do right now.
For sure.
So
for sure.
I look forward to that when we get more time. But
absolutely.
For now, y'all, thank y'all for joining Butter Pecan. do follow, and maybe the next episode will actually explain what the name means. Maybe if we get time, we'll see.
For sure.
I gotta hook them in there a little bit. I gotta.
I was gonna say we might string that one a lot. Maybe we might. Maybe it might be episode 3. Who knows?
Who knows?
Keep watching.
All right.
For sure. Listen, man, this is a freaking fantastic thing. I got to get to this Bible study. So,
all right.
Prayer meeting. So,
Understood.
Yeah, bro, it was freaking fantastic. I love this episode, and I'm gonna catch you guys all later. Yeah, man, this was great. Hey, if you don't mind, can you give your stream and outro, like your kind of review of the podcast? I want to hear what your take is afterwards. You know what I mean? I'll rewatch it. I'll rewatch your VOD.
I mean, homie, I got so many notes that I didn't even get to. I came so fucking comically over prepared. I had like I got you, bro. I had notes for days. I came with the heat.
For sure.
So I had to. Whew. Yeah, it was tough. That was tough.
Go,
I got you.
Listen, go into all of that because I will review your stream, and I want to hear all the things that I was able to miss. And I know it's hard with the time constraint.
I get you.
It's just what we got to do.
You did your duty. It is what it is. For sure.
All right, you guys. I love you guys.
Get out of here.
Peace.
All right, chat. Well, how do I disable share chat? Okay, this is my first time doing share chats. I don't know how to fix it. Leave. And oh no, we're still share chat. Okay, I don't even know how to fix that, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't know how to fix it. Try hard in chat if you enjoyed that. I know that was that was very, very different. You know what I mean? I totally get you. Maybe that wasn't your thing. Maybe that was too insular there. But here, I'm gonna break down for you all what that was and everything else here. Oh, okay. Now chat's single again. Okay, cool. Okay. So, yeah. So that was a pilot episode of an attempted podcast with Fanatic called Butter Pecan. And I don't know if I want to reveal what the butter pecan means here. If I don't know, y'all can harass me if you really want to know what it means and whatnot. Let me know. I'll let you know what's good. Oh, let me change the title. I'm sorry. The title here is also outdated right now. Let me fix that real quick. Don't say it, save it. Okay. Save the name reason for the podcast. Okay. All right. You got it. All right. So all right. Okay. So then with that, then let's get back to what's going on here then. So the podcast stemmed from, well, I gave it some thought here. Fanatic offered to make it happen, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, can I? And I thought about I'm so politically active in the commentary realm at this point, even though I'm trying to be less that, but maybe having a target and a focus with like a weekly reoccurring segment would give me an excuse to have an outlet for it and contain it there. That way more of my stream is like gameplay shit. I know it's kind of at war right now because I feel like lately it's been so much commentary and no gameplay. It's just kind of weird because the internet outage is happening and I'm also between like waiting on this controller thing to get fixed. So I do apologize again for that. I feel really bad as I know this is kind of like the whole thing I want to work on, like being more accessible and more healthy in the viewership and whatnot. So I get here that the insistence on continued political coverage can be considered divisive or exhausting or whatever here. But hopefully I'm coming off right now and showing here a positive demonstration of an uplifting force in that context. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping this can work out here right now. Plus I'm being challenged here. And obviously in the beginning, I kind of got the idea right. It was just me and Fanatic saying our things. And it was like too much agreement. And it kind of makes it a little bit more of more info dumping, more so than engaging. But at the end there, where we disagreed, I was like, oh my God, this is where the podcast should have opened with this shit, honestly, here. So I'm seeing now more where the podcast, you know, because we're both respectful and clearly we can both disagree and not devolve into yelling. But, you know, you can clearly see where, like, you know, oh man, we should be finding these points of contention to iron out what's the best approach or solution. We're both so enthusiastic for solutions for the betterment of people, especially Black people, that's where the podcast could evolve and be more engaging. And I already saw it at the very end there. So so yeah, that's kind of where I am with it right now. I think it could work out well, and I admit here, this episode was going to be tough because there was so much like pent up energy backed up with like those topics there. Your reaction to the election, individual state ballots, and then what do we do about it now? These are like, those three questions there are like so fucking big. I had to like, it took me forever to figure out how to narrow it down with what I was going to say. So yeah, I had a lot here written down that I'll go over here with you on that one there. Well, I don't know if we even me and Fanatic disagreed on a lot actually here. He says that Black people are socially conservative. I still don't agree with that. I think we have to kind of go deeper on that one there. I don't know if I buy that one, honestly. So we'll have to like, again, when there's less news heavy stuff here, we'll be able to like kind of like vibe off of each other's perspective on, I guess, like Black culture and Black tendencies and kind of see where that goes. So that comes to mind there, but again, that's for another time here. So yeah, so as of right now, tentatively, Butter Pecan Podcast would be happening every Thursday. And we're going to have a meeting. We didn't have a chance this time around here, but we're going to have a meeting next time to actually have like way more things prepared better. That's why episode 0 was so scuffed and rough. And I knew it was going to be tough to have the timer. We did agree that the podcast should be hard capped at like, it should be ideally 90 minutes long with 3 very clear 30-minute segments. Or at max 2 hours long to allow a buffer of time. But it's painful when he puts so many topics in there, so it's just kind of tough. Yeah, we'll have to kind of get into that and see here. Okay, so well, I guess, I mean, y'all tell me before I sit here and just gish out about all the things I've written down here. What did you think of it? Did you what do you think it's missing? What do you think the mission of the podcast should be? Because I kind of don't have an answer for that right now here. Like, if this is something that we stick with and I get more motivated to do it more often, it should have a concise mission statement that we're like with what we're doing here. And so far, what I had thought of is that if it's just like a Black advocacy podcast where it's 2 Black dudes talking about what needs to be done for the betterment of Black people, that's not very accessible. I mean, unless we're like aiming to make like Black advocacy more broadly understood for a non-Black audience, maybe. But in the end, for me, the mission is like, okay, listen, like Black revolutionary, you kind of have to admit here that the revolution won't happen without white people in the end. I don't mean to make that racial, but just like the facts are, history shows here that Malcolm X and others already tried to do like a Black ethno state, and the coexistence is just incompatible with modern society because of just the centuries of ingrained American culturistic racism. So that's when you get like Selma and Black Wall Street and Malcolm X assassinated in the end. Though I know those are all like really, I'm glossing over them right now, but you know, but it doesn't really work, unfortunately. So the Black Revolution is going to require the cooperation of white people, and so therefore it serves Black people to elevate everyone, including those who are victims of the Black experience, in the context of like economic oppression and having no real opportunity. And so in here, if you are into like the practicality of the likeliest implementation of a Black revolution, it would include elevating everyone out of poverty, and having the lowest income class have access to all the resources required for a happy, fulfilling life, including non-Black people. And then and only then will there be like, equality for Blacks at that time. So that's kind of where I am right now with it. At least that's my mission. I don't know what Fanatic's mission is actually here, but maybe having competing missions in the end makes it good content. Because I also get here that having like the superior logic is not inherently good content, right? It's got to be engagement. No, the surprise element hit me too. Actually, I was, because we were both just like kind of like yip yapping in the same direction the whole way through, and I was like, oh man, this is like just info dumping and pretty boring. But like, then at the end, I'm like, oh, hang on, bro, I super disagree here with everything you're saying right now. So, yeah, we'll have to. So that's kind of where I am with it there. I think Q is not. I think your analysis was pretty straight and forward and correct. Okay. So then, let's then go into what did I say here, right? Because I had a lot of shit here written down, and it's a whole lot of crap to get to here. Forgive me, pardon me. Let me move this over here real quick here. So, all right, we have a lot of notes here. Don't worry, I'm gonna kind of like break it down for you in a fun way. So whenever I said Black revolutionary or Black revolutionist, whatever, how you say it here, I kind of wanted to come in here right away and throw up there like, this is how I've always been, I should say here actually. I've been this way for a really long time, but I feel like when you say the term like a Black revolutionary, it's like what you're saying comes off as like the all lives matter argument. We're like, oh, well, like, wait, you only care about Blacks, but you don't care about like non-Blacks, and you think what Blacks are better or whatever, which is not the case here, right? It's just like, this is me taking the mask off now and not like toning down my political rhetoric in an attempt to be less approachable. Like, being a Black revolutionary, I'd argue anyone who's consumed enough African American history, you will be a Black advocate. Like, you just be like, oh yeah, like this shit's, you thought you knew and then you didn't know. Like, if you know about critical race theory, if you know about criminal justice and how skewed it already is here, if you know about the history of, I mean, help me out here, chat, I don't even know here, like just not even Atlantic slave trade, just American slavery altogether. It's like the whole thing is like Jim Crow, rise before and after the civil rights movement, women's suffrage, the whole, like, just modern history is so rooted in just like gross, morally abhorrent atrocities of the past that it will make you, if you know, the only reason you're not, I would say, like a Black advocate or an advocate for a better tomorrow is because you're just unaware of how fucked everything has been, and people are where they are because they got fucked over and oppressed in the past. I can go on a lot more about that here, but like, I don't think a Black revolutionary is like and maybe I can find a better term here, but I don't mean that as like a exclusionary thing. I'm just being more honest now because I have nothing to lose at this point. Given we're now in Trump's second term, like, honestly, this podcast probably wouldn't have happened if not for Trump winning. But now that Trump won, which is unfortunate and terrible, obviously, in the worst case scenario, now there's nothing left to lose. Like, you're in my audience, y'all. So y'all know what I be saying here. And the whole thing here is that, like, you all are acutely aware of, y'all are informed, y'all are intelligent, y'all have good taste in streamers. So y'all already know what is to come with Project 2025, Trump's cabinet full of like vetted loyalist drones who are going to just absolutely fall in line and do his command. And so it's gonna get bad. We already know it's gonna be, it's gonna be insane. It's gonna be like such a visceral whiplash of economic abysmal policies that everyone's gonna be crying by 2026. The question is not what is to come now, though that is sad. The question is, what are we gonna do about it? What are we gonna do about all these Trump supporters who are gonna be bitching about everything being all fucked up by 2026 because of like fucking tariffs and all the other fucking dumb shit? What are we gonna do with their discontent for the economic conditions they're gonna be in 2 years? What are we gonna do with all the mass populace of idiots and drones who voted Trump against their own interests by 2028? The question is organization and pre-planning. What are we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Tuskegee experiment, crack epidemic, Tulsa race massacre. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, we can. The real ones who know. If you Google any of those things, how can you not be a black advocate? Look how fucking terrible the history has been. Anyways, so I opened with that because I felt that was it defined me really quickly without having uploaded an intro. Social democracy versus democratic socialism. We'll go into like political models another day here, but it just to get me out there and whatnot. My relation to politics, again, I thought it was important to flex here. As in Louisiana, which is a bottom state here, I've seen, worked in, know people. I've seen it all here. Again, the most vulnerable, most poor, most ignorant, most outnumbered, everything else here. Jim Crow, gerrymandering, redlining, critical race theory, all in play here, especially for black folks, all the way through. In the U.S. South especially, for sure. So, from there, you already know here, I brought up here how Harris is down, she is down nearly 15 million votes compared to Biden's 82 million in 2020, down to 68 million in 2024. I brought up how Trump was able to siphon votes away from Democrats. Sometimes Harris was able to get as many, despite Trump's awful campaign. He had a bad campaign. He did not win because he did good. He won because I'd argue Harris did infinitely worse, if I'm being real here. Again, we went over like what, in the context of the general election is the opening topic here, what worked and what didn't work. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia flipping from Democrat to Republican in 2024. That's pretty fucking bad. These are my notes here, right? Specific arguments for the results, not because of racism and sexism. The vote was anti-incumbent. They voted because Biden was never popular. Biden has not been popular. Biden didn't even really earn the Democratic primary that was rigged from the very jump here. So just all of these things kind of folded when it was running for a second term, robbing us of a proper Democratic primary, and then throwing your also equally, if not more unpopular VP appointment to have 100 days to get a campaign going against the literal openly advocating fascist. So the vote was anti-incumbent all the way through here. Biden initially was the anything but Trump vote, and then from there was the, oh my God, can we get someone who's going to give us change here? Because what Biden's cooking here is not enough. Now, I'm not saying that Biden didn't do good here. It's more important to understand here in this case that like the facts don't fucking matter. That's not how people vote. How do people vote? It doesn't matter how good your YouTube video is if your thumbnail and title suck shit. No one's clicking your fucking video. I don't care what the contents of your video are. Your video persuasion and first impression sucked. Therefore, no one clicks the video. And the same way here, doesn't matter like what the fuck Biden did. Well, obviously it does matter in practical senses here, but like obviously they perceived everything was all fucked up due to Biden, and in the end, the messaging of the campaign did not do enough to convince the populace otherwise. Very clearly here, because either they didn't vote for Biden or they didn't fucking come vote at all anyway here. So it's equally as bad here. The optics of your operation are as important as the substance of the operation. And in an increasingly social media world, Democrats are especially stagnant on modernizing their media infrastructures all the way through here. They're not taking social media serious. Meanwhile, Republicans, especially Trump, Trump was on the Nelk Boys podcast, Trump was on Aiden Ross's stream. Trump was on Joe Rogan. JD Vance was on Joe Rogan. Help me out here, Chad. I don't even fucking like Trump is on Fox News with Sean Hannity daily. I mean, it's cringe and pathetic, whatever here, but like very active in the media. And comparatively, that's where people are. Trump is going to where the people are, for better or for worse. Democrats are not following through. They're not mobilizing. They're not engaging. It's very stagnant. Your packed rallies apparently didn't mean shit. So, it's crazy. It is crazy. Consider how dominating it was when Tulsi Gabbard, before her fucking cringe ass grift, and Bernie both being on Joe Rogan. What did that do for mobilizing an enthusiastic base in Democrats? It wasn't because they were Democratic that changed, Joe Rogan's mind, or got the would-be 25-year-old dude who would never go politics to actually care what Bernie is saying. It was the message of a revolution and a positive change, and just being respected as like a worker and everything else here, I would say. So, but yeah, we can go on another day here, obviously. I'm kind of already going a lot here now. In the end, voting for harm reduction for Harris does not drive enthusiasm. It did not get people to the polls, obviously here. Voting for harm reduction is nowhere near as compelling as like what your vote is going to do for me. What the fuck are you going to do for me? And I think we all can agree here, the message behind Harris's campaign did not do that. What are you doing different than Biden? What are you doing? How are you going to help me? The groceries are too fucking high. Yes, there was a promise of like, there was a child tax care credit. And yes, there was something about rent control and a first time home buyer tax credit. But I feel like this should have been like policy substance didn't come from the Harris campaign until like weeks later. And it was not a continued driving force. It was the abortion thing the whole way through, which wasn't enough because the top issue was the economy. It was not, she did not drill on how I'm going to, every normie says here, Trump's going to fix the economy. He doesn't throw shit of substance into that. In fact, when he does, it's fucking terrifyingly stupid. Harris did not say, I'm going to fix the economy. The messaging was not there. I'm sorry to say here. It shows. It's a vibes-based thing now, and the turnout and the stats definitely show that here. You gotta meet them on the vibes now. Substance, in terms of policy, is not as important as the perception and the vibes. You gotta be doing these podcast rounds so that people can see you as authentic and accessible and genuine. All the decorum of the polished, rehearsed, clean speaking Obama-like politician, that shit's done, bro. Trump is anything but that, and they fucking love it, dude. You should go over to the echospheres of the Joe Rogan podcast. See the reaction to just the option of an unedited 3-hour convo of Trump and Joe Rogan. Everyone, like, did they listen to it? I don't fucking know. Because it's chronic lies and drivel. I maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't fucking know, honestly here. But like, the point is,
bitch, I look like old cool. Bitch, I look like pussy. I'm hopping at that old school.
oh, we have a thank you so much. $3 from Kless Games. Thank you. I don't know if with the no message, but I love you. Thank you so much. So in the end there though, like, because Trump was on there for 3 hours, it humanizes him, and it comes off as like, hey, I'm here with you. American normies listen to Joe Rogan. He's the #1 podcast in the world. And him being on there, I mean, dude, it's a megaphone to an actionable base of influence. Why would you deny that? Like, under any capacity here. It shows here how out of touch and how baffling the campaign had been the whole way through. All right, so DNC attempted to sway Republican approval by appeasing them, campaigning with them, and hoping to net moderates and undecided people at the expense of potential enthusiastic base they run away from. Yes. So whenever it's fucking, remind me here again. Whenever it's Hillary on the campaign trail, cringe. Whenever it's Bill Clinton sent to Michigan to, like, I don't know, tell the Arabs to go fuck off or whatever, cringe. Whenever it's Kamala and Liz Cheney dancing on stage, Liz Cheney's unpopular as all fuck. I don't know what the fuck you're doing there. And promising, I kid you not, actually I have this thing here, let me pull it real quick. When she, you know, when the campaign died, I will tell you, I will tell you where the campaign went to fucking shit. I had so many fucking tabs open, y'all. Okay. Let's go nuclear, okay? Fuck it, I don't even give a shit anymore. All right, so, look at this shit. Kamala podcast appearance. Joe Rogan podcast appearance. Bro. Not taking this seriously at all. Top podcast. Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens is the #3 podcast. That woman has brain maggots in her fucking skull, dude. Or whatever, like maggots where the brain should be. That's insane. That's insulting to intelligence. Tucker is a decent propagandist. I understand why he's popular. Candace Owens is #3. Look at the podcast infrastructure here, y'all. Holy fuck. That is terrible. That is so bad. Yeah, the leftist media apparatus right now, abysmal, non-existent. And you know this motherfucker is Russian paid and Koch brothered up here. Like they have money and natural influence. Massive uphill battle. You gotta infiltrate, and you gotta come in here with a concise message to deprogram these fucking drones. They so clearly vote against their interests here. Keep that in mind when we go back here to what I was saying about the revolution and the end. Terrible. Most podcasts waste a ton of time editing. Joe Rogan made the most popular podcast in the world without editing. Unedited conversation is good. It's real. It's Rogan versus 60 Minutes. Here's 90 seconds of technical difficulties published as part of the recent JD Vance episode. Look at this shit. This is, I'd say here, y'all, look, before we didn't have the data to extrapolate these kinds of conclusions, but the data definitely shows here how the votes turned out, how the country has gone significantly more right-wing, how Trump dominated despite a bafflingly terrible campaign. Yeah, this is where it's not about what is objectively the, like, whatever thing to do. It's about you gotta, like, out-manipulate the idiocracy and the ignorance. Yes, I'm saying out-manipulate because that's what they already do now here. In this case here, because these normie drones arrived at the conclusions of who they're voting for and why without logic and without critical thinking, you cannot out-logic them here. All you can do is, like, you'd have to, like, individually cater to their personal worldview and anecdotes and then extrapolate the logic from the situation for them to then relate and compute it here, which is not really possible on a mass scale. So therefore, fucking manipulate them to the right direction. Treat them like the idiotic sheep they are here and just buy them a Nerf helmet. That way they don't ram their head into the wall over and over again here. So.
Oh, it's.
Mine did?
Mine did? Oh, okay.
How?
Joe's did?
No idea. Oh, okay. Let's see what's up. Is this it right here? One of these popped off. That's weird. It's never happened before. Is it still on? No, that should be.
Holy shit. The Russians are monitoring this fucking conversation.
Check. Yeah. Oh, I hear me now.
Yeah.
I hear me.
Yeah, okay.
Got it?
Yeah, what happened? No, I'm out. No, it's gone again, Jamie.
Huh.
We'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, but I don't even know if I'm going to stay back. How will I know if it keeps working?
Well, I'm listening, but I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Should we shift? Or should we
No.
just, let's try this and then we can.
Okay, so you get the idea here. So let's pause here. Let me expand this topic here, right? Let's say, how do I put this here, right? I'm gonna go into a kind of like maybe a bit of a taboo example, but I think this is really important to see here, right? Consider that there's two porn videos that you can watch. There's the porn video one where a woman is, I'm sorry, this is gonna go crazy, okay, but you have to work with me here. I want to really like ham it up right now. There is a woman who's going to masturbate solo, and she's going to like attempt to like hold the camera, and it's not going to be in like the optimal viewing position. I know, work with me here, right? And the authenticity of the situation is intensified because of the imperfect camera. It's not mounted on a tripod. It's not like a separate cameraman holding it, operating here. It's really her making it extra intimate, like a FaceTime sexting phone call that you're like, it really immersifies you in this like really like, again, immersive experience that's like first person oriented, because if you really feel like you're there. It's uncut. There's no jump cuts. It's the whole thing through. And like, even if there's like a long build to her actually performing the act in question, you're like all the more into it because the authenticity is immersing you the whole way through here. You know what I'm saying? And then comparatively, the other one would just be like, you know, clearly like a formal porno shoot with like, you know, angles and multiple cameras and like you know, cuts between like the takes and everything else here to kind of like really, you know, you get the idea here. The thing about that is, and maybe I should have used like a Twitch streamer instead here. Maybe I should have said like, you know, when it's like Hassan. Actually, I wouldn't actually ignore the porn one. Let's ignore that one. All right, ignore the porn thing entirely here. All right, scratch that one. Instead, there's Hassan at his There's Hassan at his familiar office or his familiar stream room, right? It's his intimate space that you all know here at his actual house. And then there is like, I guess like a separate situation where it's like Hassan at, I don't know, somewhere else. And there's like, it's way more formal and pristine. It doesn't feel as intimate. And the lack of that like intimacy and authenticity is the epitome of the Democratic Party the whole way through here. They're inaccessible. They come off elite and smug. And these kinds of things here are what people respect. That's the whole point here. The whole point here I'm trying to make here is that, like, I promised you a fuck ton of people converted to Trump because of the Joe Rogan interview. Obviously, Joe Rogan did a terrible job here platforming a fascist the whole way through of not really contesting any of his, like, constantly lies that he's done demonstrably over his first campaign, much less the gap between this and now. But the point there is that, like, Kamala had the opportunity to hop on here and match that and be where the people are. Declining a spot on the #1 world podcast is so cringe-inducingly stupid that, like, I don't even know how what more do you say here, right? But with that, let me I still haven't shown you though where Kamala failed. All right, this is where Kamala failed for me. Here we have a screenshot of 3 videos on The View. This is whenever Kamala appeared on The View in October. Notice here, on The View, Harris announces Medicare proposal and plans to have a Republican in her cabinet. They were so excited and happy about appeasing moderates and undecided with like just, oh, well, Republicans like Republican voters like Republicans. What if the Democrat appeases the Republicans with the decorum of bipartisanship? This is the Biden playbook, and it fucking sucks. Nobody wants this shit. Dude, how many registered Republicans voted Democrat now than 2020? The answer is 5% of registered Republicans voted Democrat for president in 2020. How many registered Republicans voted Democrat for 2024? 4%. 4. It went down 1%. The shit does not fucking work.
Tricks.
Thank you, last name Charles. It does not fucking work. Bro, we learned this shit in 2016. We learned this shit in 2020. It's cringe. It's stupid. This just pisses off what could be an enthusiastic Democratic base here when you do this fuck shit. So yeah, this is when I knew we're in bad spots here. But again, I did my part though, chat. I didn't shit on Harris the whole way through because I figured, you know, there's fascism genuinely is a threat on the rise here. I love doing a protest vote to let the DNC know go fucking suck it, but like, we really needed Harris to win here because it was going to be irreparable harm for everyone for decades if she loses, and she lost anyway, right? But also, she appointed Tim Walz, and so I thought here that, okay, well, with Tim Walz in play, there's at least that's like the one good thing out of your campaign was Tim Walz. But yeah, this right here, this even being the title of the fucking video, this even being a thing she chooses to do on The View, does not say this is like being shamed. It tells you like how out of place, how out of touch, and how abysmal of strategists are in her campaign cabinet. Fire all of them, throw them in a volcano, I don't fucking care. But holy fucking shit, it's so bad you have to kind of like, it takes minutes to explain how many dumb things happened there at one time, right? Okay, all right, so okay, all right, yeah, so all this shit cringe. Democrats abandon their base to appease Republican approval. They get more appeal from the Republicans directly. This is true. That's why I don't fucking vote Democrat anyway. Moderates, they're non-enthusiastic, and the facade of decorum, which comes off inauthentic, elite, smug, and insincere. Yes, all this here. Inauthentic, elite, smug, and insincere is how I would describe the DNC. They constantly, with the means-tested student debt relief, which again Biden ran on relieving it all the way through, not doing a means tested. If you make over 100K a year, you don't get it. Like, fuck, bro. Everything has like caveats, not just like broad celebrated things. It's like, it's so neutered down here. Oh my fucking god, dude. Imagine how much, like, let me think. How about this here, right? Take a second here, right? Take a second here. Really think about what was at play here. Do you remember when, was it the CARES Act? Remember when COVID happened and Bernie did an independent news conference on his YouTube channel, separate from the Democrats here, and he said what he would do. He said what we need to do right now, unconditionally, tethered to COVID being a national emergency, you need to give every American, regardless of income, $2,000 to stabilize them at this time of need. He said that. We need a stimulus revolution right now. He proposed $2K. He then took that as legislation and submitted it in the Senate. And then after the other corporate Democrats came through. And I can't say Nancy Pelosi because she's the House head speaker, but I don't remember like who whatevered on it here. But in the end, it was neutered to shit. The only thing that from Bernie's draft that stayed was the unemployment benefits, which again was kind of dumb anyway. Well, it's not that's dumb. It's dumb to not have the $2,000 stimulant, but keep the unemployment benefits because the unemployment offices are not equipped during this quarantine to deal with the volume of people who are gonna want to get the shit. People were unable to for weeks be able to even call the office to even like be put on the thing or whatever to get the unemployment benefits, right? So. Correct. So what happened was he submitted the legislation or like a draft of it, and then the other Democratic senators in the Senate chamber like neutered it down. There wasn't even a vote on what he proposed. They had neutered it and then did a vote on like a version of it to then submit to the House and then get voted and get thrown up to the executive branch. So they just took it and they kept all the pro corporate shit on all the fucking populist relief stuff here, kept the unemployment thing, which is like the one cool thing, and the one-time stimulus check or whatever here. I think it was like it went from being like a $2,000 a month reoccurring check tethered to the COVID duration being a national emergency, instead of becoming a one-time check of whatever, $1,300 or whatever, $700 initially here, whatever the fuck it was here. Whatever it was that like, happened. I'm kind of confusing things now here actually, but like, I'm confusing the first one under Trump versus the second one when Biden. I'm forgetting exactly when these two things happen here. But the point being is that Democrats easily had the capability to get reoccurring $2,000 checks done. It would have been called Trump bucks, sure, but it could have gotten done. Then when it came later on for increasing minimum wage as part of, I think, the CARES Act or the American Rescue Plan, one of those two had it here. You had Shit Stains, Kristen Sinema, and Joe Manchin who voted no. They were remember, at the time, the Senate was a 50-50 Senate tie, where then Vice President Harris would come in there with a tiebreaker vote, voting down party lines. It would have passed. But two obstructionists, Sinema and Joe Manchin, voted no. They voted no explicitly on a minimum wage increase, something that would have definitively cemented like a steamroll of Democratic appraisal and love by everyone across political partisan divide. They chose no because they were bribed by corporations to not do that. Obviously, shit stains like McDonald's and Walmart and all the other corporations don't want a minimum wage increase here. They're happy to drive up slave labor and have you make less now than you ever did because of how the inflation dollars have fluctuated down and everything else here. You know what I'm saying? So continue to make your pennies while you can't afford anything here. They voted no. Why am I saying this here? I'm saying this because obviously there will be corporate bribes, unfortunately, and lobbying in the congressional chamber. This is not new. Until we eradicate money out of politics here, this will continue to be the case. What I'm saying here is Biden did not play hardball. The guy's too old. He's too old. He's old school. He thinks here that Republican bipartisanship is like the key to like both sides of the aisle. The guy's stuck in his boomer ways here. I'm afraid to say here. You know, he went over to Joe Manchin's house and like had tea and was like, "Come on, bro." And then Manchin still didn't do shit. Like, no, you gotta hit him like a fucking mafia boss, bro. These fucks are immoral and gross. You need to hit him and be like, bro, listen, if you don't vote the way I need you to vote, I will primary the fuck out of you and you will not be running for re-election. You know, don't fuck with me. I'm Dark Brandon. Like you gotta hit him with that shit here, bro. You gotta know how to politic and get this shit done, because that is where this election was lost going back to shit like that. Like Democrats not going through with a slam dunk universal positive where Republicans can't even argue that shit anymore. Like you get minimum wage increased. Oh, you're based. Minimum wage hasn't gone up. Minimum wage went up under Bush's second term. Like holy fucking shit. It's been so comically long now. The fight for 15 has gone on for so long now that it has to be a fight for 20 at this point. In terms of like tethered to productivity of the modern employee or tethered to inflation. Pick one. Both of them are over $20 right now. And so the fight for 15 is now not even enough to make ends meet anymore. It's pathetic. Anyways though, but yeah, like, you know, just shit like that all adds up here when we're talking about inauthentic, elite, smug, insincere. And in the end here, just not even trying to win. Just neoliberal, micro incrementalism. You know, I can give you bread, but I prefer to give you crumbs because in the end I serve the means of corporations and capital, right? They don't fucking care. They have all the insider trading in the world. If you're a Congress member, you have so much insider trading that you should see Nancy Pelosi's fucking portfolio options. It's insane. You know, these people greed is a disease, and they are so far removed from the average worker. It's pathetic here. Senators make $240K a year. House reps make $190K a year. Their salaries already put them like stratospheres above any of the working class people. And then when you add in all the insider trading that they're allowed to totally fucking do, by the way, yeah, it's a guaranteed steamroll to like, you know, Wealthville. Bernie Sanders is one of the poorest senators in the chamber, and his net worth is like somewhere around like $8 to $10 million because of like genuine because he's been working in the Senate for like, you know, for decades now and shit like that. These other fucks here, they're sitting on like tens of millions comfortably because it's so easy to make money there. Again, when you're a senator and you get a 6-year term, you can kind of just like, you can just do like 5 years of blatant corruption and then have the 6th year be when you try to actually work on re-election efforts, I suppose here. And then just, you know, and then just outspend on burying the competition and keep going from there. So keep going here. The DNC undermining Bernie in 2016, actively sabotaging Bernie in 2019, abandoning Bernie entirely by 2024 here. Your most popular politician in US politics, Bernie. And you're not only are you not embracing why he's resonating with the populace, including the Latinos that fucking abandoned you, by the way, in 2024, you actively sought after to blow him up here. We can't forget, y'all. This is why, fuck the DNC, bro. Fuck them all the way through here. When Elizabeth Warren said that Bernie was being sexist in 2019, cringe. When Hillary undermined Bernie in 2016, cringe. When the DNC colluded into 5th place Biden and just shoving him into Super Tuesday for victories, even though the donation map I showed you earlier showed Bernie was, look at that map. Look at this map. Where's that shit at here? Anyway, I'm gonna find the map again here. Again, I had to rush through all this shit earlier, but where's that map at? Look at this map here. Look at the. Also, if you want the site here, it's New York Times here. I can't pull up because the fucking stupid paywall shit here, but I got it in time here. Look at this map here. Look at it. These are donations by geography during the Democratic primary in 2019 here. Look how little Biden raised. Biden sucked out the fucking gate. The only reason he won South Carolina was because the corporate consolidated media kept drilling into South Carolina that Biden was the only one who could beat Trump. He was so hard carried by MSNBC and CNN. I'm not even joking here. That then, like, black voters in South Carolina overwhelmingly voted Biden over Bernie because they were looking for who's going to stop Trump. And so Biden won one state primary, South Carolina, and they took it and they ran with it all the way through here, telling Buttigieg, Klobuchar, and company all to withdraw from the race, all endorse Biden. And then it was like, it was Biden and the corporate consolidated media empire all taking down Bernie because they knew Bernie was going to actually call the corporations for the greed. Democrats, they chose corporate capital over their own party and what could have been their entire base here. Look at this map. This is why Harris lost. That leadership ignored all of this for the interest of very, very little. Pathetic here. The reason now that we're going to endure decades of Supreme Court conservative majority, the reason you're going to see like fucking not just trans rights and what's the other thing here? And gay rights rescinded to the fucking dumpster, women's rights in all of that here. You're going to see an insane regression on all of this. I can't forgive them, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm masked off now. We're already there. We are officially at worst case scenario where there is nothing left to lose. So it's time to call what it is here. You get radicalized, you gotta fuck them hard right now, bro. From here, if you're not serious, and by you I mean whatever the future direction is of the populist movement, if you're not serious, get the fuck out the way, bro. I'm sorry. We're gonna start calling this what it is now. There's no more I'm done entertaining here that the DNC can be reformed. Unless I explicitly see and hear firing leadership at the executive level of that fuck party, I don't want to hear anymore, bro. We really gotta hit. I'm really excited to hear whatever Bernie's cooking here. If it's a new party, I'm really excited to hear about alternative movements here. But Democrats, it's cringe. Codifying Roe v. Wade, you ran on in 2022. You didn't get it done when you had a trifecta in the legislative and with the executive and congressional chambers. We're so done here. We're done. Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, the whole thing here, Chad, is listen, we're done. I'm done listening to bullshit. Okay, like I said during the podcast here, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, those elections were literally bought, and nothing was done about it here. Where was the outcry from Democrats on APAC just literally funneling $20 million into like a House rep race. That's insane. That's insane. It's so clear. They are terrified of a populist uprising. They hate the squad. And I even argue here that AOC doesn't even rock the boat enough in order to not have a target be put on her back, honestly. I can't say I blame her. Again, she's a Democrat that's like in a very, I mean, the whole thing, right? The squad, they all have targets on their back here. And in the end, it's like, you know, what are you going to do when these people can just like, you know, do it? Not even a monkey paw 3 genie wishes. They just do a snap and they get 20 million and a target on their back and they're done. Yeah. So, all right, let's keep going here. I'm sorry. So, if I'm spitting right now, try hard in chat here, okay? So, back to where we're here. Undermine and burn in 2016. Sabotage burn in 2019. Abandon burn in 2024. By the time you get here, dog, they don't even like, there's no primary. Privately appointing Kamala, who's unpopular, because you, Biden, are unpopular. And then she has 100 days to shit out a compelling campaign against the most brutal fascist in modern American politics. I mean, just tell me I'm not taking it serious, y'all. It was depressing the whole way through here. I'm happy I was in Japan in July because this shit was fucking terrible. It was, dude, it was, the whole thing was totally fucked the whole way through here. The Harris campaign for me was like dead in the water until her VP appoint was not Josh Shapiro, but actually Tim Walz. Best case scenario. But even with Tim, again, 100 days to go. Given the results we have right now here, I don't even know if that it would have mattered. Like, I don't know, man. This is a unique thing here where, like, again, it's when we say here why Harris lost, it's like it's almost 10 years of bad decisions, with the exception being COVID, when it came down to it here. Who's Bernie's successor? Yeah, I don't think Bernie would. This is very clearly going to probably be Bernie's last whatever term. But he can still do a lot as a. I mean, what he would do is clearly like continue to run as senator right now, and then like, you know, be the front face for like whatever's to come going forward here. Him being scathing and critiquing and calling out the Democrats for being fucking cringe and stupid and dumb is was like, you know, one of the few things that give me hope right now, I would say. And seeing shit like this is very, very good here. It comes as no surprise that the Democratic Party, which is abandoned working class people, would find that working class people has abandoned them. I mean, dude, I needed this right now. Somebody is making sense of the loss. If you go on like the DC news sphere right now, you got jackasses, which I was going to cover later on here. We got jackasses talking about how like it's because the country's too racist and Kamala, that's why Kamala lost. They're saying that Biden would have won. Oh my God, they are learning the wrong things the whole way through here. They think Biden would have won. Biden, who did that debate. Biden, who everyone says is cognitively declined and unable to. Come on, bro. Like, yeah, no, the cope there is pathetic, bro. It's like, it's insane. So less about that, more that Bernie is saying what anyone who's paying attention clearly sees here all the way through. You don't lose the popular vote and lose the House and lose the Senate and have the country go completely rightward further at this point without comprehensively it being a bad campaign and being a bad administration the whole way through here. Holy fuck, dude. Bernie, the most popular politician, maybe besides Trump. Most donations across broad demographics 2019. Total exclusion rewarded for that outreach and support. Total exclusion by the Democrats here. That included working class and Latinos who flipped to Trump by 2024. Leftism, but these are reasons for my my arguments for why Kamala lost here. Leftism has no parallel media apparatus compared to the absolute domination of right-wing media. Podcasters, influencers. Podcasts? Got it. Influencers? You know, your Andrew Tates, your Nelk Boys, your any crypto bro. Oh my fucking God, dude. They're all conservative as fuck here, obviously. Or they're all like, you know, pro-Republican economy because they want that, you know, Trump's not stupid. You know, you saw him at the fucking Bitcoin summit here. Just tell them whatever the fuck they want to hear. And popularity. They want unregulated monetary tender, clearly here. America is a painfully low information, no substance, vibes-based, fickle attention span country. You have to meet them where they are. Listen, someone said earlier I was advocating for softcore eugenics. That sounds, I mean, I have to think about it more here. If that's how I come off, then sure. But in the end, will ration, reason, logic, and dense information about policy get these fickle fucks to vote in their interest? I don't know. When you tell them what communism is, what socialism is, and how marginal tax rates work, they don't respond with like, oh, okay, I get that. No, they flip out and they exit the conversation. They feel confronted and belittled to, and they leave the conversation. They don't engage for education. You have to reaffirm their worldview. So like, no, to me, when you say that, if people are saying here, this is like softcore eugenics, I say, dog, they didn't arrive there with logic. How the fuck are we gonna, how do you get them to engage when they're so, I don't know, fucking attention stupid? I don't know what to say here, actually. So, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, you have to out manipulate them into, if they are naturally conspiratorial and they're overly anecdotal with like their reaffirmed worldviews, then just, we got to figure out how to use that to our advantage for their collective good. The worst argument you're gonna throw me here right now is that I'm doing the right result the wrong way. To which I would ask you, okay, if what I'm doing is unethical, or what I'm advocating for is unethical, then demonstrate to me with the results we have now, because now we have the data. You can no longer critique on the front of like, oh, okay, well, we can just do, no. Like, the data shows we're fucked right now. You got to figure out a different methodology to sway things from further at this point. People did not vote on policy. People voted on vibes. This is true because look how abysmal Trump's campaign was. It was rampant racism, misogyny, exclusion, punching down, and unpatriotic as all fuck here. But it was perceived as an economic revolution stemmed by chronic patriotism. I mean, he has a cult. And it seems like that worked. I thought the cult was, you know, about 10 million MAGA lunatics, but I mean, God fucking damn, look where we are right now. So, yeah, the thing is that politics now has changed because of social media. We're in the social media age now, and so the game is totally different here. It's not 2007 where we're talking about like Obama 08 here. This is the whole fucking different game now, y'all. So forgive me if whenever I say you gotta out manipulate here, dude, these people, dude, they're dumb. I'm sorry, they're fucking dumb. And that's by design. That's not me calling them dumb because they're inherently inferior. That's the Republican 101 there. Gutting education, having low information, single issue, insular voters that don't even know and that vote against their own interests because they're too ignorant to even know what to vote for. Have you seen the average Facebook US adult and their punctuation, spelling, and reading level? It's terrible. You know, like, let's not pretend here that we're the beacon of intelligence right now. Yeah, have you go to a Facebook wall and look at this shit here? You know what I mean? Like, it's so like, you know, do you trust your uncle with with his substance on like political policy? You know what I mean? So like, yeah. I'm sorry here. If this is a hot take, I will die on this hill. America is a painfully low information, non-substance, vibes-based, fickle attention span country. And with that, you have to meet them where they are. That's what Trump did, and he dominated. So, also, if I came further here, they don't know civics. They don't know civics. They don't know civics. They don't know definitions. What they know is the regurgitated, like, they have their scripts from like whatever media they consume, and they don't even know what words mean. They just use them as like it's not even buzzwords. It's like they use a word that invokes a feeling, but it's not even what the fuck it means. So like what do we do when there's a whole apparatus built on deceiving them? Well, I haven't gone into well, if I can clarify there, you're asking a good question there, QPA. How do we do that when there's a whole apparatus? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, okay. How do we do that when there's a whole apparatus built on deceiving them? Are you saying that the Republicans deceive them with misinformation? Or are you saying that because we deceive them? Well, what I'm saying here is a bit different. If I can elaborate here, I do want to apologize here. Okay, you're saying them. Okay, I thought you meant like me, because I'm like, well, I'm not gonna deceive them. You just don't lead with policy. You have to meet them with their anecdotes, and this is why. Really, what I'm getting at there is that like, when you're like, if you're Hillary Clinton, and people are saying the fight for 15 when Hillary ran in 2016, but Hillary's gonna only go for $12 an hour, which is true, by the way. You're not taking this seriously. When they're fighting for 15 or 20, when California has $20 minimum wage for fast food workers, and Kamala is like fighting only for 15, again, you're not taking this seriously. And so like, you need effective, for lack of a better word here, clickbait, like attention fetching shit here. What will get the jaded, non-engaged, apolitical normie to be like, damn, bro, that's awesome. Like, they're so jaded with their mundane bullshit that they don't even engage in politics here. You have to get them, it has to be so godlike, it's getting out of the intended sphere and penetrating other echo chambers, or other spheres, I would say, actually here. How do you get the jaded custodian working at the local museum to give a shit about voting for you? Well, when you promise, some crazy shit like, I guess, sure, $20 an hour or whatever, increase minimum wage or whatever here. Like, you got to come in there hot and heavy. I mean, Trump promised the fucking world and back here. And was it based on any like substance? Fuck no, it didn't matter. It inspired hope and went from there, apparently. So yeah, you gotta meet them where they are. And as far as the whole Fox News thing, that's the problem though. The problem there is like, now you're asking for the substance over how we do the revolution. And that's a much bigger question. If I can here, put a tack on it and we'll come back to that, okay? Because that's you're asking a really good question. And I love you, QPaul, for that. I love that question. But for me to answer that question, you have to kind of like get past all this here and get to the end here. So when I'm done here, let me get back to that, okay? So, the next point. The left does not have a celebrity of charisma and entertainment to capture their attention like Trump. So my extrapolation here is the fact that Trump is a celebrity, has charisma, is funny and entertaining, though he is dehumanizing, racist, misogynistic, a rapist, etc., etc. What's important here is, again, if we go back here, fickle attention span. He's entertaining. That's the thing about it here. Like, it's like, I know it's really dystopic to consider here, but like, because Trump is entertaining, that makes like previously apolitic people engage in a cult of personality. Think about what Trumpist supporters now, what did Trump replace? Think about it, right? the MAGA cult was not born the MAGA cult. The MAGA cult slowly infiltrated further and further because there was a successful attempt at recapturing their attention near daily, I would say. If you really got to think back here, 2015 when Trump ran the Republican primary, he was there. He clapped on Chris Christie. He clapped on Marco Rubio. He shitted on everyone on the Republican primary stage. All of the Republicans were previously decorum based and like holier than thou and very sanitized. Trump was shooting from the hip, and it was entertaining. It was engaging, and it came off excessively authentic and sincere, which people will find relatable. Normies will find relatable. They will find it relatable, right? So all the back here to say here is that like Trump is a unique person in the context, and I didn't think this was the case here. I too thought people could see that, 92 indictments, convicted felon, Mar-a-Lago classified documents, Jared Kushner and this $2 billion Saudi Arabia arms weapon deal, the New York general attorney getting him for tax evasion and tax fraud for overvaluing his properties for loans, but undervaluing them for taxation on the properties, etc. Fucking the Georgia phone call with find me 14,000 votes or whatever here. Need I go on? All the whole stop a steal, Mexico wall, pay for like it just billions of things here, honestly, right? All that apparently noise. Is he funny? Is he entertaining? Obviously, chat, where we are with our chronically our online leftism, we are a speck in the galaxy that is bathed in the red of pro-Republican propaganda. We don't have the Koch brothers. We don't have PragerU. We don't have Daily Wire, etc., etc. So the left does not have a celebrity of charisma and entertainment to capture their attention like Trump. We would benefit greatly from having someone who can capture their attention, who is charismatic and entertaining. Who comes to mind who can fill that role? I can think of two people. You think here two? I can think of two people here. Yeah, that's all I got here. All right. You have Jon Stewart, which I don't think he would do it because, goddamn, he's already worked his ass off here. Jon Stewart and Stephen Smith. Like, these are the two people I could think of who actually could do this here. Y'all saw Stephen Smith when he argued with Sean Hannity. He don't give a fuck. He's built different. If you didn't see that, I will play that segment again here. You need someone, again, charisma, entertainment, capture their attention. Stephen Smith would shit on Trump in a way that people would not forget if they had a one-on-one. You feel me? Jon Stewart, same fucking thing here. The left does not have this right now. In the context of in the same positions that Trump is currently in, like active in politics. There are people who could fit this criteria, but they're not like Trump, where they're active in the political field. Trump is what gets them in there. Notice how different it is when it's JD Vance and Donald Trump Jr. doing a rally. It gets no attendance at all. Trump rallies are declining in attendance, certainly, but simultaneously, it didn't matter because the messaging had already worked here. He's the economy guy, and he's in everyone's mind. How about LeBron James? Is LeBron entertaining? LeBron's a celebrity. Maybe he has charisma, but is he entertaining? I'd argue whatever appeal you can think of LeBron, Stephen Smith is way better. Stephen Smith, I don't know if I trust a sports dude to be able to keep up and not just call out the lies that Trump is saying all the time, or people like this, because people are gonna do the Trump playbook going forward now. They're gonna just shoot from the hip. They're gonna be they know. The thing is the right wing, they're very agile. Democrats have been running the left side generally here, and they're fucking terrible at it, and they're very stagnant. They're not in the political sphere. They're not using the donation winnings and capital to fund a media apparatus to get the message out here, because their message probably sucks ass right now anyway here. Oh no, I'm sorry. Oprah should run? Hell no. When do you oh my god, hang on, wait. Let me click here. Okay. Oprah is not the answer either at all. Oprah is a billionaire capitalist who 100% has done questionable things all the way through here. Let me pull up here real quick for you here. Here's how I know Oprah's a bad choice here. And I love you. Actually, I'm happy. I'm not attacking you. I'm happy you said Oprah. Okay. You say Oprah. I say that already happened. Kamala and Oprah. Oh, yeah. September 18.
We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. We won't be set back, pushed back.
Look, it even know it even happened. That's how little even mattered here. That already happened. It didn't fucking matter. Oprah's a billionaire who fucked over people in Maui. She owns like half of a fucking island in Hawaii. It's fucking insane. She's not grassroots, y'all. I'm sorry. I look forward to joining Oprah and grassroots supporters from across the country for a one-of-a-kind live stream. Notice what I liked here. Yeah, trust me, bro. Like, Oprah is not this criteria at all here, with peace and love. So I just kind of want to throw that in there real quick here for you. No, this is the big one here. The left does not have a celebrity of charisma and entertainment to capture their attention like Trump. Again, I'm not even like, if you can name people here. I'm sorry, I don't mean to attack you. It's more that like Oprah is like a really, really bad candidate here. A celebrity of charisma and entertainment to capture attention. That's like, I only have Jon Stewart and Stephen Smith here. Though both those would be really, really good. And I honestly, I'd argue that Stephen Smith is probably likelier to do it than Jon Stewart is, actually. I feel like Stewart, oh man, I don't know. I don't get the vibe he even wants to like spend the rest of his years. Like, I feel like if it was gonna happen, he would have rose to the call of duty beforehand. But I think maybe he was fighting depression or whatever, which is why he had to step away from the Daily Show back in 2015. So, you know what I mean? Okay, all right. So I'm sorry, that was a lot there. So that's specific arguments for the results. Why Harris lost. Okay, I did not get to go in this one here, y'all. I'm gonna take my gun now and unload all the clips here. Okay. Here are the reasons why Harris lost, and I had to gloss over this for the podcast here. The DNC booted Hassan out of the convention, overstating the obvious critiques of the campaign at the time when Biden was running again. Do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember when Hassan was streaming from the DNC and then they booted him out? That told me everything I needed to know here. You had unironically your largest populist streamer, and you act like Bernie, you actively rejected him because you can't take a single critique here. Holy fucking shit, bro. You know what's crazy? Republicans, they fall in line. They are always their eye on the prize, and they will always confide for the greater good of the protocol to win. They win elections. I hate what they do. They gerrymander, they rig, they lie constantly. Their hypocrisy is endless, but they focus on winning. They win. The DNC, holy fucking shit, dude. Like, I mean, bro, softer than marshmallows, softer than tissue paper, bro. Like, y'all, like, you know, I don't want to hear it. Kick him out, bro. Crazy. And that is like a sign of what was to come there. No, when you're inaccessible to critiquing, you're oblivious to what's needed for improvement. At which point, yeah, again, this decision is what leads to dumb shit like everything that went wrong with the Harris campaign. So, DNC neglected to have any kind of public conversation about Biden's declining health for 2 years prior to him running for a second term again. Undemocratic lack of any primary to determine the most fit candidate to take down Trump. Worth noting how undemocratic the superdelegate system already is in Democratic primaries. Biden's awful performance at the first debate versus Trump led to an all-time deflated morale for the entire Democratic base. The private appointing of Harris negated the necessary vetting of feedback for the campaign strategy, having to scrap it together everything 100 days out from election. Bernie or anyone other than DNC, anonymous elite strangers, strategists who were involved. True. Harris's main positive point, appointing VP Tim Walz, was met with neutering him, defanging him, declawing him. His initial attack on Republicans as weird, invasive, and predatory was catching on for once. They immediately neutered him, and the VP debate performance shows that. It's like, it's hard to even figure out which of these are the dumbest ones. It's like, it's so much stupidity. It's like you're trying to lose. So you know what I mean? Like, it's like, holy fuck, I'm getting angry again reading this all to you, because it's like, I just kept typing it down. I'm like, bro. Harris did not do enough of a job to differentiate from Biden, a president who was coasting at 35% approval rating for most of his presidency. Bars. Palestine, Hamas, Israel, lack of ceasefire, lack of gay trans rights advocacy. This one, not the strongest one here, but still though, it's still important to know here that when it came to trans rights, like, Harris backed off that so fucking hard in interviews. Fucking no backbone cringe. Declining Joe Rogan within the week of election to match Trump's perceived accessibility. True. Yes, it is true. DNC letting morons like John Fetterman go on Rogan instead. Oh my God. Did y'all know the week of the whatever, like in October, that John Fetterman went on Rogan? That was the Democrat who went to Rogan here? Oh my God, bro. Crazy. It was Trump, JD Vance, John Letterman, no Harris. Ah, man. So yeah, like, again, when you try to figure out which of these is the worst one, it's all so fucking bad, y'all. So terrible. Now, what should have happened, in my opinion? Biden agreed to do his one term as he originally planned when he ran in 2019, a Democratic primary to vet a quality candidate. This is also when, Bernie would be able to then endorse a candidate, and Bernie can leverage his endorsement and his support with his enthusiastic base on some definitive deliverables. Hey, I'll endorse you. Bernie, will endorse you, quality candidate, if you do rent control, minimum wage increase, promise me these deliverables, and you have my support. This never happened because there was no fucking primary, bro. Campaign financing and voter outreach could quickly determine that someone with populist, pro-worker, pro-wholesome economy like Bernie would take momentum like it did with him in 16 and 19. That person would be able to mop the floor with Trump at debates and policy, ideally follow through with a clear, concise message of what they're going to do for voters and not too focused on how awful Trump is. Solutions and your usefulness to supporter is what nets enthusiasm. What are you going to do for me? I don't care how bad Trump is. That's a judgment call. That's an appeal to emotion. What the fuck are you going to do for me? These groceries are too fucking high. These bills too high. The rent's too high. I can't afford shit. Everything's too fucking expensive. What the fuck are you going to do for me? That's how you get enthusiasm all the way through here. It's the same appeal with marketing. You don't bring up what, how long does my dildo battery last? I don't care. How many orgasms will the dildo give me? That's the question. Try hard in chat. I thought it was spitting there. No? Bro, I thought it was spitting there. Why you hitting me with the Hey, I'm doing No Nut November. I can, this is free reign right now, okay? All right, cool. Thank you. All right, so that's what should have happened. Compare what should have happened and what could have happened had what should have happened to what did happen. You feel me? And then here's all my things ready to roll here. Again, I was so over prepared for this podcast shit that I didn't get to show you this stuff here now. So we have here next Rolling Stone. Harris tried to win over Republicans. Democratic support collapsed instead here. Yeah, the whole her parading around with Liz Cheney. Like who gives a fuck, dude? Like what the fuck are you doing? Y'all did this shit in 16 and 19, and it's oh my god, bro, it's so fucking cringe, dude. Holy shit. I don't give a fuck about Mitt Romney or whoever the fuck else here, bro. Like where we were by the time, like I let 16 slide in the context that Trump was a anomaly that no one was really ready for, but still Hillary ran a horrible campaign. 19 and 24, there was no excuse. 19 taught the DNC elites all the wrong lessons, and then 24 was kind of doomed from the very start because there was so much baggage to mitigate from, I would say. So, like, what a fucking awful strategy, dude. Like, holy fucking shit. So busy trying to swoon over the same overlapping base. Bro, Republicans throw red meat at these Fox News trained drones all fucking day. Like, the facade of bipartisanship, both you, Harris, and your campaign manager, and Biden, is rooted in some fucking 1991 bullshit here, dude. I'm sorry. I'm scathing now because we're already fucked here. I can be super critical now because we're already at the worst case scenario, chat. So if I'm cussing a lot and I'm calling out a lot of bullshit now, it's because I didn't want to be here. I really fucking didn't. But abysmal dog shit piss ass management and continual deliberate undermining of what could have been your base is why we are fucking here right now, dude. Try to chat, y'all. I'm sorry, man. Just like, all right, continuing on here. Biden surges on Super Tuesday, transforming Democratic primary into two-man race here. Let's not forget here, yeah. Again, I was gonna, as I mentioned before during the podcast here, when Super Tuesday happened, this is when everything went to shit all the way through here. Like Biden, who was flailing in 5th place and still had no path to the general based on how Bernie was doing. Bernie clapped Iowa caucus, clapped Nevada, I think whatever the other one was here, clapped Arizona, whichever the third one was here. Yeah, Biden got South Carolina. He got 1. Bro, Super Tuesday was going to, those donation totals were coming from every state. Bernie was going to evaporate. It is insane. When you think back to Bloody Monday and that Super Tuesday, that was it. That was it. Fuck, dude. Look at this. Look at this. All that needed to happen was Super Tuesday, and Bernie was going to be unstoppable at that point. They came in at the last point and consolidated all the opposition into Biden, and then consulted all the elite conglomerate corporative news networks and just blasted, unironic, Democratic or pro-DNC elite propaganda that Biden was the only one who can take down Trump. And that was it. And sadly, it's crazy because we're not even talking about like Republican or right-wing new media apparatuses. We're not talking about podcasts here or any of that. This is like a sabotage from within. So like the DNC actively neutering their own base to develop naturally, all for short-term gain on just some corporate approval and corporate donation shit, whatever. You should never forgive them for this. This should be reason to expel the party from even being relevant here. I say fuck the DNC until I see definitive reform, top down, period. The whole thing is, now that we lost again here, chat, I wasn't endorsing doing a third party vote because of what was at stake here. You know, 3 decades worth of Supreme Court oligarchy with the fucking king in place right now is gonna flip everything over and then some. Now that we have nothing to lose, now you, at least at this point here, chat, if we're gonna go down sinking, 2 middle fingers up right here, protest votes all the way through here. If you're not promising definitive deliverables, get the fuck out of my face, dude, all the way through. So at this time now, it is going to be like, you want the revolution now because nothing else will ever fix this problem at this point. Oh no, yeah, I didn't because I knew it was at stake. I knew that swallow it and let Harris get through here, and they'll probably learn the wrong lessons again here. But that was really important because if Trump lost this election, he would be 82 going into 2028 if he tried to run again, and I think he wouldn't even care anymore. I think he'd lose the fight. In the end, Trump is probably pretty happy with losing because he can just say that I lost or that it was rigged, and now I'll be a sore loser, and then just constantly farm the rigging and never accept having lost, and just fundraise and farm the MAGA merch and do his little permanent, MAGA cult nationwide tour shit. He's really happy to do that more than actually presidenting, I would say. So, you know what I mean? So like, this was going to be the last one that he was going to be a threat. And from there, it would be 4 years of MAGA deflating in intensity. And then it'd be a different battle by 2028. But now it's entirely different, sadly. Very, very sadly here. Now he gets to have his revenge spree, and it's gonna be a path paved in blood and turmoil. So, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, never forget, let this map sit in your brain and understand here how totally fucked we are from the DNC. Never forget this map. Imagine looking at this map and having the intuition to say, oh yeah, the specks of yellow here, that's our key to winning right now. Stupid. All right, so you can see here more from Super Tuesday. Again, we're still doing the reasons why Harris lost right now. From Super Tuesday. So here we are. The Democratic primary 2019. February 3rd, Iowa caucus. Bernie, 26.5%. Pete Buttigieg, 5.1. Remember, they lied and said that Pete won, by the way. Fucking full of shit here. Bernie won. February 11th, New Hampshire. Bernie won. Nevada, 22nd. Bernie won. South Carolina was the last one before Super Tuesday, where it's Alabama, American Samoa, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia. All of those are the same fucking day. Between February 29 and March 3rd, on God, something happened there, because how the fuck does Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, and all the other ones fold, simultaneously endorse Biden, and then CNN and MSNBC blast Biden as the only one who's electable because he won South Carolina? Bro, they weren't even covering. They lied about who won Iowa. They gave it to Pete Buttigieg. They were actively sabotaging Bernie from the very jump, and even then, they couldn't stop it. And even then, they weren't getting donations. And even then, they used their media empire to fucking corrupt everything to the core here. So annoying. So frustrating. Oh my fucking God, dude. So This is what you should be looking at right now. Scathing, scornful, all the way through. Once again, Hassan being kicked out of the DNC convention. Crazy. Oh, supporting a ceasefire, by the way. You know, just fucking atrocious foreign policy on behalf of Democrats here, matching the freak of the Republicans here. When given a description of the various elements of the proposed ceasefire deal, 64% of likely voters say they support a proposal, including 86% of Democrats and 60% of swing voters. It was also approved by Republicans too here. Look at this. What's the math here? 1429, 1430, 30. 45% of Republicans supported a ceasefire when they're told about the details of the whole shit here. Like, bro, you wonder why you got cooked on, you wonder why you got totally obliterated in Michigan, and you're wondering why you lost majority, if not all, the swing states? Holy fucking shit. Why vote for you? Jesus fucking Christ. Didn't Kamala call for a ceasefire? No, she did not. If she did, well, maybe she did. I'm not maybe not here. I'm pretty confident the answer is no there. I feel like I would remember there being like a definitive yeah. There might have been, I mean, look, there were like at least 2 rally interruptions over this. And yeah, okay. I recall the rally disruptions, and then like she said something of like a vocal agreement, but it was so comically not a core part of the message, which maybe that means, because like, you know, in the end here, you can say here, you can say technically she said yes, but what were the optics to the mass populace, y'all? It didn't seem like it was, you know. I saw abortion front and center in women's rights, which is rad, of course, here. But the ceasefire, I mean, bro, you know, everyone's seeing, I'm not even gonna fuck around anymore. Everyone's seeing like children with like limbs missing, like wounds out there, just like comically dehumanizing, perpetual sadness that puts you in a depression. You don't even look at it. You don't dive into it because you're like, oh my god, this is so saddening. I can't even operate my day right now with this shit. Yeah, please end this right now. What the fuck am I looking at right here? It's unfathomable what's going on right there. And yeah, like, yeah, what are we doing here? Again, why was Biden so unpopular? Funding the IDF, which is 100% using American-funded weaponry to proceed with the genocide. It's like, dog, dude, bro. People aren't stupid, dude. I mean, how do you explain Biden hovering at 35% on just economy? Like, it's way more than that. But I'd say that's another massive blunder here. Oh my god, dude. So yeah, you got to bring up here all these things here that clap it to make sense of the whole thing here. What do we have here? What do I have here about this one? Swing voters are politically disengaged. This is true. Swing voters are the ones who are apolitical and just kind of go with the vibes what is your broad stroke of your message? And you have to kind of go from there. What are you going to do for me? And that was harm reduction does not engage a swing voter. I'm sorry to say. That's why the turnout was piss and shit. So you gotta come in there all the way through, bro. Like this cooking here. Fuck. Voters want U.S. to call for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and prioritize diplomacy. Yeah, already. Are there links here actually? I might have already links back here, but yeah, yeah, dude, like the fact that, I mean, this was like abundant. This is like the amount of, when you have protests in your rallies, that's a sign to fucking steer ship. Like there was no reaction, there's no course correction, some shit, dude. Like fuck. And again, you asked me about John Fetterman. I mean, here you go. So Joe Rogan, November 3rd, I mean, dog, what do we, this clip was posted anyway here, so, I mean.
We need a secure border. It's a significant issue. And if I thought there was any kinds of...
I'm not even gonna play it. Look, my question here, why the fuck is John Fetterman on Rogan and not Kamala? What in the actual fuck are you trying to lose here, dude? So, like, that's the... Who cares what he says? I don't even care right now. Like, this is already fail-flavored fail. Fuck it, dude. Period. Like, oh my God, dude. Holy shit. She would have bombed, though. Would she have? Is her bombing on Joe Rogan really worse than her never going on Joe Rogan? Do you know that people saw the Trump interview? Having no counter narrative to a 3-hour glaze fest of propaganda and the lies not even being challenged. I would rather see her have tried and flopped than not even go at all. You ask here, did she say no to Rogan? Joe Rogan, October 28th. Also, for the record, the Harris campaign has not passed on doing the podcast. They offered a date for Tuesday, but I would have had to travel to her, and they only wanted to do an hour. I strongly feel the best way to do it is in the studio in Austin, Texas. My sincere wish is just to have a nice conversation and get to know her as a human being. I really hope we can make it happen. They never made it happen because she was too busy to she didn't want to prioritize the #1 podcast in the world and only wanted to do 1 hour when Trump did 3. Yeah, the media apparatus in the left is so bafflingly fucked on the elite echelon of Democrats. They said no to the biggest layup in the world here in the context of having here is the world's megaphone. Speak your piece. Trump had 3 hours of lies. JD Vance had 2 hours of lies. Elon Musk is on there for 2 hours. Elon, JD, and Trump all do Joe Rogan within a month of the election. Harris did 0. And John Fetterman went on there. Make it make sense. You ask about misplays, you ask about blunders. There you go. Fucking you gotta watch fucking dumbass Elon do this fucking stupid bullshit here. Like, are you kidding me? 2 hours, 40 minutes, by the way. Holy fuck. JD Vance is on there, which no one cares about here, but still though, like, it's fucking insane. Again, just you're not, go back to my complaints here. You're not meeting the people where they are. What did I say here? America is a painfully low information, non-substance, vibes-based, fickle attention span country. You have to meet them where they are. They're watching Rogan. Meet them where they are. What did Tulsi Gabbard do? How did Tulsi break out as a superstar? Whatever, right? In 2019. Rogan interview. How did Bernie reach like podcast bros who were waist deep on fucking slobbing Jordan Peterson? If I recall correctly, he was on Joe Rogan, right? Point here, okay, wait. Cherry Pie Assassin. Joe Rogan is not the world's megaphone. People listen to Joe Rogan, and admittedly, he does have influence. However, I believe people voted for Trump because of his vision and what he was addressing, not Joe Rogan. I disagree. Dog. The people value... I disagree. I disagree because in the end here, people... When you look at the results of the election and how many bad things Trump did and how horrible his campaign was run with vile garbage like the Madison Square Garden Nazi rally and everything else here. The indictments, I mean, I don't even know where to even begin in here, honestly, the whole thing here. It doesn't really matter because, again, if you consider that the reality that America may be low information and may not value substance in terms of policy or whatever else here, promises, I like that clickbaits me. But the substance, I don't challenge nor care about, because when you ask a Trump supporter what they're voting for Trump for, they'll say the economy. And the minute you ask them to elaborate on what of the economy, they have nothing. In the end, I've extrapolated there. They don't care. They don't. Substance is not what they care about. Please wave the wand and make it good again, please. What it's going to be. Big promises get big enthusiasm. Substance and accountability come after you're elected, apparently. Vibes based, again, because apparently something works here. Trump's been on the media apparatus here. I mean, again, the Joe Rogan appearance, the Nelk Boys appearance, the Aiden Ross appearance. He's meeting people where they are. And he's a celebrity of charisma entertainment to capture their attention. I don't know how else to put it here, dog. You can say that you can say that you whatever you said here, right? That you don't think he has influence, but I mean, dog, he's the #1 podcast in the world. I don't know what else can I say, dog? I mean, how many YouTube videos reach 50 million views? Like, did you see? Do you? Can I pull up the YouTube mirror of the Joe Rogan episode with Trump recently here? It's got like 45 million views. That's like Mr. Beast numbers. Like hitting like a 30 million plus percentile is like some shit that only like giga elites do routinely. That's like it's an abnormally insanely well performing video even for Rogan's episodic standards here as the #1 podcast in the world. 100% people would have tuned in to hear what she has to say. She could have bombed, but she could have tried. I'm not saying she would have did a good job on Rogan, but people who are curious to hear her side of the story in an authentic, unedited, long-form conversation, just her doing it would show a willingness to meet them where they are. Her not doing that makes her come off inaccessible, elite, smug, and insincere. Sorry to say. If you disagree with that, then I don't know, I'll stay here, honestly. Okay, back to where we were here. Yeah, so all of these reasons here are why Harris lost all the way through. And then this fucking cringe missile here. Harris announces Medicare proposal and plans to have a Republican in her cabinet. Well, I already covered this earlier, but holy fuck, dude. I mean, yeah, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. Like, what more do you say? Okay. So, then... she did go on Club Shay Shay. That's good. I'm glad she did, actually. I didn't catch that. I can't comment on this here. Like, I don't know how popular Club Shay Shay is, if that's like mostly like a black thing or not. I understand it as like a, you know, it's very sport. What's the word? Sport watcher. I don't know what do they call it here? Sport watcher adjacent, and maybe like a predominantly black audience here. But again, the reach still, I mean, that's good. But again, denying Rogan within a week of the election is insane. It's insane. Insane. Comical misfire the whole way through here. All right. And then from there, okay, so back to the whole podcast topics here. Election night. Yeah, so Senate, House, and Governor. Republicans have won the Senate. That's already true. Democrats are fighting for its life to retain the House, which again, they have to win like a fuckload of the current seats up for contention to do it. Ted Cruz won Texas. That's insane to me. Holy fucking shit. How did Cancun Cruz win re-election? Holy shit, that is so bad. So that's depressing. Carrie Lake lost in Arizona. Bless up. Rest in peace, bitch. And then, sadly, Montana, Ohio, and West Virginia all lost Democratic senators, sadly, which definitely sucks here. So Joe Manchin stepped out here, and a Republican took over pretty easily on that one here. Ohio and Montana, which is also really bad here too. So, state ballot issues we actually went pretty hard here on the state ballot initiatives, so I can kind of skip that part here. And I covered here, the facts. Unapologetic abhorrent failure entirely. Trump won the popular vote, second term. Corrupt Supreme Court. Supreme Court that will become a conservative majority until 2050 unless the courts are expanded, which is going to be hard to do whenever they make that happen. Federal institutions entirely gutted to implement a singular point of rule that will cripple the economy. It will take decades to fix, and we can't even entertain the suffering to come for everyone, but especially blacks, gays, and trans and minorities here. So, I brought up, what needs to happen, the conventional route for things to get better, and then the unconventional route here, which is in the end what Fanatic disagree with here. As I said, radicalization to dismantle the DNC from the top down, for real. Collateral like climate change can't even be it can't even be targeted anymore. It's already fucked. Organize and recognize that blacks officially don't have allies in this fight. Whites are simply too racist, uninformed, and ingrained within the system to vote in an uninformed manner, even for their well-beings. Again, earlier when I said that America is too low information, what did I say here again? Sorry, I haven't moved back grab again here. This. White people are simply too racist, uninformed, and ingrained within the system of like Jim Crow or whatever here to vote in an informed manner, even for their well-beings. I say that because we have the proof here with Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock runoff race here. Blacks came in here hardcore and voted appropriately. White people, even when, and I'm sorry I'm being racial right now, but I'm throwing up facts here. Whatever you want to call it, the Christian white vote in Georgia, it went out of its way rather than vote for the pastor who's a living demonstration of the virtues that you advocate for. They are instead voting for an adultery committing, previous ex-wife / ex-girlfriend beating, infidelity having, incompetent, idiotic, concussion-ridden dork, and you're looking past all of that over the pastor as a Christian because it's Team Trump and it's Team Partisan Republican here. Insane. And it wasn't like, you can't tell me it's like uninformed. It's like it's so not self-serving. It's insane. So yeah, Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock. It was so fucked. It shocked me. I didn't think it would be that bad. I figured, okay, yeah, they lost, when it went to a runoff race and they went back to go vote again, I'm like, okay, bro, yeah. At that point, I was shocked at the dedication to idiocracy. As more dirt was coming out about Herschel Walker between the initial election and the runoff one versus Warnock again here, like Warnock barely won, and it came down to demographics. Blacks stood up to hardcore, and whites were like, "No, we're gonna keep going, bro." Like Warnock is overly qualified and barely fucking won, and the appeal of virtue within the whole thing. So at that point, it's like, yeah, man, I don't know what to say, y'all. I mean, what you can extrapolate from this, this comes off like harsh and exclusionary. But it's more just like, of course, I'm not saying that all white people are bad. What I'm saying is that when we're talking about the macro perspective, again, they are so painfully low information, non-substance, and vibes-based that how you get them to arrive at voting for their own interests in the logical sense is a very hard battle. Because they're already so victimized to propaganda and apparently social media brain rot. So, I don't know. I'm not saying that they're the enemy. I'm saying that they're not reliable as allies in the longevity of things here. I mean, if you are not saying all whites, then why don't you write that down by looking at it Oh, again, let's be here. Okay. What you are upset about what I said here. If you are not saying all whites, then why don't you write that down? By looking at it, you are saying all white people. I mean, it's because these are my notes. Like what I'm sharing with you are my notes, and I'm explaining what my notes were. These are like my personal. I never intended to show you these notes here, but the podcast we filmed earlier didn't have like a. I didn't have like an unlimited amount of time to elaborate on the policies. Now, if you're mad about what I wrote down, listen to what I am saying. I mean, these are notes, and I'm explaining my notes in greater detail for you now, audibly. So if you're just mad about what I wrote, listen to what I said. But to appease you, sure. If that makes you feel better because you can't comprehend what I just said, then sure, I'll most whites are simply too racist, uninformed, and ingrained within a system to vote in a informed manner. Is that better for you? All right. Let me know if you disagree with that one then. All right, continue on here. Yeah, so get the youth involved, Black Panther style. Recognize those with nothing to lose. And then I covered here the United Auto Workers for, and I put it in substance here. United Auto Workers are planning for May Day 2028 here with a mass strike, hoping to gain other unions plus truck drivers and teachers to build momentum towards a general strike, which presumably we all can partake in, leading up to the 2028 election here. So, and then with that, I had a bonus section here of flexing. So with that, I encourage you all, chat here, to get informed. Read up on African American history, Selma, Black Wall Street, critical race theory, Jim Crow, American slavery, Atlantic slave trade, reparations in the USA, racism against Irish, aka white N-words. Whiteness is a social construct. Reagan's presidency entirely here. The attack on education, the inception of pro-life arguments, the origin of the war on drugs from Nixon, police brutality, 1992 LA police riots, 1980s Miami Police Department corruption, the LAPD and NYPD budget allocation and fraud, Clarence Thomas being corrupt, Eric Adams being corrupt, history of gerrymandering, history of redlining, history of women's rights, riots before and after the civil rights movement, etc. So, there's like, this is what we got to do here. We got to, you got to get in here and just like, the more you know, the more radicalized you'll become here. It's like you pick a topic, you get all this shit going on here, and realize here that like whatever you thought, it's worse than we think it is here. And if you think I'm too extreme right now, you're just unaware of the history of the whole thing here. Keep in mind that when I'm talking about like this shit here, when you get a chance, read up on racism against Irish people and see here how illogical racism is. Don't think that the line can ever bite you, right? The whole thing is whiteness is a social construct, and therefore it is therefore susceptible to having the goalposts move to whatever they need to for exclusion, for maintaining power all the way through here. Maybe we'll cover this in the future podcast, but if I recall correctly, initially the Irish were called white N-words when they were immigrating to America, and the Irish were only accepted in as part of the white consolidation whenever there was a growing need to outnumber the blacks coming up north. So, oh no, the list is complete. Oh no, I wanted to do so much more here, but again, I was running out of time to come live. Keep in mind here, if I can chat, try hard and chat here. All of this was me in like an hour and a half. Like I had nothing today. I shitted out all of this, which is an hour and a half of prep for the podcast. So, White Belt Scholar, thank you for the Prime sub. Try hard and chat if you enjoyed this here, by the way. This is not even me it's not like days of prep. This was me just like shitting out something for on the fly day of podcast here. So So there you go, y'all. That was everything and all the tabs that I prepared here for all that stuff there. Hope you enjoyed it. As I enjoyed talking to y'all about it here. Thank you. Cherry Pie Assassin. You can't cherry pick history, Trihex. What? There is no more discrimination largely against Irish people. They became white normalized decades ago. I'm so confused here. Did I not just say this here? I just said that. Well, first off, okay, all right. Let's take it one thing at a time here. When I listed here racism against Irish, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's active now. This is a get informed, read up on your history is what I was what I said here, right? I wasn't implying this is like actually what's happening now. More that the logic of the visual distinction of black people with pigmentation versus white people is not automatically how racism processed initially here. To your surprise, the expectation will be subverted here to learn that white passing modern, aka with the inclusion of Irish, they were considered white N-words initially. They were only confided into white people, again, the social construct of such here, whenever they needed more power to outnumber and outmaneuver black acceptance in the North, I want to say. I got to do some more reading on that first here, but yeah, there was the reason they were no longer considered white N-words was because of the attempt to maintain white superiority. So, and same thing for the Irish too here. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. You're saying that I'm cherry picking here, but I'd argue you need to improve your listening comprehension and also use context clues for what I was alluding to when I was saying this here. No one seriously at this point in the academics we're talking about right now are going to say here that Irish are being oppressed racially right now. Okay, I'm going to politely move on, Cherry Pie, because you're not listening and you're saying things that are like, you're attacking strawman arguments right now. So I'm gonna let you do you, bro. So I don't know if I can help you here because like you're just like saying things that are like completely not correct here, the whole thing. I'm gonna let chat respond here from here on, I suppose, so we can just move on to more productive conversations here. Try not to like get too much into a negative loop there. So there we are. That is what the podcast could be, chat. So if you enjoyed that, smack a follow. I appreciate that. As of now, I will continue to expand upon my thoughts on certain things, and I look forward to trying out the Pecan Podcast again this next Thursday. And I'll continue to challenge myself to, make it more entertaining for sure. In this case, there was kind of like a news mega info dump, but I look forward to engaging further with Fnatic next time on more of our disagreements here, I say. All right, well, with that then, chat. Okay, so non-politics aside, is there a link? There's no link right now. It's the VOD. This is the podcast. It's a segment of my Twitch stream, but yeah, I'm gonna chop it up into the podcast. And I say I would include this episode 0 bonus segment here where I kind of go in on everything else. But yeah, it'll be on my YouTube soon. Don't worry. Now that my internet's getting fixed, you know what I mean? We will eventually get there. Sorry again, the YouTube's been inactive because I literally cannot go to YouTube right now because my YouTube is like borked. But yeah, it'll be on the channels. Do not worry. Cool. So then with that, chat, about tomorrow. So tomorrow will be the world premiere of the Yoshi Island task that Steve Tarr did. Look forward to that. Tomorrow will also be ideally us starting Mario and Luigi Brothership. So if that comes in tomorrow, we do that tomorrow. If it comes in Saturday, we do that Saturday. But for sure, like, on God, gameplay. We have not had gameplay in like 2 weeks now because I've had internet issues and a bunch of other dumb shit here in the election. But gameplay returns tomorrow, so I look forward to it. No bullshit. It was a debate. It's not the debate you think it was, Vano. It was the debate over what is the more effective solution to solving the fact that Trump got reelected now. Like, what do we do now? Like, what do we, like, the progressive leftist wing of the populace, what do we do? What do we black people do? Show like that here. We had a disagreement over what was to be done. I was like, black revolutionist, black radical, if you will, here. And then Fanatic was doubling down on education and outreach. And I was I guess I'm more scathing, where I'm like, no, they're too dumb. These people vote against their own interest because again, as I said before here, and I'll say it again here, the quote unquote, the argument that I'm going on here is that, like, America is painfully low information, non-substance, vibe-based with a fickle attention span. You have to meet them where they are and not guide them to where you want them to be. If they are low information and non-substance, then high information and substance-based outreach will not get these people to come to you. If you tell those motherfuckers to read a book, they're gonna fucking, like, when you tell them about all this shit, they're just gonna say fake news. I don't care, whatever here. That's not real. I mean, dog, like, again, they're low information and they're arriving at their conclusions without logic. It's all through emotion. So you have to appeal to their emotive sides, which means you can use, like, social engineering to outmaneuver the opposition to the direction we need them to be. So that's where I am with it. And Fanatic's advocacy was high information and outreach, which I'm just like, all right, good luck with that one, bro. So that's kind of where we am right there. If you think I'm incorrect, I'm happy to engage further and hear your thoughts. But this election, now that we have this election for data, I feel much more confident saying what I've felt for a while now, that this is where we are. Also, they don't know civics either, by the way. They don't know civics. They don't know civics, economics, taxes, policy. I gotta do that, bro. It's just bad, bro. Like, man, they don't know marginal tax rates. Again, remember how they flip out when they hear about, like, Kamal's gonna raise your taxes, and it's like, Biden and Kamal are gonna raise your taxes, and it's like only on incomes above $400,000 because the top marginal rate caps at 400K, and everyone's like, don't. I'm a billionaire tomorrow. Don't tax me. Fucking Democrats raising up the taxes. Shit. That's why I can't afford nothing. So it's like, yeah, clearly they don't know, like, is it margin? Oh, I'm feeling bad. I'm tired, y'all. Marginal tax rate. So yeah. Exactly. All they hear is raise taxes, which I admit here, if I can, this is also where Bernie fucked up as well. Because when Bernie doesn't do this either, by the way, what I'm saying here is being reinforced by 2 points of data. Why Trump won and where Bernie was honest to a fault. Bernie would say, your taxes are going up. And then they would use that out of context. They would clip chump him. And when he was describing a single payer healthcare system, he would mention how it would save money for everyone and how it would lower the deficit over a 10-year period, yada, yada, yada. But you said the icky words, which can be clipped out of context. Bernie did not do this. He did not use the appeal to emotion to be able to be like, clip proof and be able to outmaneuver emotionally the audience you're trying to sway in there. They're so fickle. You have to dangle the keys in front of them constantly to keep them from freaking out and crying and wetting their diaper and everything else here. So yeah, what I'm saying here is like tenfold reinforced by a billion examples here. But yeah, when you consider this is how you can develop the strategy to outmaneuver all the opposition for the right cause, of course, unlike them, and go from there into 2026 and 2028. So, all right, so yeah, capital gains tax, estate tax. These people, they're crazy. They think they're gonna be million. They think the reason they're not millionaires is because of I'm gonna say it. They think they're not millionaires because all the black jobs that should be worked by the immigrants. I'm sorry. They think they're not millionaires because the immigrants working all the black jobs are taking up all the welfare. There you go. That's what they, on God, that's what they think. And when they're that uninformed, the fuck, what do you even do? You know what I mean? So, all the what now? Oh my God. Yeah, so you get the idea here. So, hey, I'm just saying what Trump said, and he said the black job. So I mean, you tell me here. Hang on, I'm about to pull up some throwbacks here, actually. Can we all right, I needed a good laugh here real quick here. Oh, chat, I need a good laugh here real quick. All right, we're gonna go back here. I'm so happy I got this on speed dial, bro. All right, listen here. All right, yeah, when I'm black jobs, like this.
Millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19.
Yeah, last time I went to a Waffle House, some nigga named Jorge was making my waffle.
And you haven't seen it.
Fuck going on with that? Tweak was there.
The worst in our history.
That's right.
President Biden?
There was no inflation.
Somebody clip that.
When I became president, you know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% on a
millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now.
Bro, imagine saying something so racist you don't even catch. Goddamn, dude. Like, and then doubles down on it at the Black Journalist Summit, dude. Like, Jesus, he only backed away when he was challenged the third time in the debate versus Kamala. Y'all, I mean, this campaign, bro, was cooked. Holy fuck. So I ask here, black jobs? Huh? I hate that no one has challenged this notion of black jobs. Yeah, by the way, neither anchor even stopped that happening during that debate, by the way. Me searching for black jobs on LinkedIn tomorrow. Shit, I mean, where we at here, y'all? Ma'am, can I interest you in some black jobs? Trump. The black jobs. You feel me? Trump said Hispanics are coming to the USA and taking the black jobs. What the fuck is a black job, bro? Well, a black job is, I'm glad you asked, Hermione Keith. A black job is NFL cornerback, security for a strip club, call center, baddies e-security, food stamp seller, barber, lash technician, parking lot security. Sorry, Waffle House cook. Oh my God. Club promoter, bottle girl at the strip club, truck driver, the hype man at your local rap concert, women who does braids, selling plates, jitney driver, janitorial supervisor, crossing guard near the schools, TSA agent, Herbalife seller, black grandmother babysitting, notary hardcore by the way, supervisor when supervisor ain't there, bars, the fish truck man, the meat truck man, the fruit and vegetable man with the good greens and the watermelon, veneer tech, upcoming rapper posting videos for under tweets, car wash attendant, Amazon delivery truck driver, gas station clerk, professional shoe thief, TSA worker, elementary school lunch lady, forklift driver, content creator, sexy red, hairdresser, not stylist beautician, but hairdresser, water boy, potato salad maker, rental car place worker, customs area at ATL Hartsfield Jackson, only so nasty, so rude may it apply, Zeus producer, waveologist, Kool-Aid maker, candy lady, pit bull ear clipper, oh my God, I didn't even think about that one, real housewife, basketball wife, personal trainer, podcaster, prepaid ticket to club guy, scalper, scammer, valet driver, SoundCloud rapper, Little League football coach, wig influencer, selling plates, home-based hair braider, NFL safety, Popeyes cashier, Kardashian baby daddy, pop the balloon contestant, CNA, AAU basketball coach, pastor, Tyler Perry movie actor and actress, DVD bootlegger, hookah bar owner, credit fixer, tax lady, grill master, plate seller, mechanic, NBA player, apartment maintenance man. Oh my God, bro, hitting me so hard right now. Boosie, mid-card wrestler, Golden Corral cook, weed man, porn star, floor supervisor, spades referee, DMV employee, Tekken player, UPS driver again, CD man, dog catcher, for Friday One anybody, mayor, black comic relief in a white movie. Yes, TV judge, failed comedian, t-shirt maker, middle of the mall shoe cleaner, church usher, head of HR, SmackDown general manager, sneaker plug, Nike store security guard, coach of Pittsburgh Steelers, cart grabber at Walmart, cashier at Lids. Oh God, what? On God, I have never seen a non-black cashier at Lids. I hate how fucking good these are actually. Random boutique owner, manager at T-Mobile. Bro, this tweet, godlike, bro. Oh my fucking God, dude. Oh my God, my abs actually hurt right now, dude. Holy shit. Like, there are quite a few of those I've never seen a non-black work. Holy shit. Okay, all right. So, when my friend with black jobs find out I have a white one. Yeah?
Like, what do they say? Called white man's whore. Like, what do they say? Called white man's whore.
Jesus Christ. Okay, it was a little bit dark there, honestly, but okay. Doing the application for the black jobs be like, oh man, a classic. You already know what's coming up here right now.
Age, maintain, height, 6 deuce, baby. Father's name, I don't know. 6. Hell yeah, nigga. Salary desired. $3 million. Cash. Age.
Bro, we gotta do movie night with Don't Be a Menace, man. I need a good laugh these days, bro. Like, with how terrible things are gonna get here, bro. All we got is each other right now. I gotta bring back the movie nights for real, y'all. For mental health, we gotta really start hitting the movie nights again. For real. Oh my God, dude. Not just 3 million salary, 3 million cash, bro. Like, let's not fuck around anymore. You know, make it happen. Black jobs. Damn. So yeah, that was a. Why did I bring this up again? I don't remember why I brought this up, actually. I forgot. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I brought up black jobs now. I'm supposed to be ending the stream right now, but yeah, in the end, chat, the presidency of Trump will take away federal regulations and a lot of gay rights, trans rights, women's rights, consumers' rights, labor rights. It's all gonna be evaporated. It's gonna be depressing and terrible. But in the end, chat, we got each other. We got each other. I know that doesn't sound the most reassuring here, but I feel like I have a duty as your community leader, as your favorite streamer, to give you one more reason to wake up tomorrow. Because I get it. After COVID, I kind of get it now. I get it. I was going through it and I was coping. This time around here, I see the better play. The better play right now is that I'm here for the people. So I really do appreciate y'all being here. If you've been here, you're a real one on God, and I look thoroughly forward to streaming with y'all tomorrow. I'm happy y'all got to enjoy my little thing here. I'm letting the mask off a little bit now. Black radicalist is you know, if you're not aiming for a revolution, look, there's no harm here. Aiming for a revolution just means that when all the opposition kicks in, we go from a revolution to, you know, it's pushed from far left revolution to just, I don't know, like whatever, fucking change happened here. When you're aiming for incrementalism and the opposition comes in, the Overton window shifted anyway, and you know, Democrats claim that they're left, but on a global perspective of policy, they're center right. You know, the window has shifted so far because of the opposition from corporate elites, billionaires, capital owners, etc. here, that we are where we are right now here. We're in a situation now where minimum wage has been stagnant since fucking 2009. It's pathetic. You know this already. You know this shit. So yeah, we got nothing to lose. Stop fucking around. We're not being greedy. It's time. You think that? How do you think these things happened here? Civil rights, workers' rights, unions, all that shit here. Oh, you want the notes? Here, in case for some reason y'all want to see the notes yourselves, I'll drop it in a y'all want a paste bin or like a Google Doc? Alright. Sounds like I want a Google Doc then. Okay. Google Doc will be. 1 second. And look, because I'm a real one right now, look, I'm not cocky. Look, you want to hop on here? Anyone with a link can leave a comment. So here, if you wanna get in here and fucking shit on me, I welcome it. Engage. So yeah, now we have notes, and I could make my notes public in the future as well. I didn't plan these to be public, so kind of work with it here. It's kind of some shitty shit, but you know. Have fun. Of course, here you can always, like, you know, go to view mode and change the comments are not edits, by the way. Here, the being able to leave a comment just means you know it's a separate layer you can't modify my thing here and just like, type like, inward or whatever else here, right? Comments are different, because you can't edit it. All you can do is like you can either troll to the vacuum of nobody, or you can be constructive if you want to. Up to you. But yeah, go ahead and hop on that there. All right, and with that, y'all. Oh wait, I should probably hang on. Wait, before I go, fuck, I should hang on. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna real quick here drop fuck. I'm gonna drop here all my links to all the. So I had all these fucking things open here. Holy shit. Hang on. All right, so the intro links. Is there a way to quickly do this faster here? I don't even know. Topic 1. Bro, I had nothing but the heat, bro. I had like straight gas here the whole way through. Demographic breakdowns for how the votes went. Oh yeah. Dude, we didn't even touch on this here. The whole like that major survey that came out in the end of October with like all the things about how like what right direction, wrong direction, Biden's approval, and just like God, bro, it's fucking brutal what you're seeing here. Holy shit. So yeah, I had had all that ish ready. Misinformed views on immigration, crime, and the economy correlated with ballot choice. Violent crime rates are at an all-time high in most major cities. False. But it doesn't matter because they perceive it as true, and it's overwhelmingly, it sways the vote towards Trump. Inflation in the U.S. has declined over the last year and near historic averages. True. Again. U.S. stock markets are at or near all-time highs. True. Notice here that the ones who get it wrong tend to vote Republican here. So it's just like the substance of the facts don't matter, because if they're uninformed, they're gonna vote against their interest anyway. Yada yada yada. So it's kind of what's reinforcing here, which makes sense when you think about how the votes ultimately happened anyway. Right. So we're over here now. Hopefully y'all would find this information useful with all the graphs and shit. Matt Walsh is admitting here that it's actually part of the agenda now, like just totally lying until it happened, like just totally like gross. Jeff Bezos glazing Trump because of course he is. This is like I was pretty proud of myself for having all them tabs, bro. All them tabs, bro. I don't know if everyone's going to read all this shit here, but, maybe it'll help you, Bro, I ought to grab this link here. This shit makes me so fucking mad, dude. That's so many fucking tabs. Oh my god, dude. Then we have ballot measures. What is ranked choice voting? Mary Peltola, who is the first Native Alaskan to win a seat. Her site, which by the way, if I can hear real quick, chat, look at her. Look at her, dude. Whoever her website graphic designer was, fucking slayed, dude. Her site is like, it's beautiful to consume. Oh my god. Dude, I don't know who she commissioned here, but dude, Alaska be cooking on the graphic design. Look at this. So my solutions. Wait, let's go down. Wait, what's that here? There's a thing here. Okay. I've been working to find solutions on these things here. So you pick a section, right? Let's pick where is it here? Okay. I thought there was, there was one here on view all solutions. Here we go. Yeah, dude, just look at how, like, it's so, the brilliant use of negative space and how everything, dude, this is like a S tier political website navigation. Like, I'm just like, I'm in heaven over this shit right now. Solutions for you, solutions for us. Oh my god. All the things I advocate for messaging, what are you going to do for me? She already has it there. Dude, this Mary Peltola fucking gets it, dude. Oh my god. Let's go into Alaska Natives here. So you go over here, right? Everyone, look at, it has the little fucking thing and everything, bro. Like, dude, she cooks it up, bro. That means that's why. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, dude, it's just amazing. I am pro fish. I'm against the over poaching of the dude. Like, it's just, you know, I am so sad that if she loses, I'm hoping she pulls through. Because they repealed ranked choice, and she's already like down on the current ballots accounted for so far. I feel terrible because she's such a immaculate figure. Maybe she should have, like, you know, just like ran I don't know. Can you just like change your party to Republican just to like fucking, because like, these fucks just don't even vote in their own, just honestly here. I know she's losing right now. It sucks, dude. So yeah, I'm sorry. I got caught up here and I'm posting the wrong thing here. I'm supposed to post the fucking thing. Bro, that's what I'm saying, dog. Like, on God, the average voter supports populist leftist policy when it's separated from the stigma of partisan divide. When you show somebody two policies and don't label them as a Kamala thing or a Trump thing, they overwhelmingly, the average American actually supports the leftist thing. Nationwide recreational marijuana legalized, subsidized college, paid for by taxes. I don't know what else here, you know, paid vacation time by law, paid maternity leave off by law. I think even abortion is on there too. The problem is the economy is more important than abortion rights, which is why a lot of people were voting Trump anyway. So yeah, it's a lot of that shit. You know what I mean? All right, so then we had a Missouri ballot. California's crazy ass ballot results. Local rent control specifically. The slavery and prison shit, which is crazy. Florida, declining weed again, which is unfortunate because I'm sure they would have loved that shit. And partisan school board elections, which is fucking nuts. And then topic 3 is not that much, so. Okay, all right. So, from here, I didn't show you this by the way here too here. The context of the Democrats don't have their own Joe Rogan, it should be important to bring up here how Joe Rogan was 5 years ago compared to where he is now.
I really believe if Michelle Obama runs, she wins. She's good. She's great. She's the wife of the best president that we have had in our lifetime. I've never voted right wing in my life. I consider universal basic income a really good idea. I want free college education. Take it easy. Hello, Bernie.
How are you, Joe?
Wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I like Tulsi and I like Bernie. That's it.
Oh, yeah?
Everybody else can eat shit.
Look at you, fucking progressive.
Yeah. I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people. And I think he wants people to have a better life and do better. And I'm all for that. And if that means I have to pay more in tax, like people think, oh, you're a socialist. I've heard people say that. Oh, you're a fucking socialist, bro. Like, first of all, he's not even a socialist. He's a democratic socialist. It's a different thing. I would like to spend more in taxes if they could fix inner city communities and take these poor neighborhoods and throw a fuckload of them. Spend more, you fucking Republican piece of shit. 87% of scientists said that human activity is driving global warming. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. Obviously, this protected status.
Bro, this shit sounds AI compared to where we are now with Joe. So, yeah, what happened? Well, Chad, you know what happened. The DNC happened. 2019 happened. You know what happened.
Is driving me crazy, this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's
that kind of shit. And the hard right version of that is despicable. These people that I see online, why didn't they apply for citizenship? Oh, who knows? Maybe because they're fucking 13. I don't give a fuck if they broke the law. You don't take parents and kids and separate them. You just fucking don't. You know Alonzo?
No, who's that?
A funny comedian.
Yeah.
He goes, not all Donald Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Donald Trump supporters.
He definitely awakened that side.
But the January 6th thing is important.
See, it is important, but is it the 6 months later? It should be the ruling number one conversation of a journalist?
I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous. Is because a guy can...
By the way, another time, another day here, we got to talk about your boy here because I ain't going to lie to y'all, bro. He is not invited to the cookout. And we're going to have a discussion about that at some point here. This half of Breaking Points with Crystal Ball. Woo, yeah, we're going to have to talk about him, bro, for real.
The ruling number one conversation of a journalist?
I think it's really important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so fucking dangerous. Is because a guy can incite a bunch of morons to do something really fucking stupid. As far as trans people, some trans people listening to this, I got nothing but love for you. For everybody. And in fact, Eddie Izzard is one of my all-time favorite guests.
Oh, I love Izzard.
The right-wing thing is just an easy way to dismiss me because I'm not right-wing. I can't recommend your book, Race Matters, enough.
Now, of course, Joe Rogan is responsible and needs to be, as a public figure of a massive platform, held to a different standard than the average person because of his realm of influence. So clearly, when he has a chronic liar, serial liar like Trump on and gives him a 3-hour glaze fest with no contesting over any of the mistruths spoken here or whatever, it can effectively be misinterpreted as like the same difference as targeted propaganda because it definitely did help Trump, and there definitely were a fuck ton of lies that were said during a 3-hour interview. But that aside here, Rogan going from this to where I don't have the counter montage here of him just like spewing out right wing nonsense the whole fucking way through here. Elon's based and I'm voting Trump and da 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 here. It's more important to understand here that even Joe Rogan's flip from the is what the average normie is going to do because they are painfully low information, non-substance, vibe-based, fickle attention span. You have to meet them where they are. They also don't know civics, economics, taxes, policy, or marginal tax rates here. So again, I'm going to keep saying this every fucking day until y'all start calling me pro-eugenics here. If you accept this, then we can figure out a strategy going forward here, period. But yeah, that's Joe Rogan, and here we are now. It's possible to adapt, and I think in this case here, I think Joe Rogan can be reached genuinely, but the DNC fucked over what was the natural flow to the economic revolution, the Bernie era New Deal. FDR's New Deal, Bernie's New Deal. That was in the play. They denied that, and here we are now. So, okay. Anyways, that comes off a little bit doomer there, but I was gonna show this during the podcast, the point there, but I didn't get a chance to. So here's a It was rejected. I will consider it rejected here. Kamala her campaign staff needed to be willing to go to Austin, and even then they only wanted to do an hour. Well, I'm sorry, no. They only wanted to do an hour, and I believe Rogan would have had to relocate to her for it to happen. He wanted it in Austin at the studio, and he wanted, a full interview that could run potentially 3 hours long. So, yeah, thank you for the link there. Okay, and with that, chat, I love all of you. The whatever this is here, the Google Doc is now live, so. If you want that, you can go ahead and have that here now. I love you all. I'm going to go ahead and go walk my dog, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Oh, also, reminder again here. Apparently, Mario and Luigi Brothership is $40 brand new on QVC.com. So if you didn't already, maybe see this link is still active here. Maybe you can cop it yourself. All right, let's see who's live. I've been doing a lot of talking. I did a lot of yelling today too, man. My voice is going out right now. Chad, did you enjoy today's stream? I don't normally yell this often. I feel like I did a lot of yelling today. Oh, bruh. Am I becoming a pro streamer now? Like, if I just keep yelling the microphone all fucking day, is that content? Bruh. I'm looking right now for someone to raid, and just give me 1 second here. I'm skimming the damn, I am fucking tired, bro. Oh my god. All right, okay. I think I found our boy. I'm gonna raid our boy. Good cathartic time. Politics is war played as a football match. I can't tell if that's like a... I can't tell if that's a comment aimed at me or if that's a comment aimed at someone in chat here, and if you're calling me a soy boy or if you misspelled sorry. I have so many questions there. I don't even know how to... Am I being insulted, complimented, or neither? I actually have no clue right now. Maybe it's time for me to... All right. My boy Axe. My boy Hacks. I'm proud of him now, actually. He's working on becoming a positive fostering force in the Smash community with his accessibility advocacy with his box controller and button mapping. And he's really sick at... So... Yeah, I don't know. Hashtag free hacks. That's me. That's me. I do think he made a big misplay when he made that second Leffen video. Like, that was really fucking stupid. But since then, where he is now focusing on content and focusing on, like, you know, being a positive force, trying to help better the community overall, help the game state overall, I think we're in a net positive now, and I look forward to him showing through action that reform. And I'm sure in time here, everyone will grant him permission to re-enter the tournaments. It'd be dumb not to. So, yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it tomorrow then.